All right.
until they're addressed. I'm pointing this out despite being very positive about the game in general, because I think this is the sort of thing that is going to get worse as the game
What's good,
ages, unless it's
motherfuckers?
addressed very promptly. And that's because Grinding Games are working on a whole bunch of new classes at the moment, a whole bunch of new ascendancies, but those of them that suffer from this flaw are going to end up basically being unplayable. What we're looking at here is build diversity as measured by the top 1,000 characters by XP. It's worth noting that in softcore trade, you can get pretty high up on this just by virtue of having gear that's so strong that you don't really ever die. And so wealthier players tend to be disproportionately represented on this. It's also worth saying that there is a lot more build diversity actually in hardcore at the moment, a point we'll return to in a second. Hardcore, despite the fact that it puts more requirements on your character, that actually is not seeing this consolidation on 4 different ascendancies. What is it that the Stormweaver, the Deadeye, the Invoker, and the Infernalist have in common? And it's not something that the other ascendancies don't have at all. It's just that people are generally consolidating on those 4. If those ascendancies were nerfed into Oblivion, then you would probably see the Chronomancer and the Blood Mage take their place, and potentially the Witch Hunter and the Gemling Legionnaire as well. What we're seeing here is the indirect effects of Magic Find, which is something that will seem absolutely absurd at first, but I promise there's madness to my method in claiming that. Certain ascendancies don't require as much investment in defense as others, and they don't require as much investment in terms of just general levels of affixes on gear into other offensive stats. So I want you to consider here 2 particular builds that people could be playing. Be playing a physical damage Titan build that donks people on the head with a big mace, or you could be playing a Chronomancer. We'll use the off-meta version, but you're a Chronomancer Archmage build that is casting lightning spells such as Spark and is empowering them through the use of Archmage. So, what are the mandatory prefixes if you're playing the Archmage? Well, mana. Mana is essential because the numbers are really high on it, and it's a big source of your damage. So you're going to feel that that is absolutely mandatory. Life would be really nice to have on your Chronomancer, but it's not essential. It's really good though. If you can get it, you definitely want it. And then there's nothing else that's really essential. There's a bunch of things that are like a little bit okay, like evasion rating, and the plus percentage increase to lightning damage. This is a good stat, but you don't get enough of it. So that means that it's not really pulling you into picking it. It's just something that you'd take as a bonus on gear. What this means is that the opportunity cost for investing in item rarity on your Chronomancer slash Stormweaver is actually pretty low. And so you can look for a ring that's got the Dragon's prefix on it. Or if you can't afford the Dragon's prefix, you can go for Hoarders or Pirates and then work your way up until you can afford the much better versions of the items that have Dragon's prefix on them. Let's look quickly instead, though, at that same prefix pressure for a Titan. Here, you definitely need life. Life is not negotiable. Here, you absolutely are going to need life and a high tier of it because you're up close and personal, therefore, you're taking a bunch of hits. You're going to need physical damage to attacks because this is a fair bit of damage. This is a fair bit of your character's overall damage power budget in a way that this mod for the Archmage was not. And then you're probably going to need accuracy because the numbers on the accuracy rolls are really big. So, that's 3 prefixes that feel mandatory, and even though there's things that might feel nice, like evasion rating or even mana, like you've got to get mana somewhere, although you do get some of it through your character's just general progression. There's a few things that could be nice here, but ultimately you feel like your prefixes for your best in slot ring are already kind of locked in, and therefore increased item rarity, it's going to be a much bigger cost in order to fit this in. Now, if we have a look at the suffixes, the same story applies just with different numbers. The Titan is going to need to cap all 4 resistances. And what that means is that it's probably going to need to dedicate 2 of the suffixes on the item to being resistances. Well, that doesn't leave that much left, especially because these life regen per second mods, these are somewhat important on a character that's going to be up close and personal. Maybe not absolutely mandatory, but they're going to feel important. Likewise, leech X% physical attack damage as life is going to feel really important as well. What this means is that the Titan doesn't have that many choices here. Whereas for your Stormweaver slash Chronomancer, yes, you want cast speed. After you've got cast speed, you want to get 1 resistance. You don't really need to have 2, and therefore it's a little bit lower opportunity cost again in order to spec into increased item rarity. And that fundamentally is the problem. There are ascendancies where specking into increased item rarity on gear comes at a relatively low cost when it comes to your character's overall power budget. The Stormweaver is the most obvious example of this. but it's also true of the Infernalist to a very large extent, also the Chronomancer and the Blood Mage, but these are just on the same base classes and worse than those Ascendancies, so people aren't that interested in playing them. And to a lesser extent, it's also true for those Ascendancies that don't go into close combat quite as much. I want to contrast all of this to the way that it looks in Hardcore instead. Now in Hardcore, I haven't prepared the graph, but it's a lot more even than what we see here. There's no individual Ascendancy that's taking up 45% of the ladder, and there's also no subset of 4 of them that are collectively 80% of the ladder, or more than 80%, more like 85%. The difference there is that in Hardcore, you can't invest in the same way into increased item rarity on gear, or at least not with the currently existing gear in that league. There's simply not gear of sufficient quality to be able to condense down item stats that are important to your character on a small number of items, and then go all out on Magic Find on the other stat slots. So, what we're looking at here is a situation where Magic Find is acting like a boot stomping down on build diversity. This, I think, is a real design problem. One of the good things about a game coming out in early access is that design flaws like this can be found and they can be expunged from the game. Until grinding your games fix up the issues that Magic Find causes, and by fix up, this doesn't mean tweaking the numbers on Magic Find a bit, this means getting the stat completely out of the game. Until that point,
so many people are coping with this get Magic Find out of the game. It's a fucking stat that has always been in fucking ARPGs, and I don't understand. Oh my god, hold on. I don't understand why people think it's gonna go somewhere. Yo, what up, Shot? How you doing, bro? I'm fixing my pop-out chat. I ain't got it working right. Nice, dude. It's not gonna be nerfed or gone. Like, even GGG say they don't see it as a problem. The problem is that the community's min-maxing everything, and they're like, oh, well, I can't clear a map in sub 2 minutes, so I need to go a different build, because instead of getting the gear for my build, I'd rather go for all the gear that everybody's already pre-making, because everybody's making the same builds. It's like, bro. Because I'm gonna be real. I guarantee, I highly doubt they will get rid of Magic Find as a stat. Highly doubt it. I do not see it going anywhere. Yesterday I boosted the homie through his tier 3 ascension, and he ended up getting one of the 250 exalt soul cores. Lucky motherfucker.
This is just the beginning. Natural selection breeds the mightiest foes.
I'm gonna be real. I ran all day yesterday with my magic find on my witch, like my fucking infernalist. I didn't find anything good yesterday on it at all.
You may possess strength after all. The flora overwhelms. Live.
It's because people are just piggybacking from video to video. I'm 86 on this character. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Mainly maps, yeah. But it's all about doing higher tier maps. The higher you push, the higher the monster level, the more XP you gain per kill. So like if you're only doing tier 1 maps, at a certain point you'll just stop leveling. At least you'll feel like you stop leveling because the experience gain is exponentially slower every level you gain.
Unrelenting and unyielding determination. Ravage and ransack.
The gap between you and the monsters is larger, like your level, of course, and the amount you need to level to the next level is larger too, so it just feels so exponential. Yo, Zap and Robin, what's good, motherfucker? Welcome. I wonder if this is an actual visual bug I found. If I click this and one of these pops on my back, it's definitely a repeatable bug. Yep. Repeatable bug. I'm doing well, thank you. Yeah, just chilling, you know what I'm saying? Getting a little grinding in. Smokes, what's good, motherfucker? Good morning. Yeah, I could only imagine how much it would give me. It provides. You saved my game. I enjoy playing now. Dude, that's what I like to hear, bro. I'm glad to hear it, yo. I'm glad it's working out for you. I'm glad you're, enjoying the game more, playing and having fun. That's what it's about, yo. That's awesome.
Don't stare for too long, challenger. Lose some, you win some.
It's dope because basically me making this character has made 2 other people's playthroughs better. You and my buddy Benny have both benefit from this build, and it's awesome. Happy to hear it. It's a lot. It's like 8 divines or something. It's dumb. I can't even afford one, yo. I'm rocking Hoa and I can't afford that. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. I really appreciate that. Yo, zapping. Dude, the game's so fun, bro. I looked last night. I'm over 400 hours in and the game's only been out for a fucking few weeks. It's actually ridiculous. I almost feel bad about how much I play, but fuck, I can't. Yo, thank you so much for the sub, dude. I really appreciate that, man. Much love, Smoke. I'm waiting to get Hoa with my divines. Yeah, you can get a pair of Hoa with 2 divines. I got mine with damage penetrates fire resistance. I just figured it would help. Yo, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I got my Hoa with corrupted fire pen. Because my build does explosions that are buffed by fire.
The challenger returns.
Exactly.
Random challenger.
Yeah, and they were only
Jagged edges and
2 divines, so it was perfect. Great deal. Do we ever play with viewers? Sometimes, yeah.
are you ready?
That and like sometimes motherfuckers in chat, you know what I'm saying? Just squat up with each other. Just farming some soul cores right now for easy exalteds. You got an opportunity to get 1 soul core that's worth almost 2 divines, so pretty easy farm.
This is just a warm-up. Their indomitable spirit protects them.
And I have people ask me like how I pick like which one to choose, like which negative thing. I do insane damage, so anything that buffs their health or resistances What do I do with my only soul core drop? If it's something you need for your build, hold on to it. If not, then I would go to the currency exchange and exchange it for exalted orbs. You don't have to deal with trading another person. It's all automated process through Alvia Valai. And it's good. I mean, I make like some of the soul cores are worth like 50 exalts. So there's one that's 24, one that's 240 some. No doubt. Yeah, I recommend taking like 10 or 15 minutes and reorganizing your hideout to where everything is in one small circle around the waypoint. And then you can just teleport to your hideout and just click different things that you need to do without having to run around the town back and forth.
Don't give up so early.
Shit's nice.
Lightning descends. Pillage and retrieve.
Simple enough.
I'll be honest, I'm a noob, yo. Like I don't know a lot about builds. But I will say if you've built your passive tree to only be offensive, that's not good. You'll want to start building like, see, I have these nodes specifically for evasion rating and movement speed. I took these nodes for movement speed. Because movement speed is evasion. If you can move out of the way of an attack, you've basically 100% evaded it. But then I just went with building up my evasion like crazy. If you're building, I also got a key notable on my amulet. That's something that can be good. Is acrobatics good? I don't know what acrobatics does. It's really like things aren't good for everything. They're going to be good for what you do. So you got acrobatics, can evade all hits. No, I would not allocate that unless you have like 20,000 evasion. That is very good, yes, but it's way too high level for you right now. For now, you're not gonna be able to avoid all hits. You're never gonna be able to just like not have to take any hits and face tank everything. You would have to have the highest tier gear to be able to run that shit effectively. Because like I have 73% evasion with 8.1k evasion rating. If I take that node it puts me down to 2k evasion rating and like 30, like 20 some or 30 evasion. So it effectively makes my evasion useless.
Coagulated masses befall you. Prove your might against this magnificent beast.
How do I port to my hideout versus the town? So go to a waypoint and there should be things right on your side of your screen right here,
If you're a little tired,
and one of them should allow you to port to your hideout.
continues an overwhelming assault. Bring death.
Is it best to be AFK on your channel while I play? I mean, that's up to you, motherfucker. If you want to kick it and have the ability to just fucking ask a question you need to know about some shit, you know what I'm saying? You want to fucking hang out and just chill?
What?
Fuck yeah.
Expecting praise?
But if not, and it's distracting, then close that shit down, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Does it help you at all? Absolutely. The more people in my stream, the higher my stream is promoted to other people. Like basically Twitch only promotes streams based on viewership. So like right now it looks like we have 5 people in the chat. We're posted we're our names above the people with 4 and below the people with 6. You know what I'm saying?
Another notch on the helmet.
So it absolutely helped, but like don't worry, I don't like worry about the numbers or nothing. Yo, we could have 3 people chilling today. We could have 3 people chilling tomorrow. Guess what? We still gonna be chilling the next day. Hell yeah. Easy soul cores. Hey, dude. I appreciate you, dude. And what you can do with that is now you can start getting currency and then build something you want to build. Something like you feel like you think would be fun. Like I have a project character I'm working on that if I only worked on it, I would quit the game. It's a warrior running thorns. So he runs around with a shield and smacks his club against the shield to break everything's armor, and as the things attack him, they kill themselves from their damage returned. But it's like it's stressful because I'm not even through normal. Oh, 40% resistances, we can give them resistances. I don't care about that.
Duval engineered the Chimera. Your vanity will be your downfall.
Gonna try my second ascendancy this morning. Yo, good luck. Trial of Chaos. I think you got this. I think you got this. You got to do a 4-floor Trial of Chaos. I 100% think you got this.
Me pockets are full.
Oh yeah. Yo, you got this. Little 67. Yo, cheers, homie. What up, Tailgate? What's good, my guy?
Who wins is barely a reputable streak. Frailty races through your bones.
That Alaskan thunder fuck. Sheesh.
Your challenge awaits. Prove yourself.
Well, that's one down.
Easy. Whether you or Mr. Like It or not, I'll be around all day in and out while working. Yo, that's what's up. What's up, my guy? I hope you have a good day at work. You know what I'm saying?
This is just a warning.
I hope you don't work too hard.
Restrict your every move. Don't die.
Y'all glazing early. Yo, you chill, motherfucker. You spelled blazing wrong, motherfucker. That's right.
Well, that's one down.
There we go. There we go. Oh damn, Esfan died. Only fangs. Where's something to watch? We need something on in the background. We don't need to hear about Diablo at all.
Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 2 discussion. A couple of weeks ago, I did a write-up for gaming strategy site Mobalytics, who I've partnered with for Path of Exile 2, and I've been writing...
This guy seems to know a lot about the stuff and to crunch the numbers. This is a video about getting level 20 skill and spirit gems, how the drops work.
articles for them. One I realized I forgot to make a video on, and that was how to get high-level gems in Path of Exile 2. So high-level gems are a big breakpoint in character power, especially when you get your level 18, 19, and 20 upgrades. However, level 21s in particular are rare. And basically this article is focusing on the level 21s because 19 you will just get by playing the game.
19 I can get. I have 19s. I actually need to upgrade my gas arrow on this build with a 19. I think. I don't think it's a 19 yet. +2 from global modifiers. So yeah, no. After this run, we'll grab a 19 and put it on here.
High enough tier content. But level 20 are much rarer. Now the first thing to note is that it is simply a case of RNG. This is not one of those situations where there's an RNG way to get it and there's a correct way to get it. However, you can rig the odds a little bit in your favor by running certain higher tier content. So let's quickly recap the mechanics for dropping of support gems in the game. Getting a support gem is RNG, but once you do, the tier is entirely determined by the item level of the loot that's dropped by that monster. If it's 1 to 34, congratulations, you've got a rank 1 support gem. If it's 35 to 52, congratulations, you've got a rank 2 support gem. And if it's 53 plus, you're always going to get a rank 3 support gem. This is why at endgame you only see rank 3 gems, and it's why mostly it's Act 1 and 2, you're going to get your rank 1s. Act 3 and Act 4, or in early access, that's Act 1 cool, you're pretty much only getting rank 2 ones, and then after that, you're pretty much only getting rank 3s, maybe with a little bit of an exception at the very start of Act 5. That's the way that support gems work, really simple. Skill gems and spirit gems work the same way during the campaign as well. There is always one particular tier that can drop for any given item level, but this changes once you get to endgame. And in fact, this information has been able to be data mined. That's why we can say with high confidence what the actual drop rates are. So from level 62 onwards, which is somewhere in the middle of Act 6, RNG starts to become a factor in gem drops. Generally speaking, there'll be one gem that's most common, and you can get one level higher or one level lower. And there's a slight variation on this at some levels, where there's one level you mostly get, you can get one higher than that fairly often, and two higher than that extremely vanishingly rarely. So this is why level 20 gems are so rare. It's never the case that you're fighting monsters high enough in level that you're going to get level 20 gems most of the time. Instead, you get 19s most of the time, or 18s most of the time, with some potential for it to be +1 level, or even with the 18s, you can sometimes get +2 levels on those. Now this bias against getting the highest possible tiers has been data mined, as I mentioned. The Arbiter of Ash has a node called Lost Techniques that you can spec into. This does not seem to work all that well, but I'm still not willing to say that that's completely ruled out as a potential source of gems. There's a lot of evidence on video that people are getting level 19 gems from Lost Techniques, but I'm not willing to rule out that it can't drop 20s as well. Just for the moment, I don't see any evidence that indicates that this is a strong node, just that it is an option you could consider. Spirit gems have the same mechanics as skill gems as well, so during the campaign, it's a set level, in endgame, there's a bit of RNG involved. Now if you're in Trade League and you want to bypass this progression, you can always trade for level 19 gems once you hit character level 84. You need to be character level 84 if you want to use level 19 skill gems. If you're a bit below that, you can use level 18s at level 78. And if you're looking to use level 20s and you've got the currency to trade for them, then you're going to need to be level 9. Your chances to get level 20 gems by item levels are as follows. If the item levels are 81 or lower, there is absolutely no chance. You are not fighting monsters high enough to get the jackpot that is level 20 gems. If you're fighting in level 82 content, then it is 1 in 81 uncut
Bring
gems
death.
that will be level 20, with most of them being level 18, and a fair number, about a quarter, being level 19. If you're fighting monsters that drop level 83 loot, then it'll be 1 in 33, and if you're fighting monsters that drop level 84 loot, it'll be 1 in 19. Notice how that's considerably better than 1 in 33. Putting all of this together, what you want here is zones where every single monster is level 82. And the way to get that is that you're running tier 16 waystones, so these are corruption exclusive, and you want to be running them on corrupted and irradiated slots on your atlas. Do this, and then every single monster in the zone has that slim chance that any skill gem it drops will be upgraded to level 20. It's actually a pretty big jackpot. It means that every single skill gem that drops is actually worth something for you on average, even though most of them won't be worth anything. But the 1 in 81 chance to get
Gotta
something
stay
really
quick on my
valuable is
feet.
actually significant. And if you do end up running enough of these, you will eventually get yourself your level 20 gems. Now, there is also one more little consideration. Level 85 items are better again, although not much better than level 84. You might be wondering, how do you get a level 85 item? There are exactly 4 of them that are listed for trade, including offline sellers at the moment. What I believe these are coming from is rare monsters that were spawned with a strongbox, and that strongbox has +2 to the level. That's my belief, but I'm not 100% certain of these because I have not seen a single one of them drop, as you might expect, given that there's only 4 of them across the entire League economy. These, to all intents and purposes, just don't exist in the game at the moment. Now, there are no currently known ways to get level 86 or higher loot in the game. The game files do contain the probabilities here as well, and they're 20%, 1 in 5 for level 86, 50% for level 87, 89 for level 88, and 32 in 33 for level 89. Now, some people speculate that Lost Techniques causes the Arbiter of Ash to drop gems at a higher level than the rest of the loot that's dropped by the Arbiter. This we just don't know as yet. It's plausible, but it's also completely unproven. So feel free to experiment with that if you want, but for the moment, the sample sizes are too small to say anything decisive. The last step that you can do if you want to try and push your gems up or down by a level is applying a Varl Orb. More on this when I get to the video on Varl Orbs, which will be pretty soon because I'm in the middle of doing the write-up on it at the moment. I just need to check 3 or 4 things. However, when you corrupt a gem, it seems like there's a 1 in 8 chance that it will permanently gain an enchant on the gem that reads +1 to gem level. Now, this +1 enchant is extremely strong, but it's a lot better when it's on a gem that has had all of the other potential upgrades applied to it. So you're talking 20 quality, you're talking about having a perfect Heal Absorb and all of the lesser ones on it, and of course you want it to be level 20 without the enchant. That said, it is the case that at the moment, at the time I'm recording this video during early access, you can actually do the level upgrade after you find out whether or not you've got this corruption upgrade. I don't know if that's going to stay in the game, but for the moment you don't need a level 20 gem each time you attempt this, but you do need a new perfect Heal Absorb each time you attempt it. That's all I got on this. May your Varl Orbs have interesting results, and may you find interesting gems.
So yeah, basically what I thought is the exact way you get tier 20 skill gems. Yo, what up? Papa Nugs. What's going on, bud? Good morning.
Me pockets are full.
Oh, hell yeah. I appreciate that, my guy. Thanks, bro. You know we gonna be chilling. Basically my Sunday. How you farm that?
Speak.
Hello. How can I help? How can I help? Hey. Hey.
So in those 2 runs, we made 153 exalts. Guess we do another 2 more, huh?
The challenger returns.
Cheers, chat.
Relying on luck can only get you so far. Corruption infects the mind. Are you ready, challenger?
Oh wait. Supposed to like kill all, I think. I'm over here thinking that they're gonna keep spawning. I'm a doofus.
Oh, wipe that smile off your face. Coagulated masses befall you. Hold your ground, if you can. This is just the beginning. Atsuata sends its regards.
Grinding. So TikTok got unbanned, huh, chat? I saw that. TikTok went from banned to unbanned. I'm not gonna lie. I really didn't, like, I don't even care about TikTok. But I didn't like going on something and it saying it's banned. Like, the fact that it was just such a light switch control override on and off. Marvel Snap got banned. What? What about Pokemon trading card game? Did they ban the Pokemon? So they banned Marvel Snap, but not Pokemans? But isn't Marvel Snap more aimed towards older people and Pokemans is aimed towards kids? What are we doing here?
The flora overwhelms.
If you tried to log in to Marvel Snap overnight, you might have seen this screen. Marvel Snap is temporarily unavailable in the United States. So, what exactly is going on, and why are people...
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't even care about the things. I just don't like the flip of control. For seemingly no reason. Like, it's so random. Okay, it's like like a company they own. A subsidiary.
Oh, howdy, all. Grab yourself a drink.
That makes sense. Okay.
Understandable if you're a little tired.
Yeah. I can imagine, just like for the people that make content on TikTok, it probably sucked for them.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone.
Fucking Voodoo Joe. Yo, is Path of Building any better yet? I want to be able to port my character into it and fucking find a better build. Update available. Yeah, Path of Building's getting updated. Let's go. Can I bring it in my character? Not yet enabled by GGG. God damn it. Yeah, so I'm trying to see if Path of Building has been updated, but it looks like it hasn't. And it's got like I started inputting my shit. But like, yeah, I figured I'll just wait till I can import my build in it.
Hold your ground. like this next one. They grow unstoppable. Pillage and retrieve.
Yeah, I don't know much about PoE 1 because I didn't really play much, but I know it's like the thing everybody's talking about that's like really good for helping you set up your build. Yo, cheers, homie.
Almost there. Keep it up. Weather the elements at your own risk. Will you prove to be food or fatal? I look forward to your inevitable downfall.
Easy currency. That one's not really worth a lot. This one was kind of a meh run. You guys think we could beat a 10? And kill the boss? I wonder. I have way more than enough currency. Try. If we could, that'd be our ascendancy points.
What do you need?
170% increased damage.
See you.
Bow attacks fire an additional arrow. Holy shit. Wait, so you can corrupt that on something? God damn. All that elemental damage is the difference. But fuck, that thing's sick.
Hey, boss, get down from there.
Let's empty our one Exalt tab. I think it's time to cut our losses there.
Bye-bye.
Why can I travel from my hideout to the Trial of Chaos, but not from the Trial of Chaos to my hideout?
Hello there.
Dang, that was a dookie run. Only made 12 exalts. Alright, so we go to Ascendancy. Get a 7710. And we need
challenger returns.
All right, now this is going to be hard.
Relying on luck can only get you so far. Their indomitable spirit protects them. Are you ready, challenger? This is just the beginning. Don't stare too closely. Don't die.
Stupid zealot!
Don't give up so early. They strike for the heart.
I can't let them do the deadly volatile shit because we kill too many of them at once.
Seek out
It'll just murder us. And those first 2 runs were lucky as hell. Let me see.
Well, man, how's it been going? I have not barely touched the game today. I know you've been playing for quite a while. How has the patch affected your plans?
I think there's always solutions to things. I think like we kind of knew a big Dura patch was coming, right? Like we knew that we were gonna get. I think I have like the build nerf tag on every single YouTube video I've uploaded for a guide so far, and that's been consistent.
Yeah.
But there's already a fix for Temporalis, so like the infinite blink stuff, there's like infinite loops that already exist now, that don't crash your instance, that are like guaranteed. So it doesn't really change anything, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That latest build that you put out, I think it was like 11, 12 days ago. I watched it for the first time a few days ago, the Temporalis Auto Bomber. Man, it hurt my eyes. I don't know how you play those builds for any length of time, dude. It's crazy.
I was talking to my partner about this because she like, I also like played PoE2 with her, like just to like walk through things and like just check out what it's like. And she's like, oh, she walked them first. And I was like, it's so gross. Everything's disgusting. I'm like, I've never seen the things you're pointing out, like the grime or like the fucking, you know, whatever's on the floor, or like a dead zombie. I think like when you play a lot of video games from like a really young age, it's like my brain has rotted, so I don't like see the graphics. You know, it's just like
Yeah.
I see the number, I see the skill, maybe the skill effect, and that's about it. And then the rest of it's like the loot fill.
They strike with
Yeah, the first time you played PoE2, I think it was back, it was at the March playtest of last year in LA. Was that the first time?
Yeah.
Even then, were you still, you know, it's obviously a whole bunch of people, their first touch of Path of Exile 2. Were you already thinking, how can I make this busted build? You were not paying attention to all the different parts of it, like you said, environments, the monsters, all that stuff?
We did. I didn't really like play that. I guess like I was hanging out with Alec, right?
Yeah.
Me, Alcazer, and Mathil were sitting together, and we were just like hanging out and just at the very, very back. And like we were playing through it, and I was mostly just trying to like kind of give the game like an honest shot. But we were mostly watching what other people were doing from our vantage, and it was interesting to watch like a lot of the people that clearly had never played Path of Exile before, like just mostly journalist invites, I guess, come in, and they had a really different experience, I guess, right? And it was pretty cool to see.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
speaking of that, dude, perfect segue. Thank you so much. I was going back into the earliest days of your channel, and I did a little bit of Googling, and I saw that you used to write for a gaming website, like an esports website, about Path of Exile?
I used to write. I did some stuff in like, cause I was gonna go back in like 2016 or something.
Yeah.
Are you American?
I am, yes.
Okay,
Midwest.
So I'm kind of with a thing called The Score, which is kind of like ESPN.
Yes,
And I wanted
have
to
heard.
go right for them. So I remember I went in for the interview back in like 15 or 16, and their starting salary was like $37,000 something to live in Toronto, which is like not really covering the cost of rent kind of thing. And I remember thinking at the time, like, yeah, it's never gonna be it. But before that, like, I've been trying to build up some degree of a portfolio. I was like, you know, like esports is cool. I don't want to game anymore. I want to do something kind of adjacent, maybe. So yeah, I did a lot of like League of Legends writing stuff because it was after I retired.
Yeah, I saw you played for Complexity.
Yeah, yeah.
Why did you choose League of Legends versus Dota? I'm a Dota 2, or I used to be a big Dota 2 player back in my childless days, and I just watch very casually now. But what drew you to League instead of Dota? I'm kind of curious.
I think like it's luck the draw, right? Like you just do what your friends do. I think when you're younger, a lot of times. I'm like just happy to hang out with people. I think when I was young. And
Yeah.
And then
Did you ever
eventually
play
just,
Dota 2?
I played for the first time last year. There were quite a few like pros in my chat watching, I guess, like because like a lot of pros play PoE and then like they just dabble, and it was really really bad. Like I don't think I've ever been made fun of as much as I did during that Dota 2 stream ever. And I was being coached by Alec at the same time, who's like he's like okay, I think he's like the highest rank.
Yeah.
And he was very unhelpful, extremely unhelpful. So that was fun.
Really? Did you play with real people, or were you doing bot matches?
I did bot matches to start. After that, it was definitely not bot matches. I was getting farmed, man, like immediately. It was nuts. It's a cool game. I would play it, but I think like it's hard to actually like find the time, especially the older you get, to like get into a game, right? So.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's why I don't play anymore. And sometimes your 1 hour or your 30-minute session turns into a 2-hour, 2.5-hour game. Oh my gosh, that used to be the absolute shit when I was like 14, 15 years old. And we'd play until like 5 a.m. Oh, it was very fun. I got to dig up that stream though. That sounds pretty fun to watch. So.
No. Hope it's gone.
Well, that's sweet. Yeah. The journalist thing that I saw, it was an interview with Chris Wilson back in like 2015, 2016, which was crazy to see. It wasn't a live interview or anything. It was just a whole bunch of questions that you sent his way. I was curious, just before we get into the current day Path of Exile 2 stuff, knowing what you know now, having created content for so long about, you know, builds and the general state of Path of Exile, what 1 or 2 questions would you ask Chris Wilson right now, if you could, if you had the opportunity? I know that's a pretty big ask. A lot of people are wondering.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's kind of hard. I think back in the day, because I think about the takeaways from that interview, the one thing that I remember was what he thought was dangerous at the time. And
Yep,
for him,
he
that's
was talking about
like,
defenses in danger. You're 100%. Yep.
like, scaling at the same time. I think these days, though, it's like clearly that's gone really out of hand. I think what I'm more interested in is like, what is the vision for balance? Like, how do they see skill balance in this game? How do they see balance across different classes, different senses? Because I think in a PvE game, the idea of balance is one that if you choose to engage the debate in such a way, you can't just say, hey, you know, we're fighting monsters. It's easy to beat the game whatever way, or you don't, or you experience it. So it's not relevant. Like, you know, go kick rocks. But at the same time, like, we're human. We see what's around us, and we have a comparative lens to all the builds that we're able to engage with. So then skill balance does affect, I think, how people see. I think, like, Harden loves to play melee. I love to play melee too, actually, but over and over again, it's like much weaker. Not in PoE 2, but in PoE 1. There's such a big discrepancy between like melee and non. Bone Shatter aside, so I think like even when you really want to do something, having such a big discrepancy in power and having the game feel less fun because, I mean, you have eyes, right? That can be kind of difficult. So I'm wondering what they're always feeling, how they want to tune the sliders, how much adjustment they want to do, and yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's great. I think another interesting topic to really touch on a little bit that's related to that is the entire definition of fix versus nerf. And I know that's something that you might have some disagreements with them on, because I know they just went on the pod with DM and Ghazi, and they were talking about, yeah, we fixed some builds that obviously weren't supposed to be, you know, operating as intended, but they were still very strong. You know, I think I'm thinking of cast on crit, cast on freeze, a few other things. How were those builds operating immediately after? I've seen some of the stream clips and a few extended segments. Were they, you know, busted into the ground 99% crap, as, you know, a lot of people probably saw those clips or, you know, repeated that? Or were they like mediocre, but not something that you would actually want to play at the end game? Because you want to play the most powerful stuff, right?
Yeah. Cast on crit, did you play much during like the first week? I know you were really busy at the time, but like before the first patch you get to play?
I I did,
Don't
but I
expect the next
went
round to
completely
be that
blind,
easy.
no prep. I was just going through very slow. So it took it was like games journalist level. It was that guy who released like, oh, it took me 40 hours to get through the first 3 acts. That was literally me. Extra Life. That was me, John. So I didn't get to endgame that fast, but I knew there were a lot of crazy things going on, especially with Hawk. So
Hawk was, I thought on release Hawk was balanced, like really
Okay.
well. In the most uninteresting way. It had an internal cooldown of, I think, 1.16 seconds, so the same as PoE1. I'm pretty sure that was hard coded in. So it was all about getting as much energy as you could, regardless of what it was. Post patch, they added all the power calculations and everything, right? Where like now it's like if you hit a unique monster, you get 20 times more energy. And a white monster, there's like much worse things because element threshold per monster is also really different. The multipliers for element threshold are really different for unique monsters.
yeah.
So basically what happened post patch was if you're playing cast on crit in any sort of usable way pre-patch, you couldn't do a map after. But you could one-shot a boss. Like, I have this thing right now, like a lot of builds I'm playing right now and just like testing out different interactions each day. It's the constant same problem. You can't actually kill a single white monster, but on bosses you're hitting, like I'm not exaggerating. Like I fight a white monster, I literally ripped a white monster last time on hardcore, and I could one shot every boss in the game. So it's like interesting. They still haven't really. I think that's like what their idea for Cock is. The more I hear about the nerf, it's like these meta gems are meant to be like a utility supplement that doesn't require an extra button for bosses. That's my general understanding, but I don't know what their vision is there. So, on the flip side, we just have things like cast on dodge, temporalis, which break the game entirely. But that's because it solves the one problem, which is how do you clear? Yeah.
So yeah, you bring up a good point where maybe they want people to invest greatly in a cock setup and sacrifice a lot of defensive buffs or the like with spirit. Because what's the investment in cock? I have not touched the gem at all. Is it a high investment, like 60 plus spirit or something crazy?
100. I mean, like, what's the defensive investment?
I like how I just asked casually, what's the investment on cock? I'm so stupid.
For spirit, or like, what's the defense? Like, what are our options defensively for spirit?
I'm playing
Feast, I
a
guess?
monk, so I'm playing an invoker. So I
Yeah.
basically have I have Herald of Thunder, and then the rest of
Yeah.
my auras are just defensive. So there's like the Ghost Dance one from Path of Exile
Oh, yeah,
one,
Ghost
you know,
Dance is
integrated
good,
into PoE2, and then the Wind Dancer one. So it helps me, but I know maybe at the high end that kind of takes to the wayside as you try to feed in other stuff. Like I know there's a lot of spirit-based stuff in the Invoker Ascendancy that you can sacrifice defenses for more damage and the like. So I'm assuming that's what happens, you know, as you build up those defenses in other ways.
I mean, I guess like martial is different. Martial weapon, it's really weird how they did that. Cause like Wind Dancer is nice. There's actually Wind Dancer auto bombers right now as well. That can like do stuff like that and through them out. But, or I guess it's been nerfed now. But Wind Dancer is like only.
All right, we gotta mute them for a minute. We're going for it, chat. We are going for it.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Here we go.
Feel the might of chaos. Shred. Ultimatum. Chaos, aid me.
Out of mana.
Embrace chaos. Embrace chaos. Be still. Ultimatum.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Are you not embarrassed?
God damn it, dude. Fucking had him. Is half dead. Got murdered. That's what happened.
Only martial weapon, right? So like as a caster, if you're playing like wand or scepter, like you're already limited your options. You have Grim. You don't really have Ghost because it's just not worth it, I think. And then that's it's just Grim, right? As a supplement. And 30 Spirit you can get off anywhere, especially in Trade League. It's like a Helmet Corruption or Scepter offhand is like plus almost 200 Spirit. An offhand Scepter, so it's like really ridiculous. I just don't think like I would love to have more defensive options, like we do in PoE1 for like Spirit Reservation, but we really don't.
Right. Do you think a lot of those are? I think it might be obvious that the game is unfinished, and there's a lot of stuff that are going to be coming into the game with like the Druid, the Templar. I bet they're going to bring in a bunch of defensive auras, or this is just me.
So I could, but I just spent like 60 exalts to fight him. So we're gonna try to fight a different boss instead. That I don't have to put such an investment in, but it's way harder to get to the boss. So I'm grabbing a couple of the gem things that I need to do it. It's a different boss. And it's gonna be harder. But we'll see what happens. We made 18 exalts back though. No big deal. And I got a decent amount of exalts right now. I'm at 332, I think. So it's not like we're broke.
Hoping that is the case. And if it's not the case now, I think a lot of people are playing exactly what you're saying. Like, we just want more options in the game. We don't want to be cornered into this one area that is the best for caster builds, which are... I know you said you liked melee. Are casters and, like, auto bombers your favorite? I feel like that's what you always build in Path of Exile. You make something that's super broken where you can just explode the entire screen with almost no effort by the time you start putting enough effort into the build.
Interesting, that's the perception. I think there's two components.
Hey, I see clips and I watch your videos. I don't watch the full streams. So.
No, I don't mean in terms of in terms of the builds. The first thing is that the first part is that like I think it's much easier to construct casters for the most part in like video games for the like just in general. Yeah. Like for some reason the way that spell scaling tends to go like eliminates a lot of variables, things like accuracy. QE2 has a really bad thing of. Are you playing Mace?
I'm playing Quarterstaff.
Yeah. Did you play Mace on your SF character before?
I am playing Mace on my Harper Solo Found character, yes.
Yeah. Did you try Volcanic yet?
I have not. No. I'm level 9. I'm getting there.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting there.
The Molten skill is like an abomination. Oh, I guess like Rolling Slam, things like that. They just force you to move, and those things are like an abomination. But like, there's a lot of things with attack skills I think really make it complicated. And then when you get the math of attack scaling, it's also hard to do. Whereas the tree for casters is intuitive. It's always like spell damage, crit. There's one or two mechanics you can leverage, so I think it's easier to make those builds. But I think the second component is I've been spending a lot more time on PoE2 on Bilibili, just like one of the Chinese video sites.
Oh yeah, yep.
And there's basically this conundrum. It's either you play a build that has a lot of damage, that's a stacker, and then the other solution where people are interested in content is you play a build with infinite damage, like in a literal sense, and it's not worth doing anything else. So if you haven't found a new infinite damage loop, then it's almost not worth like talking about in terms of how they scale.
Can you go into that? What's an infinite? Because I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by an infinite damage loop?
Before we were playing like, you saw the Temporalis thing. That was one example.
Yep.
The one that got popularized 2 weeks ago was there's a curse support called Burning Inscription, and it makes a burning ground. For some reason, that has a trigger rate about 5 times higher than comparable ignites. And then if you use Gemling, you can put 2 support gems in, so then you have a Burning Inscription also with a triggered curse and cast an ignite. And because it's not a skill, it's a support, it can generate energy.
Yeah.
So as long as the energy generation is greater than the cost it takes to trigger the next skill, you end up with a loop. And then if it's more on the axis, like if it's, let's say you need 100 energy and you gain 105 over the ticks, that means the damage will scale infinitely, right? Like 10 seconds in, maybe you're doing 200 damage per second, and then 30 seconds in, you're doing 40,000, and then your instance crashes if you don't do enough. Yeah.
So fascinating, man. No, that's
I
crazy.
think that's like their whole mentality, which I like. I think it's like, why settle, you know?
That's interesting. So they try to go, it's infinite damage. They're trying to scale up to the point of not crashing the instance, essentially, right?
Yeah.
That's wild. What is their, I'm curious now, if you're reading the opinions on Bilibili, are they enjoying PoE too? Is their reception similar to like the Western community, like, you know, Reddit, our Twitch communities, YouTube and the like?
I can't read Chinese, so.
Oh, you're just seeing the videos. Jeez.
Yeah.
Dang it. Now I'm curious, dude. Now I want to know, because I know they have some killer memes, as I've been seeing the past few days. People are looking at Red Note and the like. So, okay, note for later. So now I'm a little curious about the differences between Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 build creation. And I'm really focusing on builds because I feel like that is exactly your forte, man. Your channel is filled with ridiculous interactions throughout both games so far. How do you come up with these build ideas? You just sit, like you do on stream, you sit there, you test interactions right now in Path of Exile 2 because we don't have like a POB. And then with Path of Exile 1, do you just sit in POB, test a whole bunch of stuff, go into the game, try it out?
PoE2 is weird. I think like at the start of PoE2, we were thinking be normal, like as much as possible, like trying to find like generic scalars, do what you can.
Yeah.
And then as PoE2's come out, I think like there's a realization, like a great humbling, realizing that it's such a new game and rules don't apply. Most of the bug fixes to the most recent patch had to do with wording not meaning wording. Tags were missing, tags existed but weren't written, functions missing. There's still a missing tag actually that's responsible for a new infinite loop this patch that I'm gonna be playing with. So in that sense, a lot of rules don't apply, and a lot of it is just like keeping your eyes peeled and looking at what's available. So actually most of the builds I'm playing like aren't my builds. I had one build. Okay, as far as like, it's like you think of something like a bow hand of wisdom and action character that was using ball lightning. There's like elements of that which I was like the first person pioneer, like more like not maybe not pioneer, popularized, because you don't know what people are doing, right? But like the first I'm seeing it is like, yeah, like for example, Orb of Storms didn't work with Lightning Rod. A lot of people were like, Orb of Storms doesn't work with Lightning Rod, and it doesn't. For some reason, if you link chain support with it, which doesn't actually change the function, by the way, because you can already chain, it starts to work with Lightning Rod. It can trigger all the little arrows on the ground and kind of give you like, 10 times damage, let's say.
Yeah.
So some of it is like looking at something that's adjacent and asking myself like, what was their intention? What does the script say right now in terms of what that is? What is the possibility that what their intention is doesn't line up with what's on the text, and that what's on the text doesn't line up with what is actually working? In PoE1 though, it was like, I think just easier in a lot of ways, because we have such a base of knowledge. When it's all incremental, you're looking at one or two things, you find it's not about like a new class or ascendancy. It's how can we make a special interaction that no one's thought about before? What is the least used thing? I think the most recent thing that was really different that I made was Arcanist Brand with Eye of Winter.
Right.
I don't know if you're familiar with that, but basically projectiles, like Arcanist Brand had the tag that said like it's got max distance, which is not on anywhere else in the game. And because of that, Eye of Winter previously couldn't return, but if you linked it to that and then put projectile speed over 176, it could start returning And it was like things like that, right? So like looking where people aren't looking and then just trying to find that. But otherwise, like it's not like a strength, I would say. I like to make a lot of builds, but
Yeah.
my optimization is pretty weak. And efficiency-wise, it's like what I consider acceptable, but I think like the best tier of build makers are much more efficient than me in terms of how they like solve their puzzles.
You have a great memory and you can explain these pretty well. For someone like myself, I'm not a build creator. I rarely understand all the functions and everything that are going on in PoB. I just used PoB for the first time ever earlier this year. Yeah, I had never touched it before, but people were encouraging me to, and I did learn a lot of stuff there, and I started to learn how all these different tags interact with each other, and I have appreciated how in Path of Exile 2, it does seem a lot more intuitive to do these things in-game as opposed to relying on a third-party tool. Do you feel that way as they fix the game more and more and they add the proper tags and the proper descriptions and everything? Do you think people will be able to experiment in-game with the gem system and with everything available to them instead of relying on these other tools, even though of course they're going to be there for those people who want to use them?
Path of building's never been important.
Yeah?
In PoE 1, it's not important either.
Can you say that louder, Jung? Can you say it?
I mean, just think about it though, right? Like, what does it really change? Like, we all can see what 10% means, right? And PoB, the nice thing is, I was talking to, Local Identity was at the March event as well, right?
He might have been. There were so many people. I don't know.
Oh no, maybe he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Okay, well, Local Identity was, I think I guess I DM'd him a while back, and he was talking about how everything they do in PoB is not automated. Every single thing they do is manual, every calc. So, there was an issue with something a while back, I forgot, some sort of fire skill, which didn't calc correctly based on, it was this. The taming, Frostblaze of Catabasis is a cold skill. It has a dot portion that's not a spell, it's melee. But it's not an attack. And taming says increased elemental damage of attacks, something that's conditional. For some reason in PoB it interacted together. It's 50-50 whether or not it worked in game. In game we tested it, it didn't work. And then Local Identity messaged me, was like, yeah, we tested this part does work, this part doesn't, so on and so on. And then they write that into the code manually. The whole tool is just based on testing interaction, right? So, I don't like, you can kind of do everything in game. It's obviously a huge pain, but every time we want to test something really different, it's a huge pain. I'm sitting in Chimeral Wetlands every day, pulling one monster over to see like how many wither stacks is something gonna apply, right? And like, that's really frustrating. Like, they should just give us a target dummy. I don't really understand. Like, the game is new, so test things out, fix them early, get the bugs like gotten rid of, and then, but then instead of kind of obfuscating things with like, just go into combat, kind of see what happens. All that ends up with is like, I think a really big full spaghetti code for the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. So the target dummy, is that something that you're very pro for, PoE2?
What do you feel about it?
I mean, for my purposes, I don't think it would be very useful because I'm not testing a whole bunch of interactions. I don't see many cons against it though, especially since we have damage numbers in game now, and we can just go to a big stationary boss that we know is always going to be targetable, and we can go test that stuff out on them. I don't see a real con against it. I think they even said it themselves. Like, I think they were asked like, well, what's wrong with having a target dummy? And they were thinking, I don't know. I don't actually know if there's a problem with it. I wonder if it's just maybe taking people out of the fantasy of the game and just going in your hideout and testing damage. But people already do that, like you said, with a lot of extra steps. Pulling one, that sounds like hell, dude. Pulling one monster from a pack to try to test stuff out in interactions, like, that's rough.
Well, you just gotta do it. I think like, I mean, I think there's like, a lot of people think I'm really toxic, and that's not untrue. But I would say it's selective when it comes to builds. That's like one massive pet peeve. It's like, never make a statement, an objective never make a statement of fact. An objective statement of fact that is objectively untrue. I don't care if someone says I like this, or I think this is great, or I think, or like I watched some videos today that were like, and like people in maps, they say like tier 6 mapping, they have like 5k DPS. It's still interesting, it's fun to watch. But when someone says something like, this is the strongest fire skill, or this is better than this, or this works this way, that's the most annoying. This works this way and it doesn't, my god. That's why the rigor is worth it, right? Because then you can ensure that you have to stress test everything someone says. Like, every single thing. Even yesterday, I was asking about Elemental Storm. They actually added a patch on it. I'm 100% sure they changed something last night because it was added as an addendum at the bottom.
Yeah.
But Elemental Storm was generating energy. But people were saying like, oh, it doesn't. You know, it's a trigger
And now
skill.
it's not?
It's not now, but before the patch it was. Even though people thought it wasn't before the patch because of how they thought about the skill. But it was missing a tag, and it functioned differently, and it actually had cool interactions. But just like all about rigor, right? Because people will just say shit. You just need to verify everything yourself. It's like, if you don't see video of it, can you really trust it?
Yeah, you definitely put in the legwork with your builds, right? And you post them after you've done all of this research. That's essentially what it is. It's a whole bunch of testing, failing, succeeding, then you finally post the build. And you do so in a way I think that speaks to quite a few people. You're very direct with your style of delivering your builds and everything. Is that something that you've really fine-tuned over the past 3-4 years of making Path of Exile content, or is that something that you knew that you wanted to do once you jumped in and started making stuff? Like you saw, I don't know, I thought you were leaning in like laughing, but no, you were just adjusting. I was like, is that something that you saw missing from the community and you wanted to try to fill that void, or that's just your style?
When you came into PoE and started making a lot more content over the past like 2 years, I'm sure, and you can correct me if wrong, and I would prefer if you correct me if I'm inaccurate, you saw like a dearth of a certain type of content, like editorial content that focused on describing the game, thinking about the game, just more conversational, right?
Yes, yeah, I did almost no build stuff. I put out like a Chieftain Infernal Blow for Trial of the Ancestors, and I failed horribly. But yeah, just commentary and everything. That's what I stayed on.
You saw it, and then you're not thinking like, I think there's probably degrees in which you're watching on content, but a lot of it's like, this is who you are, right?
Yeah. I think that's
for me,
accurate.
and I probably had a similar experience then in, like, I guess like before Expedition, so 1.5, 2.15, that's like 3 years ago now. I like didn't really make any content or anything because I don't really care. Like I honestly didn't really think of content creator stuff until probably the past half year. I just like to share builds and share videos.
Yeah.
But at the time, I was already playing the same thing every league. It was the idea that I play softcore trade, 2 to 3 days. I like to get my head under on the first day, farm 2 or 3 more 4 days, and then stop playing the league. But I remember having this huge peeve, this two-fronted peeve. One was that I felt like people had these 30-minute videos that I was like interested in their build, and they would just start talking, and there was no substance there. And the second was that the builds were just bad, I guess. So then I wanted to just like share things to try to like raise the standard. And there's obviously, just as caveat, there's obviously gonna be things that are always gonna be better than what I do, and always gonna be like, there's always that. It's not like I think like when I'm playing best, I just think it's a certain standard that I wouldn't like reach below. Because I think it's a low floor. It's like relatively low for content. But the other side is like, during my masters, before I went into like my PhD, there was this guy called Jordan, and my roommate and I were like hanging out. We were in a seminar, and we were talking to this guy, and he was really smart for sure. He's like a prof at UFT now. Great guy, super interesting. But I remember something about how like he's like a machine, and we were kind of just like musing back and forth. We were like really high. We were talking about like how he talks, and we realized that he uses very, very few words that aren't necessary. Anytime that 4 words can become 1, it was being done. It was a very natural flow for him, and I became very admiring of that, I think.
Yeah.
But as a streamer, you know, you just fucking yap all day. It's like you're like 8 hours. Here's what you say, right? It's better to just fill the noise.
I get that too. One big one that I know a lot of people rely on all the time is like inserting that constantly into writing. And I started trying to remove that from all of my writing, all of my speech and everything, where there's a lot of cases where, you know, you don't need that word and you always add it in just for no real reason, just because, okay, other people generally use this. I've tried to do that so hard. And that's what I really appreciate about that style of video, that it is so to the point and it is showcasing the build. Because honestly, I don't think I have a low attention span. I'll sit, I'll watch a video essay, I'll listen to a long podcast, I'll be able to focus. But when consuming something like Path of Exile content, and people showcase, okay, here's the spreadsheet, here's the POV, here's all this other information, that's a 45-minute video, I'll probably dip. I will, because that's not necessarily how I play the game. Like I said, I just touched POV for the first time. I've been playing since 2019, and I didn't use POV at all. I was just playing based off vibes, and sometimes I would like pull up. I used to take screenshots of people's passive skill trees from the PoE website. Like, I remember pulling like a Mackle build one time. I'd go onto his character and I'd screenshot it, and as I league started, I'd have it up on my other monitor. I mean, ooh, those were some jank days.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I guess things change too, so it's actually better to like archive that. But
Yeah. Yeah, fun
someone asked
times.
me earlier, like, yeah, if I have any, I have no functional characters right now in softcore because every single one is a test spot right now for me. Like, because I just like scrap them all and just like play around with them. So if you're trying to copy a build of mine by like, you know, importing a character, you know you can import anyway, but if you could, it really wouldn't work for you. You would get some weird like a character I've made to do exactly 1 damage and apply like just with it. You know?
Well, when I was a complete noob, before I even touched YouTube, you would have hated me. I used to look at PoE Ninja, and I'd like show my friends those crazy DPS builds, and I'd be like, I don't understand how this is happening. How is this viable? And of course, it's someone who's just breaking the PoE Ninja system, and me, you know, little old me playing in Conquerors of the Atlas and the like, thought it was actually real. Yeah, it's not real. Yeah, I know now.
But that's why, like, I get like when grinding gear is like really reluctant, or just like not reluctant but cautious as opposed to like numbers, testing, all that stuff. Like, do they want to reduce the game down to just bare bones? Because like there is that. It's definitely fallacious to think of it that way in terms of just a snowball. That like, you know, one of, I guess, infinite regress, right? Where eventually everything's just like you're a dot, this number, you hit, you dodge. But we're so far from there. I don't think it's a legitimate risk.
Yeah.
There's people that will always think and talk that way, but as long as the game is fun to play and there's engaging elements, it's never going to be that strict down.
Well,
So you know.
I'm curious about that now. I know we focused on builds for quite a bit. The game being fun to play. Young, how are you enjoying Path of Exile 2? Is it fun?
It's so hard. Okay, it's like a solid 7.5, 8 out of 10. Right now,
Dude,
in terms of
same
pure
score.
enjoyment.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So check it out. I think if anyone says it's a 10, like they're insane. I think if anyone says it's below a 5, they just don't like ARPGs.
Havoc said it was a 10 a month ago. I was like, bro, come on, you can't say that, dude. What's going on? Come on. He loves it.
I don't know if Havoc sees like he's an opportunist, right? He's like he sees something and he sees a set of constraints and he goes, okay, this is the game, like metaphorically speaking. How do we play? I think that's cool.
Sorry for interrupting you though. The 7.5 to 8 out of 10. Go.
Why are you talking? What are your points like? What are your deductions? Because I guess there's like, or how do you think about it? I guess.
All right, so I see the game in. It's truly 2 parts, but I'm classifying it as 3 right now because all I can do is rate the game as it's currently created. We have the campaign, which I classify as Acts 1 through 3. We have Cruel, which is campaign 2.0, which is going to be removed, and that's why I kind of take it out of my rating at the end of the day. And then we have the end game. I think the current campaign, I think it's a 10 out of 10. I do. Or 9.5 out of 10. Maybe there are some minor things that can be updated in the next few months during early access, but I really enjoyed my campaign experience. I think in Cruel, game breaks down, and it turns, in my opinion, into just a speed fest. Everything's dying. Like I said, I'm not a great build creator. I was just bursting through everything. I didn't feel any challenge. I felt like I was playing a very easy game and it wasn't fighting against me at all. And then an end game, I think it goes down to like at least before this patch, 5 out of 10 maybe. Because for someone who has limited time, I had no idea when I was going to be able to fight the Arbiter of Ash. Everything was RNG based. If I die in a map, I lose everything, which really sucks because I'm going to die in a map. I'm bad. I totally accept that. And my progress just is always uncertain, and it's always just left up to the gods. Like, I felt, for the way I play, I never knew if I would actually be able to hit my goals. And my goal for early access was like killing the Arbiter. In Path of Exile 1 leagues, I may get 36 challenges, and I'm going to dip out. I'm going to do 1 build. I'm going to have fun doing it. I'm going to dip. And
36 to what?
36. I go hard. 10 p.m. to like 3 a.m. for the first 2 weeks of the league, and I get those challenges, man. And then I dip out of Path of Exile for, until the next league, essentially. And I just consume content, make content on it, whatever, and play that character a little bit. But in Path of Exile 2, at the end game, which I so much loved in Path of Exile 1, all of that is gone. So it brings down this score drastically for me to like a 7 out of 10. I think that's where I'd aim it. I don't know what your opinions are on the campaign, but I really like that playstyle. And it's so different compared to Path of Exile 1. And I'm fine with the end game eventually turning into something that's similar in terms of speed once you become a god, once you invest greatly and you ingenious your way into that situation. But I think the curve should be a lot flatter than it currently is. I feel like it's just like this if you know what you're doing. And it, like I said, when I hit Cruel, I knew what I was doing. And I just killed everything very quick. Bosses lasted like 3 seconds. And in the end game, it's very similar. Except now I'm at like I'm at the T15, T16, T17, and stuff is fighting back now. But that entire middle section felt bad.
You're playing Monk the whole way though, right?
Playing Monk, and I have a Hardcore Warrior, and I played Sorceress too, up to Act 2.5. Then I ripped on solo self-found Hardcore yesterday.
Classic. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Dude, I got one shot. It happened.
I think I've never thought about it intertemporally. Like I've thought about the components separately to some degree, as in like campaign feels different for sure.
Yeah.
I think a lot of your experience is probably to do with the build, right? Like, because Monk, well, I guess not Monk. Let's say Core Staff. I hate how much they're using like Warrior. It's like they're clearly talking spaces or Love Century or something.
100% true, but like people, if you put that like in a video, people won't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Like talking about it, people just don't get it, right? I get it. I think you get it.
I keep saying, why are you playing Stormweaver? I haven't made a Stormweaver yet, but because they keep seeing Spark on my screen, or they keep seeing Lightning Arrow, they keep seeing Stormweaver Deadeye. It's like I've not touched those sentences.
Wow.
I think Act 1 is strong.
Okay.
Act 2 is still pretty good. I think Dreadnought's a really weird and specific zone. It's one of those zones that's like a heavy stress tester for your build.
Oh, yeah.
And like I think it shows like a build balance issue. Because some builds are unaffected by the mods, and some builds are you actually can't engage with content. Mosquitoes are a huge problem. For example, they're on the ground, so anything that's ground based can't hit them, right? If you have a burning ground effect and that's your primary damage, you do no damage actually.
Does Spark hit them?
So yeah, Spark is not ground targeted, but
Oh,
then
it's
like
not. Okay. You see, simple brain. I'm thinking it's going on like the ground and everything. Okay.
yeah. No, like things like Burning Inscription, Bone Storm targets the ground, for example. Bone Storm hits the ground. That can't hit mosquitoes half the time. You have to aim it very specifically. If you name lock, it always miss. Things like that. Act 3 has even more of those problems.
Okay.
But the campaign is solid. I don't know if it's like a 10 for me. I just think that the curbing is really strange, and we started talking about balance. Right? I think like if you're on certain skills and certain builds, your experience is so drastically different than others, and I think that's like a little bit it's strange, I think, to see the difference. I've played through almost every archetype now except for Crossbow. And they just feel so different, and it's like really determined by like that. But the end game is like, we probably disagree a lot on what we find painful. Like I like the one portal stuff. The 6 portal content in softcore was really bad. Like we saw highly efficient players in softcore don't do that, but there's a misconception that they do. It's very easy for people to bandwagon on like these narratives, especially on forums like Reddit. It's like, oh, like yeah, it's like more efficient, just like dive from map and play classic. There's enough tools in the game, they don't need to do that. But I don't
I just want, I like it in some regards. I think there's there's like stacking punishments that make it feel especially bad, right? I feel like they could remove, one of the things that I hated the most, and I didn't realize this was the case, when you die in a map, you lose your boss, and it's a special encounter. Ooh, that crushed me, man, when I first realized that. I just wonder if there's a few changes they could do to bring it down while also keeping the 1 death per map, because the stakes are cool. I will not lie about that. It makes me lock in. I like being engaged, and I like there being some fear that, oh man, you could really lose something important here, aside from just experience loss, as it is in Path of Exile 1. But yeah.
Well, when you do die, don't you think it's pretty fast?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing too. Okay. That's the thing as well. So I also am a fan of that slower style of gameplay. Though I'd be even more okay with 1 portal deaths if I knew what was going to kill me, or if I felt like my death was deserved. As a monk, like you said, our gameplay experiences are very different based on the class we play. As a monk, not gonna lie, 90%, I swear I'm not exaggerating, okay? 90% on death, or the occasionally does cold explosions. Okay, I swear.
That is on death. That is like the bears are on death effects. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
I think those. You know, where in Act 2, before you enter Titan's Grotto or whatever, there's the big dudes that fall on you. There's these falling skeletons, and they have a
Goliaths,
summoner
yeah.
guy. I think that monster is really frustrating. They're really, really strong. They kill you easily. But I think that's like a good example of something that fits in a game that's like more to do with what you're describing, right? A slower paced game, you're really punished. You know that thing's gonna kill you. If you're uncareful, you're gonna die to it because like you want to brute force. But they push you and then they triple hit you if they slam you. But it feels fair the whole time, right? But incredibly punishing. Or like the gorilla for jungle. They nerfed the rule now, so it's a bit better.
Do you agree
I
with
think
those
it's
nerfs,
more
John?
Sorry?
Do you think those should have been nerfed?
The roll?
The
roll
gorilla?
Well, I mean, all the slams are still doing.
Big
It
damage.
is 3,000 on the top end right now.
Holy
3,400. So that's more than you'll have on a, like a level 95 character, right? For like unscaled.
crazy.
You're not like. So like it's still like I don't think it's like a freebie or anything.
Okay.
But I think like as long as that part of maps, like, I guess like in terms of punishment, I would just wonder if you'd necessarily feel the same way if everything was just slower and more reasonable. And our time to kill is such an important metric now. Like our time to death is so important. I think like it just feels kind of bullshitty, you know, when you step in and I've seen some insane rips in the past few days that make no sense. And they have mostly have to do with unloaded explosions, textures, and pretty much all on death. Yeah.
Let's kill or be killed right now, you know? And if that's changed a little bit, I think I would agree that I'd be fine with the one and done because I will say I've never played hardcore solo self-found, and I know that you've played a lot of that and you've done like gauntlets and everything. This is my first time playing it ever across like Path of Exile seriously. And it is a completely different experience. I feel different when I play. I feel mentally rewarded, you know, when I overcome literally a stupid ass boss like the Devourer. Man, I was so happy. And when I killed the Act boss on my Sork, you know, I was sweating. I felt like I was fighting the Maven for the first time with gear I still had from like Act 10 or something, you know, and when I first fought the Maven in Ritual League. When it came out, oh my gosh, it felt so good and it's so rewarding. So I now see why so many people really die by saying hardcore and solo self-found are just the ways to experience these types of games. I just love it. It's good.
I like having a lot of options for sure. I think like if normally when I play PoE, it's like I think my life I don't really drop too far below 5 ever. Like life is pretty nice. When I'm playing video games, probably somewhere around like a 7 or 8. But it never really peaks too high above that. But like when I was fighting Gauntlet Maven, the most recent Gauntlet, it was like absurd. What they did was I guess in terms of raw difficulty, it's probably about 4 to 8 times harder than our baseline hardcore game. And that was probably the most fun I've ever had playing the game. Like I've never felt that degree of adrenaline since I was like playing college sports. Like it was just like unreal. Like, and I wish that like they would give us opportunities to have that degree of expression in PoE because. It's like it's a mechanic that will kill you once every 2-ish seconds, 2 to 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds, and then that fight goes on for about. I think I was in there for like 12 minutes. Something
It
like
was insane, man.
like I would want to see that. Like if they can kind of have more of that. Arbiter is interesting, but it's more about like the timings are tight, but the reactions are slow, and your movement is weak. In regular combat, I don't mind the slower. For some reason, when it comes to bossing, I really like the hyper fast paced, a bit more twitch based, a bit more reactive. And a little bit more, and this might be unpopular, but a little bit more line dancing. Kind of like how MMOs, they have very like, it's a bit more pattern recognition and repetition, rehearsal. And even despite that, you see people die over and over again. But I like that. Like it allows you to have so much room for like expression and beautiful movement. And, so I'm hoping they kind of bring that in soon.
Especially if it's mixed with that vision of 1 to 3 minute long fights when you're encountering it for the first few times. I like those extended sequences. I really like the
10,
first.
You know?
Say again?
Make it 10. Make it 10
Make
minutes.
it to, hey, I totally agree with you because I feel like that is where they have peaked in this game, from my point of view at least. I think those boss fights are genuinely good. The only thing that lessens them for me is cool and killing them in 5 seconds and feeling like, wow, that sucked. And then doing it again in maps and at least tiers, honestly 1 through 15 until I start getting those boss difficulty nodes on the boss atlas, doing the same exact thing, and it's like, oh my gosh, I know this is a good fight, but I'm just destroying it. I really need to get a character that's not quarterstaff to the end game. I just need to do it.
Yeah, I mean Ben did the whole basic attack thing for a while. Mace strike.
Oh.
It's pretty strong though. It's like probably the strongest mace skill for some reason.
That is kind of wild. Was it dual wielding or like a two-hander?
Yeah, it's Titans. Yeah, it's two-hander with shield.
Hander with shield.
Like our defense are so scarce. We're like willing to sacrifice everything for more defense, right? It's kind of absurd.
Right. Okay, well maybe I'll try something similar. Maybe I'll get there on hardcore solo self-found. It's possible on a warrior of all things. It could happen. Okay, I just got to take it slow. Dude, the difference is so crazy. I played Sork to like 2.5 through halfway through Act 2.
Yeah.
Barely any problems. Warrior right now, every map is a struggle.
Interesting. I was very flipped on that. I was extremely
You were.
flipped. Yeah.
I'm in the place with all the blighted creatures, and I almost
don't see
died every pack because I'm getting the poison
I need to
flying
read
at me. Like,
blighted creatures.
what?
I don't understand what that means.
Oh,
What do you find?
they got like the poison pustules on them. It's between the forest and the graveyard. Those creatures.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those
like
guys.
Greatmoor or something, or like I guess the one, the hunting grounds, something like that.
No. Oh gosh, I can't remember. I
I
can't
don't like
remember
watch.
the name.
I don't see like what's actually happening.
Well, I can't. I know the beginning of the conversation. Grim Tangle, that area.
Oh, you're really at the start. I see.
I'm really at the start, man.
You're still some time to play, man. It's like, I think it's so much more richness, like to see this game out. Like each playthrough so far has been pretty new. I think the monster recognition side of it is gonna be big.
Yeah.
Like in PoE1, we had like 3 different, less than 5 really dangerous monster types: skeleton mages, cannibals. We used to have porcupines. They don't really exist anymore. In terms of like the core game stuff, and I think that's actually it that I can think of right now in terms of like really truly dangerous mobs you have to think about. In PvE2, it's like about half the mob types, right? Like,
Right.
there's some element of you should play better to like, other than just like hit them, walk past them character. I think like playing through, if you're on HC, pay attention to the monsters, you'll get so much value out of it, and enjoyment. Like the
I really enjoy that. So, and seeing now the difference between first playthrough versus a playthrough now, because they've done a bunch of balance with those monster types too. There were a few patch note changes that I was a little, do I want this to happen? I think one of them was the vulture demon used to leap, I think like 72 screens away and just do one caw and it would just land on you. And now I think they can only do the screen away. But I liked it when they came from freaking nowhere and I just heard the and I had to dodge. I like that.
Oh, you hear them? Okay. Because they're bugged in the terrain. You can't hit them.
Oh, they're bugged?
Like, well, I don't know if they're bugged, but you can see them kind of because the terrain, the textures are bugged. So you can see them coming, but you can't actually hit them.
Oh yeah, yep.
Like,
yeah, in
really
the spires of Deshrar map. Yeah, 100%. That's rough. Those things were terrifying to me. And then the filthy crones. That was the other one where if you played melee and you were point blank, they would vomit all over you, and it's instant death. That was super punishing, but it was telegraphed. I had to change the way I played, and it wasn't punishing at all to ranged. I'm on the train of maybe leave those crazy monsters in the game. I like those ones that I will remember. Okay, when I play through on my 20th playthrough in 2026, because I'm playing a lot, I'm gonna know. Okay, filthy crones, stay the hell away once they start to gurgle a little bit. You were done. I like that.
Yeah, those things are. I wonder about the novel too. Sometimes, like it's just. Their calculation is interesting too. The full shotgun in Act 3, if you have 0 chaos res, you get hit by the full shotgun. I think it's somewhere in the range of like 5,000. Like the numbers are really high. I ran it with a ghost. Oh no, sorry, it's about 3,000. I ran it with a ghost ride character at 50 chaos res, and I got hit for 2.5k. So it's a lot of damage. And it's like that's my hybrid defense. That seems about right.
Yes, that's why I just classified it as one shot, because it would one shot my monk almost right now.
Yeah, like I don't know how much I like punishing. I think in Diablo 3, do you play D3?
I played a little bit of D3, not a lot. No.
On release or ROS? Like
I played Reaper of Souls partway through the campaign. I actually bounced in Act 3 to Path of Exile because I was I didn't like the story of Azmodan, and I said, okay, I need something actually dark. What's a game like Diablo? Literally in 2019, Diablo-like game on Google, and Path of Exile popped up.
Damn.
I know.
Interesting. Okay, early D3, I liked their design. It's
Okay.
like the most unpopular thing ever, but
Go for it.
everything will kill you basically. But if you were like a whatever it's called, the Sork or that archetype,
Mage or Wizard? Was it
Yeah.
Wizard in D3?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Was it
Yeah.
Wizard?
They had a thing that like you couldn't be hit for more than 35% of your health, no matter what it was. And I thought about that in terms of design perspective. Like obviously it introduces huge problems, but at the same time it's like, unless there's certain abilities, should they really one-shot you? Like, should they really be one-shotting you? I get it when you get slammed by like a big thunder thing. I get it when you get hit by, but like you get hit by one detonate dead corpse and you die, or you get hit by like, yeah, a white mob doing some like the spitting thing is kind of like, that's the kind of on the fringe for like I wonder which way I would actually prefer, because I kind of agree with you. Like I like difficulty in that way, but that's kind of like like how much, right? Like can you outgear it? The opportunity to outgear, if you really work on it, for those kinds of monsters should be present. I think the opportunity to outgear something like Arbiter's one-shot abilities shouldn't exist. But they have that backwards right now.
Yeah, it's a good thought, because, man, Act 3, not being able to outgear, yeah, I think I'd agree with you. I think there's just tuning. Like maybe for if you're going through and you're just going area by area, level 20 area, you're level 20, maybe it is that one-shot capability. But if you really want to outgear it, like you're saying, it's possible. Right now, from the damage values you're talking about, it does not sound possible in the slightest.
Yeah, and gear is hard too. Like I don't know how to gear still, to be honest. Like I know
Everyone's
gear
learning, dude.
Well, there's nothing to do. Like if you're playing with lottery, right? That's like a weak part of the game for sure.
Is that
But
so?
like 8 or 7 for me, it's like there's no gearing. There's no expression of skill in terms of how you craft your items.
Which system, before we talk a little bit about Path of Exile 1, which system crafting from PoE 1 would you prefer that they drop into Path of Exile 2 relatively soon, if you had your pick of the entire
Somehow.
litter?
Like Modern Harvest, yeah.
Modern Harvest?
I think
So
like,
not
if you-
OG Harvest.
No, absolutely not. I didn't even play that league actually. I skipped Virtual.
Really? Oh, you did?
And I was just.
I didn't do
I
like
don't
the
play that much
Maven race
of that
or
league.
anything? Oh, really?
I didn't start racing until pretty late too. Like all of it is like really recent for me in terms of like really liking PoE, because I felt like it was like one of those games. The more you like it, the more you play it, the more you like it. It's just like constantly feeding its own cycle, right? Because the depth and complexity and the community with it is. People feel like a lot of the streamers and stuff are like a little bit like harsh, or like it just seems like kind of not even in that way, but it just feels like you enter the chat and your first time typing in like bench chat or like Steel Mage's chat or something, like 200 people make fun of you if you ask a question. But if you sit there for an hour, you'll learn more than you probably would have in the rest of the time you have been playing the game. And I think that cycle of like constant learning and constant being able to like get that information, everyone actually wants to like share information because it's always developing. It's made PoE really rewarding that way.
You've hit it on the head. That's why I really like Path of Exile 1, and hopefully 2. So far, yes. It's because every time I played, or every time I watched someone like a streamer, I always felt like I was learning something. And I like a game where I can invest that time into it and just constantly be rewarded year after year. It's not, I used to play a lot of Guild Wars 2, which is an MMO. Like, yeah, I'm sure you know. And I didn't feel that way at all. Even with Dota 2, I mean, kinda. But at a point, I felt like I had a pretty good handle on it. I just wasn't the best, right? I knew all the different interactions and how things operated. But with Path of Exile 1, man, I just constantly, new things happen. And it changes so often, too. That's cool.
Did you do the PvE side of Guild Wars more or PvP side?
I did both, except so no world versus world. I did quite a bit of structured PvP, and then a lot of PvE with my wife, like the raids and everything. Have you played?
Yeah, I saw the last tier. It was pretty good. I thought like the way they did the fight design. Like I didn't see like the hard mode of it or whatever, but I played during like on the launch day, and it was like, cause I have a couple friends who are like streaming like Guild Wars streamers, and they're like, the raid design is pretty strong. I think. I like
Yeah,
that's the kind of thing that I kind of like to see like in a game, like the amount of dancing and movement and the coordination, and it's like there's like 4 or 6 different patterns that might appear on one mechanic. That's sort of the decision making that I like to see when it comes to boss fights. So.
Yeah. Huge fan of the raids, especially. I really like the first 4. I think the very first one that came out, Spirit Vale.
Last boss. Here we go.
That'll always hold a special place in my heart because it was the first time that Guild Wars ever got difficult 10-man content. I remember going in there and just spending hours and hours trying to learn these mechanics and finally downing them in that game after I'd played it for like 3 years or something before with nothing like this and these characters.
Yeah. Got a weird question was entirely.
Oh no, you're totally fine, man.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah, crafty. Yeah. So I'm a little curious. We're almost at an hour. I said I'd only keep that long. Thank you so much for chatting. I really appreciate it, Chung.
Well, man, I appreciate what you're doing. Like, again, it's just huge, right? Like, I think like always having like more conversation, more discussion.
Yeah.
It lets you actually like, for me, like see what people actually think. And I think when people on stream, like you have a degree of insulation, which is both good and bad. From a, will you talk and say what you really mean? But I think when you're able to talk to people, a lot of times it opens more. It opens my eyes to at least what people really think. And I think it like. It allows me to build a bit more sympathy a lot of times for like, oh, I see why you like are choosing to take this approach to the
Alright, here goes.
builds and like gameplay and stuff, and like the content creation side is always an interesting one, right?
Yeah, it's only been positive. Like just everybody's opinions, talking to everyone. I feel I had my very first
Okay.
pod right after Path of Exile 2 came out. It was with Lighty, not Ben. But Lighty Gaming, who does like an All for One series. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the unique guy. He hated Path of Exile too. It was the craziest conversation after I'm on this high, I'm loving the game, and I've never played that much of a video game in my life in that weekend, and I was really enjoying it. Then I hopped on the pod with him, and he was like, "This is terrible. I'm gonna stop playing." And
Oh no.
like, I really enjoyed the chat. It was good. And he's playing Necro Settlers right now, which I cannot believe, but to each their own. To each their own. And speaking of that, Junk, I know you said you couldn't wait for 3.26. What do you think the future is going to be of Path of Exile 1? And I know this might be a little bit of a, I don't know, spicy or difficult question, because we know what Grinding Your Games has said. They're supporting both. But man, everybody really in the community has the sentiment, or a lot of people who are writing posts, talking, and my comments and everything. They seem very dour on the future of PoE 1. From your perspective, I mean, obviously,
Oh no.
very successful for Grinding Your Games. Do you think they're gonna go back on what they've said? Do you think they're just gonna say, okay, well, PoE 1 back for PoE 2, you're the new favorite child?
I think from a predictive lens, from the descriptive one of like what is, if I had to like make a guess, I think that like I think there's a 0% chance that Q would never get it.
Alright.
But I wouldn't be surprised if the current league duration of 3.26, whatever part 2, is going to be about a year. Because it's really clear, like, if you think just in terms of timing, like, they want to release a new PoE 2 patch for sure upcoming. The Temporal Duke issue was a big one, and a lot of the skill bound stuff is really bad right now. So they want to do that, but they don't want to set a precedent for mid-league nerfs, despite. I mean, it is what it is. But
John, you answered that so professionally earlier.
Fuck!
I mean, I like it's like I just track it since 3.14. I think in 70% of leagues I've received a mid-league nerf to something I'm playing, and a lot of times it's just something I'm playing. Like it's not like specific, like it's not like a generalized build. It's so interesting.
How does this happen?
I mean, you choose to toe the line, right? I mean, I'm not like surprised. It just is what it is. But I think that when it comes to the new update, like let's say they want to release the new patch in February, which is what I think is gonna happen, late February, where it means PoE 1's getting pushed back even more. I think from a not like I guess like from a strategic lens.
God damn it,
I
dude.
think that they should be looking to like just gauge how things are with PoE 1. Because to be honest, like no one has information on it. A lot of their numbers recently have been manipulated because of what they're doing on launch. Like they'll sponsor like crowd to play for like 20 hours something in a row, right?
Yeah.
And they'll do weird things to their numbers for concurrence and stuff. And retention is why.
It's the mechanic to beat him.
Retention is their kind of core number.
He does like a test of time where he slows you down.
Look to trim some of the stuff.
But I ran out of honor. That's why we failed.
Patch with like 1 or 2 like pieces of content. I think it's gonna be a really strong release. But it's definitely like people should not be expecting a 6-month league even. We were expecting 4. We were thinking November, right? Originally was gonna be the next league.
Yeah.
I think a year is not unreasonable. Like,
Wow.
I was really, I took the last Gauntlet really seriously because when I was talking to Alex before the Gauntlet in LA, we were like properly messed up at night. And we were like just hanging out, and I was like, dude,
Yeah.
last Gauntlet, probably this time. Like, it's probably like the last one we'll ever have. Like, if you think about it, it's like, yeah, probably the last PoE1 league. You know, it's a non-zero chance. So yeah, I'm kind of just like never take anything for granted, and because of that, I'm like, yeah, it is what it is. But I think they really should try to gauge how this will be. You know, just like run it through one more time at least.
Right.
Properly.
I think that's pretty measured, and honestly, I think you could be right because from their pre-PoE2 launch video, that night before video that they released, and they were like, "Whoa, we didn't think this was gonna happen. We're like at a million, a million units sold essentially. What? This is crazy." They literally did not, which is crazy to me, Jung. They didn't expect this, and I feel like with the concurrence that have kept up until this very day, you know, we're 200,000 plus on Steam, nothing on standalone. I play on standalone, lots of console players, all this drama, which we didn't even talk about, with the, you know, biggest exposure possible for GGG from this dude, which is going bananas on social media. I mean,
Dude, what can I just that we're here? What's your like broad overarching take on it? Like not like on the situation, but just like if someone just asks you like, hey, like, you know, because I've been getting, unfortunately, I appeared in one of the videos. Like Quinn for some reason decided that it'd be a good idea to stick my face in his video.
I'm
just
sorry,
like
bro.
nonsense piece, like a very very weird insertion of like this is what an efficient player does, and it's like shows me and then shows Ben, which is nonsense because I was like I was wearing like my like I have like a Snuggie thing, and I was like just chilling.
Oh no,
dude! Just maps.
Yeah.
But then it's prompted like a lot of people I haven't talked to in like, you know, a year, 2, 3, 4 years. Just like, yeah, I saw you in this. Like, what's going on? And like, I think it's like, how do you feel about the situation, the people involved, that sort of thing, just high level?
I feel that it's a net positive for Grinding Gear Games because it's a lot of free exposure.
Sure.
Obviously, they're also in a kind of a tough position because from my perspective, I'm not an expert on all like the TOS and everything, but obviously some rule bending is going on here, potentially. I won't say anything with assertion, but I do think there are some, I guess illegal isn't the right word, but unsavory activities going on, and I mean it really sucks that that's what type of advertisement the game is getting, but I don't know what GGG do in this situation. You know, it's like it's a no-win for them. Because honestly, the more Elon plays PoE2 or streams it on X or whatever, the more crazy drama videos Quinn puts out that are getting 800,000 views in 3 days. Like you said, people are reaching out to you haven't talked to in years. Yeah, my grandma knows about the Elon Musk PoE2 story, and she's just like on Facebook, and she doesn't understand what Twitch is, she doesn't understand what YouTube is. That's like a bad example because my grandma's never going to play Path of Exile 2, but there's a gamer out there that's like, oh wow, footage on this game that Elon's playing looks pretty damn good. I might check it out. Okay, and that's great for GGG.
Right.
So my take on it is just like, I think it's all stupid, but I think it's good for Grinding Gear Games. So I don't think they do anything about it, really. What do you think? I'm curious, because I haven't heard you talk about it.
I was just wondering what you thought. Like, not much of a political commentator, I take it.
I am not a political commentator at all. No.
He didn't give any of his
Are
POV.
you, Jung? No?
No, I've left politics.
Good. Nice. Are you in Canada? I didn't ask you. You were talking about Toronto. You are? Okay, yeah, I'm in
I used to work in Parliament, so I've like done work on a lot of sides of our government, and it's very different compared to like the things that are happening are like I'm always surprised in a very like it's almost comedic to me what happens a lot of times because
It is insane to think that the next most powerful person in the U.S. government is beefing with like Asmon about PoE2 stuff. I can't believe the timeline we're living in. Like when I saw the drama this morning on what? Yeah, I saw the DMs got leaked. And then before we got on, I was listening to the Asmon video, Asmon was messaging with him last night about PoE 2, and Asmon was saying like, bro, you know, you're flying too close to the sun with a level 97 character. LOL. Maybe you should, you know, not do that. And I guess Elon was kind of, you know, jesting with him. And then when Asmon went to bed, he debarred.
It's crazy. I mean, like, we have tons of petty things happen in PoE, but like, people for the most part, when like after taking a breath, or just like, that was fun. Like, I love that. Like, whatever fight it was, whatever drama is, like, it's all kind of just like mostly under the rug. Aside from when certain things happen, people get banned. But like, to see, like, imagine taking the next course of action in that case. You know, taking the time out of your busy day and your busy life to. I'm just trying to stay out of it, to be honest, personally, because like I'm worried. Taylor Swift came to Vancouver recently. Her concert was here. She ended her Eras tour here.
Oh, nice.
Tickets for like
Did you go?
$50,000. Absolutely not.
They were what?
Yeah, it was like somewhere in that range. So I don't know. Maybe I might be off by like $1,000, but not. By
That's still
much, you
crazy.
know?
That's crazy.
But to see like what fandoms do for celebrities is very scary. So as a content creator, even though you do a lot of show content, I would always think first about safety at a very tangible and literal level. Yeah.
You are very right, because I thought it was a very harmless tweet, you know, about this a while back before all this blew up. I didn't even tag anyone. I don't, gosh, at this point, oh yeah, I said, you know, oh, I disagree, you know, with Elon on something about PoE 2. And somebody commented on it and tagged him, and he responded in my little tweet chain. I had to private DMs that day. You know, it is crazy. Like, it's something, it's like it's a powder keg. You just can't talk about it. And then I did a brief mention on like a Newsy style video about it, like a few-minute segment, just talking about it, trying not to take too harsh of an opinion. And man, people are polarized on that topic. They are.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, and like myself included, people will hear what they want. Like, there's always what's being said, something in between, and then what people hear. And just, you know, I think if like certain people hear something, it's not worth it. You know, at the end of the day, like, we're just having a good time. It's just keep it that way. And I hope they manage things right, because if they don't, like, it's just scary, right?
It is. It is.
Cool.
Oh gosh. Well, that was pretty interesting note to end everything on, man. Now, I always ask everybody this before we close things out about PoE 2. What's the one thing that you're most looking forward to be introduced? Like class, archetype, weapon, whatever, like campaign, more endgame, I don't know.
Maybe I'm coping, but racing.
Racing.
I want to see like PoE's great competition, right? Like,
I think it would be pretty dang cool in PoE 2. Like, just what type of race? So I know you did a pretty cool. Was it 2 Voidstones race, 3 Voidstones race a while back? I thought that was pretty cool, like mid-league. What do you think would be the equivalent in Path of Exile 2?
Fight with intent.
I mean, it's always corporate run, right? So like, you think about it.
Yo, cheers, bitter.
Sponsoring an event.
Nice, dude.
Hours cost money, but also viewer attention costs something. And I think that trying to pin the exact duration for something is interesting. I think like to start out, it's gonna be a campaign.
Cheers,
race,
motherfuckers.
Or an Act 3 race, right? Like, I don't think like we're looking at Arbiter Rush or anything like that. It's nonsense. And especially since the campaign is good, like why not? The only problem right now in PoE is that RNG is like really strong. I think like a good weapon gives you somewhere between 200% or 300% of your damage. So, but I think that do you play Smash Bros?
I do. Yeah, I've played Ultimate. I've played Melee and whatever was on.
Like
Say again?
Like the documentary?
No.
They released like the Smash documentary a while back. Like not like, I think it's like Jared Smash. I forgot who did it, but it's like a family documentary of just like top players during esports at the time. And when the documentary came out, Melee's popularity like ballooned. It went from like a dying game, because it literally is so old, to still to this day one of the most popular like FGC communities. Period. Not like everyone top, but like the fact that it still exists. And I think like Riot Games, for example, technically they lose hundreds of millions of dollars in esports a year, but it's a massive marketing scheme, right? Like, they make tons on it, like, because, you know, someone watches Faker at Worlds, they log in for the first time in 3.5 years, and then they buy like 40 skins. I unfortunately know these people, and I think that ignoring that option, like, there's no downside to having, well, there are, but I think the downsides of having a competitive scene and like offering that up and like creating those opportunities for grinding gear are far outweighed by like the excitement, the stakes that can be created, the feeling of like participating in competition. Even if you don't win, even if you don't place, like there's so many people that like always talk to me after gauntlet during progression, like about their experiences, why they like to compete, their like how it kind of reconfigures their understanding of the game and allows them to experience it in different ways. And, you know, especially when old, how many more times do you have to compete? You know, it gives just the opportunity to be amazing.
The stellar sentiment, man. I'd love to if they even brought back just those really short basic races that they had way back when I was nowhere near to playing Path of Exile 1. I think I would actually participate in those and try those, even though I don't think I'd win. It'd still be a cool experience, like you say. Like, I did try the gauntlet. I got my arse kicked, but it was quite fun just participating in the community event and then watching everybody else play. If they had just those brief races, like maybe to the Crow Bell or something for a day where they ran like 10 of them consecutively, and there were even just tiny rewards, you know, or just medals or shit like that on the form. I don't know. It'd be really, really cool. I think that'd be awesome for the community. And like we've talked about a few times, our community is very large. It's very large. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty large. I think the community in Path of Exile is big. And it's vibrant. And there's a lot of different voices, and we're decently entertaining, I think. Cool, man. This has been an awesome chat. Thank you so much for sitting down, chatting with me. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about with PoE 2, or anything to say to the people watching the VOD or the live chatters?
Yeah. Patch notes just came out, right? And I think that if you stream more in these coming days, you're gonna get a lot of doomers. And for everyone that's dooming in patch notes, it's just a skill issue, right? If you see a patch note that directly affects you, just think of it as a new conceptual challenge. Just think of it as another opportunity to pivot into something else, to explore something new, to steal another Korean build. Like, it's always more fun. And I just think, don't let the doomers be too loud. I understand they're gonna be there. I understand there's a lot of caution, like, they'll be presented like, oh, like, I'm worried about this. But at the end of the day, hey, like, the more changes right now, the more fun the game will be. So yeah.
Totally.
Cheers, man. It's good talking.
I totally agree. Thanks so much, Young. I'll talk to you later, man. It's been great.
Good one. Night.
A great challenge overcome.
That was good.
A moment of respite.
Yeah, I'm getting toe up over here.
Magnificence.
Ooh, better than coin.
I shall aid you. Go with strength.
There we go. There we go. That's huge. Chalice into Hourglass or a Ritual. Either one we could do.
All in a day's work.
40% movement speed is huge. That's fucking massive. What that's good is for the boss at the end. I'll have the ability to get the fuck out of the way better. Way mo better. Look at this movement. I was only down 25 honor. It didn't even restore any. I forgot. I can't restore till we get to the boss fight. Fuck, I didn't look at the room ahead of this one. Damn it.
Out of mana. Whoa, better than coin. That was close.
I can deal with 100 damage.
Easy. A great challenge overcome. Rest a while. The choice is we will succeed.
50% more damage is nutty. 46,000. Yeah. We're gonna fucking destroy these guys. I'd be surprised if they hit us one time.
The assault. One down. That was an impressive display. Let's plan.
And do I take the more honor or do I take the being able to see an additional room? I feel like I take the room. Then I don't fucking get stuck doing a gauntlet.
Are Path of Exile 2 players gluttons for punishment?
room.
I would give anything for a sip.
Vile creature!
Well, that's one down.
Need more mana! Out of mana!
Swift magnificence.
No room.
I lost some honor that one.
A moment of respite.
Need more mana!
Bro, I have so many fucking affliction.
A great challenge overcome. I would give
Cheers, homie.
anything for a sip.
Stupid fuck!
moment of respite. Beware the scorpion's sting. Make haste. The sands fall. She's quick.
God damn it.
This was the end of the trial in my time.
We pockets are full.
I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them, if you can find them.
Fuck you, Balboa. Better have some good fucking shit for Balboa. Need to restore 1,000 honor.
Greetings. Fight with intent. Always onwards. We will succeed. You will succeed. We will succeed.
I don't have enough honor to beat this.
Oh, better than coin.
What up, Krukul? What's going on, buddy?
Simple enough.
A great challenge overcome.
Hey, chillin', man. Appreciate you lurking and working, bro.
I'll break you.
Trying to beat Trial of Chaos. The fucking motherfucker of time. That was huge. I'm addicted as fuck, bro. Hooked, bro. Hourglass into Chalice into Ritual, I think is gonna be the way. You play much of it or no? I don't know what that is. What's the Windows issue? Is it the flashy graphics? Oh, that sucks. I get that. That's smart.
Greetings. You will succeed. Onwards, always.
Let's do a whole room without getting hit. The chalice, so it's kind of gonna be pretty easy to do that.
I'll break ya. Another notch on me helmet. No mana.
A great challenge overcome.
This sucks. Getting fucked in the end. Oh, and I lost honor for that shit. What the hell? At least this restores a ton. Yeah, that put us full. Bro, I have to do a gauntlet, and this is gonna suck.
I'll break ya.
Fuck did I just do? Did I do it right? Yeah, I think so. I think we can just pass through here and leave. Oh, yeah, no, I got it. Hourglass Chalice boss. I mean, this is the best path we could have. But I only have 3,200 fucking honor. And I'm doing Hourglass, which I could get hit lots here. Yeah, see, I'm getting hit it by like random lightning and shit. Ow. Look at that. Down to fucking 2,000 honor, bro. We're fucked. Unless we have a way to restore more honor, I don't think I'm gonna pass it.
Swift magnificence.
More defenses. Whatever. I had to take on the minor boon. I just can't let him hit me so that I don't get inflicted chains.
I'll break ya. No mana.
Oh my god, this guy is strong as shit. Why is he so strong? Elemental resistance, proximity 10. Oh.
Simple enough.
That's why he was so tough. I couldn't kill him from far. What the fuck was that? Random ass shock boys just fucking me up. There we go.
A great challenge overcome.
2,800 going into the boss. I think that's around what I had last time. I'm not sure. But I have more move speed, so I hope my damage is good enough, man. Fuck.
It's about time.
This only ends one way. Rid yourself of your delusions. Rid yourself of your delusions. This only ends one way.
My negative damage afflictions are really playing a part right now on why he's taking so fucking long to do damage to.
Your fate binds you. Rid yourself of your... Wither is nothing.
Out of mana.
I just don't have enough honor, dude.
There can be no escape. You are not in control. Rid yourself of your delusions.
Need more mana.
I'm out of mana completely.
Rid yourself of your delusions. You are not in. This only ends one way. The sands of time wait for no one.
We're gonna use this time to get our mana back. He's not gonna fuck with us at all. Alright, this farthest one is the first one.
You are not in control. There can be no escape.
Need more mana.
Rid yourself
What?
of your
I just lost half of my fucking honor right there. I don't know what even. I wasn't even hit by anything. We have 300 honor left. It's over.
No mana.
You are not. There can be no escape.
Need more mana.
Rid yourself of your delusions.
Yep. It's over. That one was even worse because I had so much negative fucking damage effects to me. Fucking dumb. Yeah, I need more relics that are better. Yeah.
Another barrier.
This better be worth
Another
it.
chance.
See what I start with these ones. 4230. Like a little better.
One down. Who's next?
I just thought of something.
That was close.
Yo, Tread with the resub 22 months, bro. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that, man. I hope you're doing well, bud. Thank you, bud. Welcome back, bruh. Yo, I'm doing great. Thank you. Day off. We chilling. Pathing. We're pathing. Oh no, I'm using my common area for dump. That sucks. Still sane? Still insane.
This better be worth it.
We're gonna go in here and we're just gonna reset it by dying.
Death is different here. You will have another chance.
Now we drop one of those. We go this. I think that's probably going to be my best way I can build it. Let's see how much we get.
This better be worth it.
We had 3.2k was what we were rolling with earlier. 5.4. It's almost double. I think we beat it this time.
Stand tall. Relish your mortality. The ritual has been disrupted. Impressive endurance.
Bloody beautiful.
Relish your mortality.
I didn't even pay attention what the next one is. It's probably going to be a fucking gauntlet, I bet.
Down. All in a day's work.
Swift magnificence.
Fucking got hit doing that.
Let's plan.
That's a sick ass boon.
Onwards. Always.
All right, yeah, now we're in good shape. 6600. Gauntlet ritual. We have to do Gauntlet into Escape. Because the merchant only offering one choice bricks the run. Sorry, I'm getting better at the gauntlets. Go this way. And we're out. We the fuck out, dog. Grants a minor or a random boon. Nice. Nice. Next time I go below 30% life. We're gonna do traps. I want to be able to see.
All in a day's work.
Stand tall.
6,700 honor, so basically double what we had before. Real good.
I shall aid you.
Fuck. An additional room ahead of us would be nice, but I got an idea. Reduce prices. Puts that at 210. Can I not trade? Oh, I can't trade my shit. Okay. I wish I could trade keys for sacred water. Chalice and the hourglass lose all. Fuck it. Escape into hourglass. We'll give them a little bit more damage. Almost went the wrong way. That would have been unfortunate.
Impressive endurance.
Yo, Vasil. What up?
Greetings. Fight with intent.
All in a day's work.
Which one are you doing?
Need more mana.
Oh, crap.
Bag of bones.
Oh, yeah, I can't do that. I actually failed 3 times. And that's why we're doing this one. I failed this one multiple times too. I've been trying to get my trial done for like 2 hours. Dallas into Hourglass.
Oh, better than coin.
Did I miss one? No, trial complete.
All in a day's work.
That was close. I would give anything for a
Oh. I'm gonna have to do this one because I don't want to have no energy shield. Fuck all that shit. Like, the majority of my health is energy shield. Yeah, it would be dope if I could carry people through T10 Chaos.
Rest a while.
Unfortunately, the boss murders me. 25% more max. Nothing costs more than 210, so that's useless. We'll go with that. And we'll go with that.
May that serve you.
That's nice. It don't change the fact that I can't carry you through it. I'm not gonna, because I can't.
Good riddance. Relish your mortality.
Do I look like I want to stop what I'm doing to go die on repeat? Hell no. I'm in the middle of trying to get my fucking 4th ascendancy.
A great challenge overcome.
I'm not your dad.
Two ancient guardians await you ahead.
Give you a minute just for being weird.
Be light on your feet.
One down.
The assault.
One down.
That was an impressive display. Rest a while. The choice is made. Onwards.
I can just buy everything.
Succeed.
I don't think I need the honor though.
May that serve you.
Is that the dude from chat? Oh yeah, yeah. I was gonna say I didn't even pay attention to his name. I'm not going front. Yeah. No, it is, and he's level 93. He's just in here being weird. Let me just do one of these. I was trying to think of what I should do. I'm just gonna ignore him. If you come in here on some weird shit, like, I don't need viewers that bad. I'm just gonna fucking time you out. Ignore you if you're being weird. You're level 93. You don't need carried through that. You're calling me daddy. You're just being weird. Fucking weird. Probably makes guides. Saw a video of my guide. It probably is something like his. I've had that happen before. Just weird. Just begging it for attention. And if you would have like came in normally, we'll just fucking bullshit. If people actually need help, I'd help them. I just know someone coming in here actually needing help isn't gonna start with, you look strong, Papa. I could literally tell it was a troll from the first message. Motherfuckers don't know, we used to stream Ark Survival Evolved. I feel like the trolls have devolved since then.
No room.
Shot knows. Shot knows. I've dealt with like, I mean, at one point in time, we had mad people chilling in chat on YouTube. Like YouTube, I actually had viewers. And motherfuckers would come in just talking shit all day, bro. I'm not sure if you watch the YouTube shit too. I don't remember how far you go back, but yeah. The YouTube shit. Like, if someone's gonna say it to me, I probably already heard a way fucking funnier version of it. Something that like actually made me laugh because it was like actually I don't know, like creative. I don't want to do a gauntlet on wave 3. That kind of sucks. It looks like I'm gonna have to do one though, unless I do ritual. No, I would have to. Ritual into chalice into escape. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, exactly. Man, DayZ popped off when I had that server, dude. It's kind of funny because like I forget about that whole like period of time for a little bit, but like we went hard on DayZ. I ran a server on PlayStation, and at one point my server, you wouldn't be able to get in unless I would restart it. Like I would have to restart the server for me and my homies to be able to play the game, just because so many people would join the server. And it was so fucking fun, dude. Like, I would just run down the beach, grab cans, and fist fight people. That was like my go-to.
Gotta stay quick on my feet.
Yeah, then the cars would just wreck and we'd die, and then everybody was split up, and it would take a couple more hours just to get everybody back together. Fuck. Remember the fucking bush, bro? That was in the road. There's a literal fucking bush in the road. It was the smallest fucking little twig thing with leaves coming off of it you would ever see in your life. And it totaled our car until killed 2 of us. I remember that like so fucking vividly. There's this one goddamn bro, we spent so long getting everything together. Legit like too. Remember we had people on the server that were playing not legit. They were duping like crazy. I remember someone came and brought us like a tent that was like full of tents and shit. It was like insane. But we were all playing legit as fuck.
Stand tall.
Yeah, it was a good game. That was a good time. Bro, these traps are so fast. I had to just like take some damage. Bro, this is no way. I'm dead. This is run ending right here. No? Bro, how the fuck did I just do that? I feel like a fucking god running through that shit like that. Holy shit.
Onwards. Always onwards. This will help.
Oh my god.
The ritual has been disrupted. moment of respite. Beware the scorpion's sting. This was the end of the trial of my time. But I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them, if you can find them. I shall aid you. Onwards. Fight with intent. Onwards. Always. Onwards. This will help. We will succeed.
My list of boons is fucking crazy right now. Oh yeah, the roof base. That shit was dope. The run is so bricked. It's so bricked. I'm gonna be real. The seeing a room less doesn't even matter anymore because I can't tell what anything is anyway.
Stand tall.
Bag of bones.
Yeah. It's difficult. So that's what'll make you not like it, is that it's hard. I mean, look at this shit. I'm fucked.
I shall aid you. with intent. The choice is made. May that serve you.
Bro, am I just getting gauntlet after gauntlet? What the fuck?
Relish your mortality.
Simple enough.
Swift magnificence. I shall aid you. May the winds grace. This will help. Use that well.
Bloody beautiful.
We still have double our honor from before. When we last tried them, we were going at them with like 3k honor. We had 3250, I think 3256 max was our honor before.
That's one down.
A great
But if we lose any more, it's gonna start being close to what we had before, and it's not good. The pledge. Ritual, nice. I lost it.
Relish your mortality.
I had movement speed. Apparently that's a minor boon. I thought it was a major boon, or a regular boon, so I didn't think I'd lose it, but I lost it. Yeah. That might have fucked me. Especially because I have a gauntlet to do right now. Yeah. 4,600 is my current shit. That's not good. It definitely messed me up a lot, yeah. Oh god. What the fuck?
Is different here. You will have another chance.
A floor before the end. I like how I randomly died.
Another barrier.
This better be
Another
worth
chance.
What the fuck? God damn, that was loud as hell.
All in a day's work.
Swift magnificence.
I don't know. If he takes longer than I take to empty my stash, I'm just gonna leave party and get back to what I was doing.
I will tell your tale.
Yeah, he's got as long as it takes me to empty my stash.
I got a different idea.
What you learn?
Speak up.
Oh, I've got a couple of quad tabs.
Do not wander.
Greetings. Go.
What? I will tell your tale.
He just realized he's been going to Cruel the whole time. What did I do with those boots? Did I just sell those boots?
Young one.
Where are they? Oh, there they are.
Quickly. Go.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming.
This better be worth it.
That motherfucker already sold it, I'm sure. I'm just looking up Ingenuity belts. How much was yours and what percent was it? Yeah, I want to buy one, but I can't get that high. Let's see what. I think I only have like 3 divs worth. Trying to buy it. Let's see. What are divs going for right now? $150, dude? What the fuck happened? They're spiking up. Yo, cheers, mister. Yeah, as the day goes on, they go up in price, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. The price on them just went up like 3 divs. Like, everybody at the lowest end are just like slowly climbing their price up. I got mine at 2. Oof. 4K damage. I got a 43% ingenuity for 2 divines. I fucking sniped that shit. Did I underprice this? Hypnotic Bliss. Yeah, I think I did. Four divines minimum. Yeah, 4 divines. We're gonna put ours for 3. I just got 3 divs for that fucking jewel, dude. I got 1 more div that I spent on my fucking belt. Let's go. Yo! Let's fucking go. That's why I'm so glad I downloaded the shit, the price check. Cause if I get spammed shit like that, I just check it real quick and I'm like, oh shit, my bad, I posted the wrong price. If it's like crazy like that. Like I posted mine for 80 exalts. The lowest price one was 4 divines. It's through Overwolf. It was built for a, here it is. It was built for a crossbow build. 20% reload speed, 15% projectile damage, 16% increased damage with bows, and 3% increased attack speed. I put it on, and I replaced this jewel with it, and it did less damage. It dropped me down 100 damage. And this one, I mean, this one's not even worth much, I'm sure. We'll get rid of the blind because nobody cares. Or actually, we'll get rid of the poison duration. Nobody cares about that. All right, no one cares about the blind either. Okay, there's just no results for mine. All right, maybe my jewel's badass. I don't fucking know. I don't think it is. Oh wait, was this the one that I was trying to replace with it? This was worth 69 exalts? Holy shit. Yeah, I literally posted that one for 80 exalts, got spammed, and got like 2 or 3 people messaged me. So I was like, oh shit, that's obviously worth more than that because I only just posted it. He asked what I was going to repost it for. I told him 3 divs to cut the cheapest one. And he just invited me. Bro was just like, yo, I want it. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so like I could turn around, repost my belt for like 3 divines, sell it for the 3 divines, and then spend 6 divines getting a really good one. Well, not really good one, but a much better one than I have. Hyper Light Breaker? No. I don't even know what that is.
Gotta stay quick on my feet. Go on.
Oh, nice. I've never seen anything about it, honestly. Fucking attribute requirements.
Go on. Yes. I'll be here. Waiting.
This is the future. Evolution. This is the future.
Yes. Time is not on our side.
Evolution.
What the fuck?
This is the future. Human error. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution.
We'll put it up for 10, see what happens. Eh, 15. So we're working on it. We're going back right now to try again. So we changed our items that we're using on it. Oh shit. I guess I already started it.
This better be worth it.
Fuck. Okay. I've changed my belt. Now our belt gives us 43% bonuses from our rings. Our rings give us tons of damage and stats. We're down to 5k honor is what we have. That's pretty much as I can get to. Fuck, I took... Oh my god. Burning. While running these, though, we found a jewel, and I just sold the jewel for 30, or for 3 divines, so us running this has been beneficial regardless. Cheers, chat. Yo, cheers, Papa. Nugs, what's good?
I would give anything for a sip. Good riddance.
All right, what sort of fucking pledges they trying to give us? I don't want none of that. Go ahead, give me Enfeeble. I don't even care that it's a gauntlet. I can handle regular gauntlets now. I'm a lot better at them. Still token and playing Stalker 2? Hell yeah, bro. Time to fuck this boss up.
Fight with intent. You will may that serve you.
First floor done. All right, 3 more to go. Merchant, shrine. Escape into Hourglass sounds good.
endurance.
All right. We're cruising. We've lost a bit of honor, though.
Greetings. We will succeed.
Burdens with an affliction.
Ritual has been disrupted.
Nice. Oh, that capped us off. Let's go. I'll deal with binding chains. Fuck them. I didn't check the next room. I fucked up on that. I gotta make sure I'm paying attention to what the next room's gonna be. We might have to deal with some sort of affliction because of that. Hopefully not.
One down. Who's next? Horrid insect.
I would give anything for a sip. Ritual has been disrupted. Relish your mortality.
Oh. That sucks. We gotta sack our sacred water to fucking not lose our energy shield. We lose our energy shield, we're pretty boned.
What up, OG?
Yeah, what up, motherfucker? What's good?
Finally got the Titan's blood on me.
Nice.
It does make a difference with the shield.
I told you that, pimp. Oh, did you get the strength armor?
Yup.
The one that gives you 30% increased strength?
Is it? Oh no, my.
There's a unique strength armor that gives you 30% increased strength. That you gotta sack a little bit of dex and intelligence for it. But 30% increased strength is so much strength, dude.
I think I've seen it. I don't have the intelligence, but I have enough strength for the hammer, so that's all I need.
Oh, okay. Word. Yeah, no, you don't need intelligence or dex for your build, do you?
Nope.
Yeah, so that unique armor is insane. Lose all sacred water on for completion. That fucking kills me, bro. Sacred water is so important. I'm trying to do the Trial of Sekima for my 4th ascendancy on my ranger. I just got the Ingenuity belt, which was 2 divines. But while running this, I found a jewel. I posted it for 80 exalts, got 2 messages, looked it up. cheapest one was 4 divines. The guy that messaged me, I messaged him back. I'm like, sorry, yo, I didn't mean to post it so low. He's like, what are you posting it for? I said, 3 divines so that I undercut the lowest price one. And he's like, he just invited me. And I just sold it to him. Fuck yeah. Take that. I ended up getting the Overwolf price checker because I use Overwolf for Warcraft. I figured I already have it downloaded and shit. It doesn't really matter at that point, you know?
It's a good Overwolf.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just hit Alt-E on a item, and then I pick what mods on the item I want to look up, like based on, and it'll find anything that's in the range of that price. Or anything with the same mods, and it lists the prices from lowest to highest. It's been working out good for me. Yeah, I mean, I was literally able to look it up and message him back within 30 seconds, so it didn't seem like I'm scrambling to try to figure out how to overprice them or rip the guy off. But it's dope because I bought the Ingenuity belt for 2, and then I got 3 Exalted or 3 Divines right after. Hell yeah, I'm on the boss floor. I took a pledge that I can't restore honor until I kill a boss. But I gained 25% increased maximum honor. So basically, I only have to finish this floor before I can gain more honor. Yo, Metal. Much love, bro. Happy Monday to you as well, my guy. Oh, that was burning down my honor a little bit. Didn't realize. Hell yeah. Cheers, motherfucker.
I shall aid you.
Okay. How do you price check? Settings.
So you'll want to, once you download it and install it, you'll want to reload PoE. 12-hour shifts do suck, bro. I'm sorry to hear you're in that shit. Fuck. Bro, all these choices are so bad.
Oh, nice. Alt-E, and then I just select what I want to search, and boom. Right?
Yup. It's nice.
Okay, bro, fine.
Nice.
So I can see if I'm pricing my shit correctly.
Yeah, I actually I did yesterday a thing where all of my sales tabs, I lowered the price a little bit and then lowered the price a little bit like a few hours later. until they were all at one exalt. When they were at one exalt, I just salvaged everything I had that didn't sell. And I got so much like currency for doing that. And also like my whole stash is like nice. And I'm only selling stuff that's like worth like, you know, shit now. As I'm starting to learn like how stats are, it's like I know what to sell now. Throw a gauntlet into a oh my god. Why? Okay, I guess I could do a chalice into a gauntlet into a chalice. Alright, yeah, and we just need to try to be as mindful of sacred water as possible since there's a merchant.
Who's next?
Fuck. I have no mini-map now. Literally running around blind. Give me some honor back. Alright, a gauntlet. Alright, this is one of the pad gauntlets, I think. Also. Yes. I have no fucking clue where to go. Except if I just like, you know, make it up as like, oh! Ah! Ah! We're good. I told you I'm getting really good at these gauntlets, honestly. I feel like the gauntlet is like what I'm actually the best at now. Here's homie. Okay, so we'll get 333 honor when we get to the next boss.
One down. Who's next?
A great challenge overcome.
I keep hitting tab like I'm gonna be able to see where I'm going. Fucking dumb. Have something good for me. Come on. 25% more maximum honor. That's probably the best one. Ooh. Gauntlet for
The ritual has been disrupted.
I don't want to do back-to-back gauntlets. I feel like that's stupid. Yeah, we're gonna chalice hourglass. We'll lose a little bit, but it's alright.
That's one down.
I think it'll be fine.
How do you show things to people? Shift what?
Control Alt click.
Okay, control click, got it.
Missed one. Wait, what do you mean? It's not over. Now it's over.
Nice.
Dummy. Little hourglass action, you know what I'm saying?
Out of mana. Another notch on the helmet. Royal creature.
Swift magnificence. I shall aid you. You will succeed. Beware the scorpion sting. Be ready. challenge them if you can find them. Greetings.
Hmm.
You will succeed. This will help. Use
I
that
figured.
well.
Nice. Bag of bones. Another notch on me helmet.
A great challenge overcome.
Here's chat. This is huge. We're almost max honor. What boon did we get? Restore honor when we venerate. I don't know what the fuck that says. What I We just lost like 25% of our honor. Straight up brick the run. Possibly. We lost 3k honor. We lost so much honor, it's crazy.
Need more mana.
Why did that happen?
Stay dead.
Not even sure what happened there. What do we get? 50% reduced effect of your non-unique. Oh, God. Forgotten traditions. That's what it is. What a fucking run brick. Oh, fuck. We need to hope that that can get taken off. We could find a way to remove that shit.
A great challenge overcome.
No fucking mini map. Nothing. We just have to fucking game, chat. No honor restored. Okay, okay, okay. Easy. I took so much damage right there. What the fuck? Bro hit me for 1,000,000 damage. Oof. Okay. That key. Chalice. Words of Shrine. Bucket. I mean,
I'll break you. One down. Who's next?
A great challenge overcome.
when you see the little X below my character, that's because instinctually I'm spamming tab trying to figure out where the fuck I need to go. Because no matter how many times I think about the fact that I cannot use my map, it will not get through my head. And I will continue to spam it. It's terrible. Trying a new strategy with this one. Oh god. What the fuck was that shit? Bro. I had to eliminate that guy. He took away like half my... Oh my god, dude. I'm so screwed.
Simple enough.
We're running this again.
That was close.
Oh,
I shall aid
fuck. God. What the fuck?
go with strength. Onwards, always. I will do my
Aye, aye, aye.
succeed.
No, we won't. Don't lie to yourself. What's this affliction? Chains on hit. Lose all sacred water on floor completion. Nice. Monsters take 5%. Okay, monsters deal 30% more damage. Okay. Dude, I just lost a ton of honor. Where did it go? Why?
Misery.
Aye.
Simple enough.
Hey, at least we're getting currency and shit from the shit we're killing.
A great challenge overcome.
We're gonna beat it at some point. Might not be today. I'll fucking run out of shit trying to beat it. Well, it gave me a little bit of my honor back. We got 4K honor.
I have seen how this ends.
Only slightly more than we've had coming in here before.
It's about time.
There can be no escape. Your fate finds you.
Ow. That took, oh my god, that took so much honor.
Rid yourself of your delusions.
Need more mana.
You are not in control. There can be no escape.
You're not
The sands
either.
of time wait
600. Yeah, it's over. It's over.
You are not in control. There can be no escape. This only ends one way. Your fate binds you.
Oh, I'm stuck. No honor. Dead. I think this is as juiced as I'm gonna be able to make it. Let me stash this shit. The dump tab. And we go again. Chat, we go again.
This better be worth it.
Jing, what are you running? Did you leave? Oh, Jing dipped out. He said, fuck you, bro. We lost honor. We got less honor than we had before. Oh, no. God damn it. Oh my god. We'll do a trial of chaos next. See if I can get to the boss there. Nice. Bro got the plug in and said, fuck this shit, I'm out. Oh, he got off the game and everything. What, he go get food? He probably went to eat.
One down. Who's next?
That was close.
Fuck it. Fucking, we're letting Jeebus take the wheel this time, chat. I took one that said you're not always in the room you pick.
Let's plan. Fight with intent. Use that well. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself. Beware of the burst.
Nice!
Let's plan. You will succeed. We will succeed.
Ow. What the fuck? God damn it. Is it just chest? Nope, it's a lever too. Nice. Okay. So I could just roll through this. Ah! I rolled into that one. A little bit of a misplay. Wait. There's no lever? What? Aww. Shush. That was close. Second misplay. Oh God. Stop, drop, and roll, motherfucker. God damn it. My roll was too early, that one. Wait, what the? Gotta go that way. Ow. I understand why making your roll distance longer, like just by a little bit, is insane difference because most of the traps are set to like your roll distance. At least it just seems like that, at least. I don't like none of these. Increase the merchant prices. Fucking goddamn price gouging me.
Good riddance.
One down. Who's next? Bloody beautiful.
We're gonna beat this, chat. It might take a while. Might take all fucking day. I'm gonna keep doing it, and I'm gonna get it at some point. God damn it, Babala. I can't afford nothing. Use what well? Motherfucker. Oh no. Clicked the wrong one. Oh, but we got an emerald. I'll take that.
Disrupted. A moment of respite.
We just lost. I have no evasion. Fuck it. We are so fucked.
Impressive endurance.
This is only the second floor, dude. This is so bad.
Good riddance. Impressive endurance. I shall aid you. May that serve you. Two ancient guardians await you ahead. Be light on your feet. It's gaining strength. That was an impressive display.
What's the pledge looking like? Yo, what up? There is.
Cheers,
Hey,
motherfuckers.
nice, dude. Cheers, bro. What do we get? Oh, that's terrible. Brick the run. Straight up. How the hell am I gonna beat the last boss with this movement speed?
Rest a while. May that serve you.
Break ya.
Impressive endurance.
It was cold today.
Let's plan.
Can't afford nothing.
Misery. One down. Who's next?
I've been inside all day, so I don't even know.
That was
Bloody
close.
beautiful. My pockets are full.
What have you learned?
This better be worth it.
Beware the scorpion sting.
He killed me. Like that. Wow. We died so bad because we had no defenses. We had no evasion, no armor. I just thought of that.
Stand tall. Good riddance.
Nice.
All right. We're cruising through the first floor. We've only got one affliction so far, so that's good. But it being that traps are faster is fucking terrible.
Impressive endurance. A great challenge overcome. formidable. Steel yourself. Beware of the burst. Rest a while. We will succeed.
Fucking almost an entire a quad tab of loot from just running this same thing.
Ooh, better than coin. Easy.
A great challenge overcome.
Bag of bones. No mana.
That was close. A moment.
Simple enough. Ooh, nice. Wild creature.
A great challenge overcome.
Cheers, chat.
A moment of rest.
God damn it. Hell yeah. Bro, I don't see it. Ow. Dead. There was too much buff in the traps. Alright, we're gonna go run some maps. And take a little break from it. I've been running that for like 5 hours. Holy shit. Maybe not that long, but long as fuck. God damn. I thought I was gonna beat it, chat. Let's see if we can beat the Trial of Chaos after we sort out our stash, because our stash is full.
How can I? Can't always get it right.
What have you learned?
Care for a story? Stay in sight.
I need to order something to eat. Motherfucker hungry.
Of course. Hello. I'll be here. Waiting.
What to order? Yo, Pollo Tropical got the buy one get one free on the Chop bowl. That thing's fire. I'll eat one and throw one in the fridge.
Go.
All right, that's enough shit music. Okay. That's all we can listen to. Let the damn station.
So that you don't have to. But now I get asked all the time, is the buy-in worth it? Is this game worth it? Am I getting FOMO by not buying in now? In this video, I'm going to go over the pros and the cons in my opinion of the game thus far. But before we get started, I stream on YouTube and Twitch, so mash that subscribe button and let me know what you think in the comments down below. Let's get started. So while this can be perceived as a con to many, in my opinion, this is a pro. But so far, the game has a very old school MMORPG feel to it. And what I mean by that is things take significantly longer to do compared to most of your modern day games. Currently in the game, there's no fast travel. Flying mounts are limited to maybe 2 to 4 people on the server. The leveling experience can take you hours, if not days, depending on the skill level of your group. But things take a lot longer. You spend a lot more time in-game trying to accomplish the things that you're trying to do. In most modern-day MMORPGs, your hand is held somewhat. In my opinion, thus far, it's made the things that I'm trying to accomplish a lot more worth it because it takes a lot longer to accomplish. Additionally, each level, to me, it feels like it's earned versus given. Things take a lot longer to do, which I don't think is going to sit right with a lot of people, but for me, it's right up my alley. That brings me to my next point. The game is unfinished. Every single time that I log in, I deal with some sort of a bug that affects my gameplay. Whether it be a chat or party chat UI bug, whether it be just a party UI bug in general, whether it's a mob aggroing in a weird way that wipes the party. If it's not that, it's some sort of item selling bug in my inventory. A bug where I can't even loot my enemies correctly. So even though these situations are increasingly frustrating, because I understand that I am a tester, I am okay with this, and I still have a positive outlook for the game. My next point is, sure, the sticker price at $110 is a pretty big price, sure. But what you may not know is that the $110 buy-in includes every single wave alpha release, every single beta release, 1 month of game time when the game comes out, and 15 in-game embers, which is a marketplace in-game currency for cosmetics or something. So, sure, the sticker price is pretty high, but it gives you access for the entire development of the game thus far, the entire development of the game in the
Since the announcement of Matrix 5, we've made many videos discussing new theories about what could happen in the next installment, from Neo becoming the architect to Smith becoming a hero. So in this video, we've gathered up 5 of the most interesting theories regarding
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that.
What can I do for you? I'll be here, waiting.
All right, let's try 10 wave trial second. Not second. Chaos. Bro, I'm running out of these.
Don't try to out-deep voice me.
Okay.
So, how deep can you take your voice?
Probably
Chaos. Like below audio frequency levels?
I don't know if it's that deep.
Let me see, I haven't done this in a while.
Okay.
I'm Morpheus.
No. I'm Morpheus.
Why can't I be Morpheus?
Because you're not.
You're making a
Because
fool
I am.
of me.
This
Coagulated
is Star
masses
Talk.
befall you.
Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. And today, we are joining a one-on-one exclusive
Challenger?
conversation with someone whom I'm proud to call Lawrence Fishburne. Lawrence.
Neil. How are you, man?
Welcome.
Thank
to
you.
Star
This
Talk.
is so great. Thank you for having me,
Oh
man.
my God.
I'm so excited to be here.
Is it your first time back at the Hayden Planetarium?
I haven't been to the Hayden Planetarium since I was a boy, probably.
Oh my gosh.
Walked by many times, but
Yeah, because when I was a boy, I came by and it was like, I'm doing this for life.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
I wanted to live here too, but I wasn't that good in science. I liked it, but I wasn't that good.
Wait a minute, you told me your mama taught science.
My mama was a science teacher. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so then
yeah.
how'd that square out?
Well, I found this other little thing that I was good at.
Oh, this little thing.
You know, that little acting
This
thing,
little
the little
acting-
play acting
little
thing. And it kind of worked out for me, so.
You know, kind of worked out.
Kind of worked out,
Let's
yeah.
protect them. So I just look at your catalog.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's not just deep, but it's broad. And I'm looking at it and I'm saying, if I were an actor, that's kind of how I'd want to be.
Oh.
Because as an actor, you act this way and act that way and act this other way.
Yeah.
And if you're always doing the same thing, that's not acting.
It's not as much fun. I mean, it's fun for some people. Some people, like, they do the thing, they find the thing. It works for them,
find
they
the
do
niche.
that.
Yeah.
It's cool. For me, I'm a kind of a curious person.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in stuff that I don't know.
Oh,
Think
okay.
about stuff that I don't know. So.
By the way, that curiosity most of us lose in childhood. And as an adult, you get comfortable.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But as an actor, it's good to have that kind of curiosity because you never know what kind of part you're going to play if you're looking for something different every time, like I am.
Plus, you want people to, if you're not always in control of what role
Right.
is offered.
Exactly.
And you want to at least give the options.
Yes,
To
yes.
those.
And you want to keep learning. I mean, I want to keep learning. So my curiosity has just drove me to
I'm just looking at this.
do
You,
it.
how many people know you were in Apocalypse Now?
A few people.
Okay.
I'd say a few people. do.
Okay. You had a bit role in Apocalypse Now.
I was one of the 4 guys on a boat heading upriver with Martin Sheen to go and assassinate Marlon Brando's character.
Right. You were one of the young.
I was a young sailor on the boat.
Sailor on the boat.
Yeah.
And I remember you. I don't know if you confided in me.
Yeah.
A little late now. That you were like underage at the time. How old
Yeah,
were you?
so I auditioned for the movie. I was 14 years old. I got the part. They asked me how old I was in the interview. I lied and said I was 16. They knew that I was lying, but they just hired me anyway. It wasn't like my lie convinced them to hire me. It wasn't that. You know, a lot of guys, if you go back and you see these documentaries about World War I, you discover that there were many boys, 16, 17,
Don't give up so early.
who enlisted,
Infected
who lied about
press.
their age, and they were conscripted anyway, and they went
So
to
they
war.
could fight.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were 14, lied and told them you were 16,
Mhm.
and you were playing an 18-year-old.
And I was playing a 17-year-old.
17-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apocalypse Now,
and-
1976,
No,
1977.
And, you know, Boys in the Hood, John
Yes.
Wick.
John
oh my
Wick.
gosh.
Yeah.
That's just fun, mindless entertainment.
Right, yeah, yeah.
John Wick.
Yeah, style above content. Fighting,
Yeah, you know, I love
fighting.
me some good fighting,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, it's all good.
And, you know, even I've forgotten doing Blackish.
Blackish,
God.
yep, as the grandfather,
The
as
grandpa-
Pops.
the- yeah, the grumpy grandpa.
Yeah, grumpy grandfather, Pops. That was fun.
Yeah.
CSI, where I played a scientist.
Yes!
Television, Pee Wee's Playhouse. I played the cowboy, Cowboy Curtis. Yeah, yeah.
Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Yeah, Pee Wee's Playhouse. Yeah.
Man.
Good fun.
So what I thought was broad and diverse.
Fucking Morpheus was on Pee Wee's Playhouse, bro. That's actually wild to think about.
First wasn't even the full story.
Not quite.
Okay.
No, no.
All right. So you played a scientist on CSI. Were you the guy in the morgue?
No, I was not the guy in the morgue. I basically replaced William Peterson. When William Peterson, who was the bug man, left, my guy came in. I was a guy named Ray Langston, who was a pathologist.
So which CSI was this in the pantheon of CSIs?
It was in the original CSI, which took place in Vegas.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the
Season
way,
9, 10, and 11.
You must know CSI ended up, it became so successful as a force of attraction for people who might want to become scientists.
I didn't know that.
Yes. And at least anecdotally, there were chemistry professors say, why are all these women now in the class that weren't
normally
and
attend
oh,
that.
I saw scientists on CSI. Because there were real people portrayed
Right.
with real social lives, personal
Yes,
lives.
exactly.
They were not just the
They weren't
scientists
just
in the
nerds
lab,
and brainiacs.
the nerd lab
No.
scientists that will give me the answer and let's have the real people move on.
Right. They made science sexy.
They were the real people.
Yeah.
And CSI created a museum exhibit that
I
traveled.
know. That's right. They did.
Yes.
They did. It made science sexy.
Yes.
It was the way they shot it. And what I used to always tell people about the show was, they were like, "Oh, you're the star of
is
the
just
show."
a
I was like, "No,
warm-up.
I'm not the star of the show. I'm like, the crime that they're solving with the
Frailty
scientific
races
method
through your bones.
is the star of the
Yes,
show."
there it is.
That's the star of the show.
Science reigns supreme.
Absolutely.
In every
Every episode.
Every
Yep.
episode. So, was that your only time a scientist?
No, my other time as a scientist was in a film called Contagion that came out in 2009. I played the head
How
of
did
the
I miss
director
that
of the
one?
CDC.
Nice.
So it was all about, tracking down potential pandemics that were going to happen. And we had a guy who recently passed on, a guy named Elliot, who was the head of the CDC, and that was his job. And every day he'd be on the set. He'd be like, "Look at this. Look what we're tracking in Bolivia. Look at what we're tracking."
As an advisor.
Yeah.
Yes,
He
yes.
would be like, "We're tracking this
Yes.
in this country. We're tracking this disease in this country." And it was fascinating. And then, of course, when COVID happened, it was like
There it is.
it was like they had lifted everything from the movie, and it was actually happening in real life.
I visited the CDC for my very first time just
Understandable.
a couple of months
If
ago.
you're a
Oh,
little
wow.
And they
tired,
took me deep
but
into
trial
the
yet
into
to continue.
well,
And
basically
drought for the
like
thirsty.
the
The
situation.
vault.
What? No, I saw this vial of Legionnaire's disease
Okay.
fluid.
Breathe.
It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
it's like
man.
this is their what they study this. And so
Yes.
I went into the room, and as an astro person, the only analog I have to this is Mission Control. Okay, all these desks in arcs and a huge wall, and it's a screen of the world.
Right.
And at every country, there's data.
There's data
coming in.
yeah.
What disease is there? What's getting tracked? How many people have the disease? How many people died from the
And
disease?
potentially what it will do if it gets out.
All of this is there.
Yes. But thank God for them.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank
no,
goodness that they exist, that
And their
organizations
hearts
like
in
that
it. This
exist.
is
And
they
yes,
they
and
care.
they care.
They care.
Yeah.
So, scientist twice.
Two
Okay, let me say I'm a
scientists.
little disappointed given how many movies you've made. Okay, you got to come through for me
But I've
now.
done a lot of science fiction, though.
Oh yes! Oh
mean,
my gosh!
I did a little.
I looked at the list, and I'm embarrassed to say, I've seen like only I got to go on a
You gotta have a Fishburne night.
binge.
You gotta have a Fishburne night. Where
yeah,
you you get the movies, you line them up.
I'm gonna do a Fishburne
You
binge.
get your menu, you line up your menu.
We gotta do
You
a
know.
Fishburne binge.
Yeah.
here. And The Signal.
The Signal.
The
Yes,
Signal.
2017.
Okay.
Mhm. That's was a great. I played not quite a scientist in that, but a guy in a hazmat suit.
Okay.
So it kind of qualifies.
Event Horizon.
Event Horizon, Search and
Passengers,
Rescue, Passengers,
Contagion. The Colony.
The Colony.
Oh man.
Ooh.
Predators. What was that?
Predators was part of the Predator franchise.
Okay.
So it was
That was a Predator 3,
No,
wasn't it?
it was like 4 or something. Basically, the premise was the Predator collected a group of really, really bad human beings and dropped them on this planet, which is basically the Predator's hunting ground. So it's like convict.
So they
and a serial
selected them to
killer.
be bad already.
They just selected them.
None
to
of
be
us
bad.
would miss them, I guess.
Exactly, and
Okay.
this is where the Predators go to practice their hunting. It was Adrian Brody, myself, Mahershala Ali, Alicia Braga.
I'm pretty sure I saw that one.
Early for Mahershala Ali, right?
Yeah, it was. It was.
I watched
early.
everything he's in.
Yeah, it was early for Mahershala, myself, Walton Goggins, and of course Danny Trejo. It's a pretty cool movie. I gotta
back
say.
on my list.
Yeah, Predators.
All right. Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four. I voiced
know
the
you were-
Silver Surfer.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And then of course this little thing I did called The Matrix. That little,
Freaking Matrix.
that little movie. You know.
The Matrix.
Yeah, you know. I don't know who saw
I
that.
can't even look at my notes anymore because you just distracted me. The Matrix.
The
That's
Matrix.
my single favorite movie of all time.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know if you're ready to see what I want to show you, Neil. But
Don't try to out voice me.
okay.
All
I
right,
won't.
let's try it.
Okay.
Okay. I want to hear you do as best you can.
Yeah.
This is Star Talk.
Okay. This is Star Talk.
No, you're trying too hard there.
Oh,
gotta
you
come
don't
into sound.
cry? You need it. That wasn't naturalistic.
No, you were forcing that. Let me.
This is Star Talk.
I'm Morpheus.
No. I'm Morpheus.
Why can't I be Morpheus?
Because you're not. Because I am.
They strike for the heart.
You know, we just lost
James Earl Jones.
Jones.
The great James Earl Jones.
I only barely met him. I was at a premiere of Unbroken Pond with him playing opposite Felicia Rashad.
Right.
And, but Darth Vader. Come on.
Yeah.
Luke, I am your father.
Do not overestimate the power of your technological terror.
Let me hear Luke, I am your father.
No, Luke. I am your father.
All right.
Look into search your feelings. You know.
What up, Theris? Hey, glad to hear, dude. Day's been good, man. I've been struggling. I tried to do the trial of Sekima a bunch of times. Got owned. Now we're trying the trial of Chaos again. Probably gonna get owned, but we'll see.
All in a day's work.
To be true.
Look, CNN hasn't been the same ever since they stopped using his voice.
I'm
for that.
so like.
They're using all the correspondence. It's like, don't
Yeah.
you understand?
Exactly. I would love that.
No, I want the gig.
You want that gig?
No, I don't want you to have the gig.
We might have to fight about
No,
it now.
no, you'll lose.
Okay, you ready? You ready?
All
Let's try it.
Here we go.
Ready? Let's audition. This is our audition for CNN. You ready?
Replacing James
replace
Earl.
James
Okay.
Earl.
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
This is CNN.
That's not bad. This is CNN.
Ooh, that sounded a little more authoritative. Let me go ahead. Let me try again.
All right, go ahead.
Because you hit the syllable sharp there.
This is my wheelhouse. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay. All right.
Come on.
This is CNN.
Nice. This is CNN.
You got the little breath at the end
You know
there.
what I mean?
I could put some breath in too.
You can put some breath in.
This is CNN.
All right, you got it. I'm gonna I acquiesce. It's your gig. You got it.
So, how deep can you take your voice? Have you?
Yeah, it's still chilly out there, huh?
Took you long enough. Drown in a sanguine flood. Blood is the key.
Wildjing asked me, what does Lifted GN need to do to be better than Elon Musk in PoE 2? And how should he get Elon's maps buffed? Well, partner, if Lifted GN wants to outshine Elon Musk in Path of Exile 2, they gotta go beyond ordinary play. First, they need to grind like there's no tomorrow. Mastering every character, build every skill tree and every item mod. As for getting Elon's maps buff, maybe they should channel that entrepreneurial spirit, charm, Exile's RNG gods, and find a way to crack some exclusive high-tier Celestial map secrets. Grind it out.
All right. Well, there we go. Now I know. Oh shit, I looked away for a minute. Rip. Celestial map secrets. I don't even, that's a new one on me.
you have learned since your previous attempt. Their indomitable spirit protects them. Are you ready, challenger?
Wilding asked me, who should I reach out to in order to boost my character in Path of Exile 2, like Elon Musk did with his account sharing? Are you having a laugh? Boosting a character isn't about reaching out, like you're ordering takeout. It's about taking a bloody good brew of dedication, strategy, and relentless grinding. If you want to go Elon level, learn the bloody mechanics of the game, connect with a community of skilled players, and apply some bloody hard work. No shortcuts here, just a recipe for success.
Dang, yo. He sure told you.
I'll wipe that smile off your face. A drought for the thirsty.
Can't be taking no shortcuts with Gordon. Not gonna have it. Can't hear my in-game audio. Really? Oh, it's real quiet, it looks like. There you go. Yeah, he just didn't have his shit turned up. So he was blaming us. It was quiet because we were listening to a video. Motherfucker. That's probably way too loud. That's better. Honestly, Gordon does hate everyone, to be fair. Oh, nice. My food just got here. Give me a sec, chat.
Probably right about in here.
Like below audio frequency levels.
I don't think it's I don't think it's
Sub 20 hertz.
I don't know if it's that deep.
With
but-
20 to 20,000, that's the traditional range.
Yeah, actually, I just put it through a thing. I go to the studio and they put it through a thing, and it
they'll
comes out.
take it down.
Yeah, and it
Take
sounds
it
like
down.
evil alien.
Let me see. I haven't done this in a while.
Okay. And now. Oh yeah. Oh no. Come on, baby.
Okay, so now if you can do that voice, then it looks like Morgan Freeman got all the God jobs.
Yeah, he did. He did get all the almighties.
The almighties.
He got all the everlastings and the almighties. Yeah.
Okay, so
But you got the cosmos.
Yeah,
You
'cause
got the
You can't have a pipsqueak voice coming out of the universe.
No, you can't.
That doesn't work.
No. It's like burning bush. Gotta be down here.
You got it. It's just a bias we have.
Yeah, it does. It
Suppose
is.
God's voice was, "Hi everybody, I'm down." There's no reason why it couldn't be high pitched.
Hi, I love you so much. I love you. All of you are my children, and I love you so much.
No one would believe it.
They would just like, okay, all right.
I'm of the generation that remembers when TikTok was just a sound that a clock made. It seems like every day there's a new streaming service to join, and half the time I forget that I'm even signed up for them. Well, thanks to our sponsors at Rocket Money, you can now stay on top of your finances and track exactly what you're paying for. That's right. With Rocket Money, you can cancel subscriptions, lower your bills, and frankly, manage your money better. Rocket Money may even be able to help you cancel your unwanted subscriptions with just a few taps. The Rocket Money app and its premium features have helped its customers save over $500 million in cancelled subscriptions, automatically scanning your bills to find savings and even helping to negotiate your bills for you, from internet service.
Rocket Money sounds great.
Save more and spend less. Join the over 5 million members using Rocket Money by visiting rocketmoney.com/StarTalk or by clicking the link in the description to get started for free today. Now, back to the show.
Let me take you to the map.
Let's go.
With the Matrix.
Let's go.
So one of the reasons why it's my favorite film is, other than one little bit where the science, they play loose with the science,
right.
Okay. By the way, I don't
This is
mind
just a
that,
warm-up.
provided a story is internally consistent. That's the big Comic-Con rule, really.
Ah, okay.
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 It's not
What
whether
up,
it's real
big dog?
science or not.
What
If
up?
you're gonna have a rule that operates in your story, stick with it.
Yeah, if you set up the rules of the world,
I'm perfectly happy.
you have to abide by those rules.
Correct.
Sure.
And that's
I'm
what any
trying to
video
run
game
all
is.
these maps now, little by little.
Hell yeah. That's what's up. What tier are you running?
I need to do 8 more tier 2s. And I'm just upgrading my tier 1s because I'm not ever going to do them again, right?
I mean, if you make another character, you will.
No, that's actually true. I'm pretty happy with how this character turned out, though. But I will for sure try to do another one.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I started a sorcerer.
You already got them to high level or not yet?
Mm-mm. No, it's only like level 7 or something.
And I think it also helps so you can understand what type of gear you need for other characters.
Yep. That's what I like about having made a bunch of characters, as I know a lot of items that are worth a lot.
Your favorite is the minion one, right?
I wouldn't say favorite, but I would say my main, yeah. I do like my gas arrow one a lot. That's the one I'm trying to do the ascendancy for, but I keep failing. I still play it sometimes. We played it all day yesterday. We didn't find anything. Spent the whole day magic finding.
Corruption infects the blood.
That's a good character named Dabbed Out.
Thanks. You make a valid point, though, because I have 3 divines right now. Or at least 3 divines worth of exalteds.
What's the ratio between Exalted and Divine?
Changing all the time.
50
Go to
1.
go to the Alvia, talk to her, go to the currency exchange and pull it up.
All right.
Greetings.
Yeah, instead of telling you it's better for you to learn how to figure it out for yourself so that you can check all the ratios.
I'm using the lifted exchange-o-meter.
Yep. All right, we got. Well, no. That is. Scepter.
Oh shit. 145. Okay.
Hell yep. There's another 80 Exalteds.
Hey. Until next time.
Man, scepters are so expensive. What are you running?
Scepters are for witches, right?
No. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, they're for minion characters. Whatever you run it on.
Okay. That was like for the sorcerer spellcasters. So yeah, minions, yeah, makes sense.
Damn it.
Hey. Good luck.
Good eating. On with the work.
Hell yeah. Yo, this Pollo Tropical Tropa Chop Bowl is fire. It's from Pollo Tropical. It's the Tropachop bowl. It's dank.
Oh shit, you like Pollo Tropical?
Yeah.
Bro, that shit's fire, right?
Yeah. Fuck with it.
You get the rice and beans.
Mm-mm. Nah. Mac and cheese and chicken.
Ooh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Little bit of corn in that shit. Yeah.
Oh, you doing it right.
You goddamn right I am. And you know what's funny? They were buy one, get one free.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm smashing on like 1.5. I ain't gonna be able to eat this whole second one. Motherfucker feeling fat as shit right now.
Hey, boss, don't play on us.
Think I want this one. 2 divines. We'll have to resell ours for 2. I feel like this is gonna give us way more damage.
How can I help?
And if not, we're gonna learn.
What is it? Can't. Always get it right. Speak. Indeed.
What you running, Jing?
Oh, just level 2 maps, you know. Trying to get my next passive for the what's it called again? The other tree.
Oh yeah. For the Atlas.
So far. Atlas, there we go. Yeah.
Nice.
Got a different idea.
At least I ain't dying, so
That's right.
you still running the trials?
Nah, I'm trying to switch up my shit a little bit.
Let's try something else. Go on. Go.
Hello.
Go on. Time is of the essence.
Hello there. Hey.
God damn.
Yes? Got a different idea. Ooh, even more ominous than usual. Out of mana! Break! Another notch on my helmet.
hope you unearth some ancient figurines.
Need more mana.
Here for a deal?
Foul magic! Oh, shy. Bloody beautiful!
Yes. Of course. Time is of the essence.
Well, that's one down. You're dead. No mana! watch on me helmet.
Hell yeah. Just out here clearing T15s. You know what it is.
What monster level is T15?
80 plus.
Oh shit.
Indeed.
What's the highest map tier? 16?
Mm-hmm.
How can I help? Until next time.
Let's see if we can do a tier 16. Trying T16 on my Ranger.
Hell yeah.
swarmed under. Vile creature!
Oh my. God damn exploding motherfuckers. Oh. You're already dead. 130 Magic Find T15. Can't be mad at it.
Indeed.
That's right.
That's
Any story. Any story in any medium.
Actually, it's any story in any medium.
Yeah.
That I agree.
Yeah.
And so they did it so well.
Mm.
And it was such a fantasy adventure and,
Mm-hmm.
and good and evil. And, I don't know. It was beautiful to watch. And so but kudos to the Wachowskis.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea and a brilliant execution of it.
So apparently, rumor tells that Will Smith's agent was not convinced by the story enough to have him
play Neo.
Okay. And so, what about the story intrigued you? Moved to Australia for 5 months or whatever.
For 2 years.
Oh, 2 years. Yeah.
Basically, I mean, we were there for 3 years doing all 3 movies.
Okay.
Essentially, what drew my interest in it was...
It wasn't too weird for you. I don't know what this is.
I understood it.
So
I
maybe
understood it
Will
when I
Smith's
read
people
it.
couldn't.
Here's the thing. There was a guy, one of the main producers on it, obviously Joel Silver was one of the producers. You know that Lorenzo Bonaventura was I think the guy who was like showing this to the studio executives, to the people who make the decisions. And a lot of the story
What do you call
is
the shirts or the jackets?
the suits,
the suits,
whatever.
The suits.
So the executives, right? And many of them were, the story is that many of them just didn't get it. They were like, we don't understand it. And what I've heard is that Lorenzo's response to that was, don't worry, no one under 30 understands it anyway. Right? So I was 34, 35 or something when I read it. And it was the most original thing I'd ever read. That didn't mean that everyone was going to get it. That didn't mean that everybody was going to understand it. That's what my experience with Apocalypse Now had been. Because when I made Apocalypse Now in the 1970s, it was the most expensive movie ever made. It was the most ambitious movie ever made during that period. Marlon Brando was in the movie, Martin Sheen was in the movie, and it was about the Vietnam War, and it was exciting, and John Milius wrote the screenplay, and all these wonderful elements. But the movie commercially did not do well.
What is it?
It was a critical success, but it was not a commercial success. So I had learned that even though something on the page or as a concept is brilliant, that doesn't mean it's going to translate with an audience, particularly an American audience. One never knows. The American audience
is fickle.
Is mercurial, man. It's you know. So I just knew that it was the most original thing that I had ever read, and I understood it. I got it, and I wanted to be a part of it. And the timing just so happened that the way that it all sort of came together. We shot the movie in 1998. The movie came out in 1999. The internet was born in 1998, essentially. Cell phones became a reality in 1999.
Just the digital world.
The digital world.
Descended on everyone.
On everyone. And essentially what the story is and why it resonates with everybody all over the planet, and it did at that time, is because it's the old myth told in a digital format. And we were right.
So it had
at the
deep
birth-
resonance.
Yeah, we were right at the birth of the digital age.
Okay. And so, but is that rumor true that Will Smith turned it down?
I don't know.
Okay.
I've heard that before, but
Yeah,
I
you've
don't
heard
know.
that.
I've never really sat down with Will and asked him about it.
Yeah.
you know.
Okay. Because that when I heard that, I said, "How does an actor know what role you should or shouldn't take?"
Well, it depends on who you are and what
if you're true to
your thing
yourself,
is.
it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't.
You're true to yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's anybody's guess. Maybe that's the case. I don't know.
Mhm.
I've never sat down and asked Will about it.
Okay. Can I share with you all my religious observations? Of it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Catholic, religious Christian Catholic observations.
As you are a Catholic.
Well, I was
You were
raised one,
raised
but
Catholic, right? Okay.
that
Please. Yes.
My doubts
Yes.
descended early.
Yeah. Well, a religion rifled with doubt.
Yeah, but I'm still fascinated by the fact that there's such a thing as religion in the world
Mhm.
and billions of people that
Practice.
practice it, right?
Yeah.
That intrigues me as an educator.
Right,
Because
right.
something is attracting them. What is it and why? And you're this religion over here because that was the
Mhm.
religion of your parents.
Right.
And you're sure your religion is the one true religion in the world.
Mhm.
But so are these people, are
Mhm.
just as sure as you are.
Everyone.
And will go to war on that.
Historically, a
yes,
fact.
historically, correct.
Yes.
So that's why religion intrigues me.
Mhm.
So, in the Matrix, so first, Neo, that's an anagram of
the one.
The one. You had to dip your head at the one.
The one.
You can't non-act that expression. The one.
The one.
So that's the one.
Right.
All right. He's the savior.
Right.
All right. So now watch.
The Christ.
Yeah. Okay.
The
So now
Buddha.
watch. Early in the film, he wakes up from his
Right.
and there's someone knocking at the door, and apparently he hacked something for them,
Right.
and is about to give them. And so he says, "Wait a minute." He goes back, rummages through a thing,
Right.
gives him a
Gives him a
disc,
thing, right.
and the guy says, "Thanks. Okay, you're my savior. You're my regular
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You're my own personal Jesus Christ.
That's a script line.
That's right there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right there.
Right there. Okay. But let's not stop there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we keep going. There's the part where he gets brought into the Nebuchadnezzar for the first time. So he's still wrapped and looking around. And there's Joey Pants.
Yeah, Joey Pants. Yeah.
Pantoliano. Pantoliano. And he's there, and he's just looking, and then that character, Cypher, is startled. He says, "Oh, you scared the bejesus out of me."
Yeah, that's two.
Okay, so hang on.
That's two, yeah.
Oh, hang on. Who betrays the group?
Cypher.
Cypher!
Yes.
He betrays.
He's the Judas.
Who? He's Judas.
Yeah, he's the Judas. Yeah.
He's Judas.
Yeah.
After the bejesus was scared out.
Yeah. Yeah.
He doesn't have Jesus in
He
him.
doesn't have Jesus in him.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. But let me keep going.
Keep going.
Okay.
If you can. Because you think you know the movie better than I do. And you might.
I don't know.
You
But
might. Let's
my
go.
Here's the difference.
Let's go.
It's my favorite movie, and you've made 100 movies.
Right.
So.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So then, everyone sort of decides that he's the one.
He's the one.
Right. When he's like pulling Trinity up
Oh,
from
yes.
the helicopter
Yeah.
as it comes.
Yeah.
He is the one.
I told you he is the one.
He is the one.
Do you believe it now, Trinity?
I don't know what it means to compliment you on exactly imitating what you were paid to do in a movie. And I would say, hey, you should be that character.
Too late. Already been done.
No, but the weird thing is, you're not imitating that character. You were that character.
Yes. Yeah.
Even that. Yes. So, let's fast forward towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
He gets shot, point blank.
Right.
By Smith.
Yes. Yes. Right. Yes.
Then he drops.
He drops.
He keeps firing into him.
Yes.
Okay? Just, all right. Do you know how many bullets he put in him?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
I will tell you.
Tell me.
Okay? It requires a little bit extrapolation.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Do the bullets you see, it's like 4 bullets point blank to the chest.
Okay.
At that point, we go back to the Nebuchadnezzar, and you see his body,
yes.
responding.
Right.
Okay? But what if you track the rate that bullets are being fired.
Yeah.
And continue them into that scene.
Mm-hmm.
Then we come out of the scene, and there's a few more bullets that you observe.
Right.
That's 14 bullets.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
There are 14 stations of prayer in a Catholic church.
I didn't know that.
Now, for non-Catholics out there, in every church, Catholic church, typically in the pillars that surround the main open area from the side areas, mounted facing inward, are 14 drawings, paintings, relief maps of the 14, we call it stages of the cross.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
And they're key moments in
the life.
Jesus' life. And it's an early movie, really. The word movie doesn't even exist.
Exactly.
Right? But a sequence. It's a visual sequence. Okay?
Okay.
And it's all of it, and it's he's tried under Pontius Pilate. He carries the cross. He's put up on the cross. He dies on the cross.
Oh, yeah,
okay?
yeah, got it.
So it's all that. You can look it up on any,
Okay,
you can
14
find
stages
them.
of the cross.
Yes.
14 bullets.
Now.
Interesting.
And he dies.
Right.
And he's resurrected.
Resurrected, right
It's
there.
come back more powerful than ever before.
That's right.
Is that not Jesus?
That's Jesus all the time.
Joining the
day.
side of God.
That's Jesus all day.
All day.
Yeah.
All day, all night.
So who's Trinity?
Well, okay, so we got it like
in the Catholic.
That would have to be Mary Magdalene.
Okay.
But I'm thinking. Let me
she
not go
does
that
take
far.
him to a sex club. That's where they meet. At the sex club.
Was that a sex club?
That's a sex club.
No.
Yes.
They were just dancing.
No, it's a sex club.
I
You
missed-
look behind and you're looking deep in the background. They didn't allow them to show all of that, but it's a sex club.
Really? Okay. Mary Magdalene, right there.
And who's Morpheus? In the Christ mythology.
I know. I'm trying to.
He's the Baptist.
John the Baptist?
He's John the Baptist.
Oh, because John the Baptist knows Jesus is coming.
Yes, he knows who he
And
is.
sets everything up.
And he's been looking for him.
And he's been looking for him.
And when he meets him, he goes, I'm supposed to be baptized. So that's who Morpheus is in the Christ mythology.
In the Christ.
But there's also mythology, Greek mythology.
Tell
within
me.
it.
Tell me.
There's, well, Morpheus is the Lord of Dream.
Time is of the
The
essence.
god of dream.
All right.
From Greek mythology, right? Persephone, who's in the second or third movie, who's played by Monica Bellucci. The Oracle is Greek.
Yes, that's an actual oracle.
The Oracle is Greek.
Yeah.
Right.
Too bad we lost her before the second
Yeah,
film.
yeah.
She was really a
the
strong
names-
character.
Niobe.
There's an element on the periodic table called niobium.
Is there?
Yes,
I
there
didn't know
is.
that. I
Because
didn't know
there's something about the colors that were sort of iridescent, radiant.
Okay.
And it's something about in the Greek legend.
Right.
Niobe. I don't know the full story,
Mhm.
but it would borrow that from Greek legend. Niobium.
So there's the Osiris. There's the Nebuchadnezzar, which is also biblical.
Yes, of
there's,
course. It's also the size of a very large bottle of wine. Nebuchadnezzar. You tend to find it only in Champagne because that's when it's
Kingly.
a party.
It's kingly.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kingly.
yeah.
It's a party for 30 people.
30 people,
And you just
right.
lean the bottle for
Okay.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar.
It's the size
Okay.
of a bottle
So
of wine.
there's the Gnosis. There's the Osiris.
Okay, so
Persephone.
I don't want to say mashup because that might undersell it.
Right,
It's drawing from
but
these
it's drawing
very
from
deep.
all these traditions. It draws from Western tradition, spiritually, religiously, and Eastern tradition, spiritually, and philosophically as
Yes,
well.
especially.
Yeah.
Because scenes are not just simple scenes. You have to think about them.
No.
What's
exactly.
going on here and why?
Right. Like
Yeah.
when I saw the film for the first time, I had forgotten about all of that because we had to train so hard to get the physical stuff right.
Oh yeah.
That I forgot about all of the philosophy and all of the sort of
Right,
religious
you come in and film
tenets
your scene and go back to
that-
the trailer.
It's
right?
not. No, it's not that simple. It's not
Okay.
that simple. It was a year of work, but so much of it was physical, and we had to work so hard to do that that I really forgot about the stuff that's in the dialogue. Like my favorite stuff is in that first encounter I have with him, and I'm asking him, "Do you know why you're here?"
You
and
didn't
I'm
say that right. Do you know why you're here? See,
and this is what has brought you to me, and that whole thing about, do you know what the Matrix is? And I go, It's all around us. You can feel it. That stuff, yeah. That's my favorite stuff because it's it's really cryptic and it's really
And
scary.
ethereal.
And ethereal and very
And you have to
scary.
deliver it that way. Otherwise, it's just a line.
Yeah, it's just a line. But
Yeah, you have to live
that's some of
inside
my,
that
and I had forgotten about all that stuff that's in it. And
Okay.
even the stuff with like Joe Pants and the agents when he's talking to them and he's having the dinner.
Oh yes.
He's having his steak.
That's almost ASMR. Okay, because he's eating the steak
And he's eating it, and he's like, I know this steak isn't real,
but my mom
and I don't care.
is telling me. Okay, so we have a deal.
Oh yeah. And I don't want to remember nothing. Nothing.
You
All
put me
that
back
stuff
in my
is-
body.
All that stuff is just, it's fantastic.
Yeah. So that's the religious line through it, and no one doesn't love the idea of a savior. I mean,
That's right.
And a plausible savior, right? He didn't show
Right.
up as Superman.
No.
Right.
No.
He had to find it in himself.
Exactly.
Just the way the Oracle had required. Him.
Yeah. So that's why it's your favorite movie, because it reminds you of Jesus?
No. No, I respect storytelling.
Right.
And the stories that have outlived civilizations.
And the story of the Christ is indeed
That's there.
a powerful
That's
story.
there. It's very
Yeah.
powerful.
Yeah.
Very powerful. So there's all of that, and then there's a few more things. Okay, they tossed in. It was a little bit. They stapled it on when the Oracle says, "Oh, watch out for that glass," and he says, "What glass?"
Oh, yeah.
And he turns around and it drops.
And he drops
and
it,
she
yeah.
says, "That glass."
Yeah.
Now here's going to be eating your craw. Would you have done it if I didn't?
If you'd had- exactly.
Okay, it's one of these future. Trying to avoid the future, make that future happen.
Sure.
So I thought that was unnecessary because the movie was already deep. And, and that was almost cliche sci-fi.
Okay.
Time,
Sure.
future prediction.
Sure.
I thought the movie was above that, but fine.
Okay. I liked it. I thought it was clever because of what they did, the way they set it up. With the Know Thyself sign.
Oh,
above.
yeah. Right.
And they set it up with that. And also that she's grandma and she's baking cookies.
Yeah. No, it was
First of
a
all,
full.
Her baking cookies, and she's in the projects. Like
Yes.
she lives in the projects.
Those are the I don't know if people know that those are the projects.
But
did they have
made it
projects in
brilliant.
Australia?
Well, we weren't supposed to be in Australia.
No.
It takes place in a modern city.
Yeah, I think ostensibly Chicago.
Yes, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I only know that because I have the original script.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Cool.
And,
Oh, yeah.
And so it's the L going
It's
by.
the L. Yeah.
And
Yeah. They
and
wanted to shoot it there, but
and the
unfortunately couldn't do it.
Heart of the city.
Heart of the city.
Heart of the city.
Heart of the city.
Hotel.
Yes.
And Wabash Avenue.
And Wabash.
Yeah,
And
that's-
Wabash, yeah.
Wabash
Exactly.
is a main street in
Exactly.
Chicago.
Exactly.
And that's an explicitly stated street.
Yes.
No, but I'm saying,
Yes.
where did you guys get the projects in Australia to film in?
Oh, there were it was all location. It wasn't location. That wasn't a location. That was a soundstage.
Oh, just set that up.
Yeah.
Okay, very well done.
Yeah.
That felt like the project.
It did.
Okay,
It did.
'cause I grew up in projects, and that
Yeah, it
mine
felt
were
like the
middle income projects, so
Yeah.
there were fewer junkies.
Yeah. No, but it felt like the project.
Yeah.
I mean, it really did.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
They got that.
Yeah, they got it right.
And a couple of things. By
What
the
did you
way,
think about the spoon?
I'm getting there. That was
Oh,
my next thing.
sorry.
Sorry. So I give a public talk, one of which you attended.
Yeah.
I think you attended it. One of them is called "An Astrophysicist Goes to the Movies."
Yes.
And
Yes.
I show clips.
Yeah.
And then I analyze the clip.
Yeah.
Okay. And The Matrix has a dozen clips. I don't put them all in one thing because it's scientifically themed, not movie
Themed, right.
Right. So I have a section on optics. Okay. With the spoon.
Yes.
One side is convex, one side is concave.
Right.
You slurp out of the concave side.
Yes.
Concave, convex.
Yes.
If you look into a spoon, on the convex side,
right,
you are distorted but right side up. If you look on the concave side,
What up, Honky?
you are upside down, and that was accurately captured in the frickin'
film.
movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
The science was right.
The optics of that
The
science.
optics of the science was right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was good.
That was cool.
I like that.
Yeah.
And then the kid saying, "Do No.
Do not try to make it. Do not try to bend the spoon.
That's impossible. That's impossible. Instead, bend yourself around the spoon.
Yeah.
I said that's good. That's good.
No, it's genius.
But
Man.
no, it's good.
It's genius.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Now here's another thing. I'll let it go because everyone does it. But I'm telling you that in almost every movie where they show people crazily brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay. Like that's the point of the movie,
right?
Because they're brilliant,
right?
Like Phenomenon, for example, with John Travolta.
Right.
He was
Which
hit by.
I've never seen that.
Okay, it's worth
It's worth taking a look at.
in a
Okay.
good home.
Cool.
He gets hit by lightning, and he's just a regular guy,
right?
Even partly mocked for not being smart.
Oh,
and then he
wakes up and he's
well after he's hit.
Hey, cheers, motherfucker.
Duvall is in that as the person studying his new abilities.
Oh, okay.
Anyhow, the point is, he says, "Name me 10 mammals or something. You want it in alphabetical order?" And then he goes through the whole alphabet.
Right.
All right. So yes, a really brilliant, smart person would do that.
Right.
I don't have a problem with that. But in almost all these cases, they start moving stuff with their
minds.
With their minds.
Yes.
And it's like, there's no evidence that smart people can move stuff. You just figure things out faster.
Okay. Right.
I'll give you that. When you start moving things.
Right.
And then there was Lucy. Did you see Lucy?
I remember
You have to see Lucy.
Yeah, I saw Lucy.
Okay, Morgan Freeman was in that.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she starts using more of her mind, changes her hair color as she's walking down the street.
Right.
You know, stops bullets. You know, you got to be in the Matrix to stop bullets.
Right.
Come on now.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
So anyhow, so the hopefuls who were waiting in line to see the Oracle.
Potentials.
Yeah, the potentials. Yeah. So they were doing things.
Yeah, the one kid was moving the blocks.
The
and all
blocks in the
thing.
air. Yeah. So okay, fine.
All right.
It's fine.
It's a nice visual. It's kind of cool.
Also, the Oracle is establishing that Trinity's in love with him.
Right.
And he's oblivious to that. Okay, I was kind of oblivious to that too. I mean, I'm just, you know, guys are just generally stupid, you know, about these things. So, and she says, "You're not too smart either.
Not too bright.
Not too bright."
I don't wonder what she sees in you. Who? Not too bright either. Yeah, it's great. It's really cool.
Yeah. Because given the choice, you'll have Morpheus in one hand and Trinity in the other, and you know. So, I think it was brilliantly acted by Keanu Reeves, where he's in the car and they're driving, and he says, "Good sushi."
Used to have noodles. I used to eat noodles there. I used to eat there. Good noodles, really good noodles.
Really good noodles.
Yeah, yeah.
And he says, "None of that's real," and I'm inside of him feeling this.
He goes, "Can't go back, can I?"
Right. This is.
He's like, "Even if you could, would you want?"
Yeah, I mean that was one of the hardest choices because so many of us. I mean, that's another thing. Forget all the religious, mythological sentiment.
Right.
It's what do you value more? Cypher said, "Put me back in my body."
Right.
You know, I don't want
to know anything.
I don't want to know anything. But you know, I'm a scientist and I'm curious. I kind of rather know the truth.
Right.
Because there's some chance, some hope that you can do something about the truth.
Or you can do something with it.
Do something with it. If it's all just a delusion, I don't know that I want that to be my
life. Exactly.
Let me tell you my one issue.
Right.
I only have one.
The only one thing that scientifically just rubs you the wrong way.
Rubs me the wrong way, and the rest of the movie was so brilliantly done. I'm giving it a hall pass.
My man. Hall pass on the Matrix.
Here's your hall pass.
That's what's up.
All right. So, you've got the scene where you are describing to Neo where he is. There's a chair there.
The
easy
construct.
chair.
We're in the construct.
We're in the construct.
Right.
And it's white everywhere.
Right.
And brilliantly done, and there's no echo.
Right.
That was perfectly done. All right. You describe to him that the machines are using humans as batteries.
As a power source.
As a power source. And there's some other language in there just to flesh out that scenario.
Right.
Here's a problem. In the laws of thermodynamics, if you have a certain amount of energy here, and you turn it into another kind of energy, for example, there's chemical energy in gasoline. You put that in your car, it turns it into kinetic energy to move your car. You ingest food, which is chemical energy, and you keep your body at body temperature, even though it's colder outside. When you're comfortable 72 degrees, your body is still maintaining 98 degrees.
Exactly.
If you put anything outside at 98 degrees, it'll go down to 72 degrees. Even though you're saying that's a really comfortable, your body's actively maintaining your body. That
Right.
takes energy.
Right.
Your body's moving. You're running.
Right.
You're acting. That
Yes.
takes energy.
Right.
Okay?
Time is of the essence.
It turns out, anytime you convert energy from one form to another, you don't get 100% of it.
You don't get 100%.
No, you get like,
Oh.
at best, 90%. Your car, I forgot the numbers, the efficiency's grown over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Car might get 30% of the energy of the gas to have you
Right.
move forward.
Got it. Got it.
You know where the rest goes? Into heat. That's why the engine gets hot
Got it.
of a combustion engine car.
Okay.
We just take it for granted. Of course it's going to get hot. Wait a minute, that's energy I wanted to use to go forward. That's miles per gallon wasted as heat. That's what happens when you convert from one form of energy
to another.
form of energy.
Okay.
Okay? So now, the laws of thermodynamics dictate that it's not 100%, you don't get 100% of your energy. All right. Here are the machines using humans as a form of energy. I can tell you how much energy we radiate. Okay? We, depending on how big you are, all right, if you're exercising or not in that moment, typically between 80 and 100 watts.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
80 or 100 watt light bulb. That's how much, that's what we are.
The human-
So you used a battery, and that's fine, rather than a bulb.
Yeah.
The same idea.
Yeah.
Same idea. That's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
what matters here.
Right.
Okay? We are an energy source for the machines. They're tapping our 100 watts. Okay?
Yes.
Fine. Where do we get our 100 watts from? They're feeding us.
They're feeding us.
They're feeding us.
Right.
Whatever they're feeding us, feed themselves with that.
Oh, wow.
Bypass the middle, the literal
yeah,
middleman.
Yeah, the middleman. Why?
You don't need the middleman at all.
Right. Okay.
You don't feed humans, have them generate energy, and then have that energy
Okay.
generate the machine.
Okay.
Well, what are you doing?
Okay.
They didn't study physics.
Probably not.
But then there wouldn't be a movie.
There wouldn't be a great movie.
You just have the Smiths
there'd be
with
like
no people.
There'd be just like a movie that you watch and you never get those 2 hours back again, and you don't have the memories, and you don't have the appreciation and the cultural, significance.
It was
of the
so
picture.
worthy of a hall pass.
Yeah,
I
it is.
gladly
It really
signed it.
is. It really is.
Gladly signed it over.
The idea that human beings are batteries is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a cool, and
Yeah,
it's,
it's a
true.
cool idea.
And it's
Yeah.
true. Speaking of hall passes, I was once principal for the day at a middle school in the Bronx.
Oh goodness!
There was a program where they bring you in and you'd see how the public schools are run. And
Yeah.
So I didn't tell them. I snuck out the pad, the principal's pad, that says principal on the top.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Don't tell anybody. That's
Your
got to be the
secret
most
is safe with
powerful
me.
thing.
Safe with me. Safe with me.
The principal's notepad.
Exactly.
Right. So I can, if I sign a hall pass, it's
It's all
legit.
good. It's all good.
It's all good.
Cool.
So I let that one slide.
That's
That was
good, man.
But it was,
Well,
it, was,
thanks.
it was a brilliantly delivered scene with the battery. You don't say Duracell, but we all know what the copper top
Yeah,
is.
exactly.
And that was very well done.
And then one character refers to him as Copper Top. in the
Yes.
movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The derogatory. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So the film raised a point early on. It was early. By the way, just so you know, there's someone generally credited with advancing the idea that we could be living in a matrix. His name is Nick Bostrom.
Okay.
And those are into dumpster diving. We have him as a guest on an earlier episode
interesting.
of
Okay.
Star Talk. He's an Oxford philosopher.
Right.
And you can hypothesize that if we have the ability to create a world in a computer, and the characters in that world think they have free will, then how do you know you're not one of those characters that are created?
Right.
Now, if they have free will and they invent computers, and they want game time, they might create a computer world within their computers.
Right.
And if they think they have free will,
And they could do the same thing.
and it's that all
Ad
the way
infinitum.
down.
Yeah, just all the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so if you close your eyes and throw a dart, I mean, I'm simplifying his argument, but this is the essence of close your eyes and throw a dart. Which universe are you most likely to hit? One of these simulated universes or the one real one that started them all? And so that's a terrifying prospect.
That's a frightening question.
Frightening question that the Matrix sits in the middle of.
Yeah.
in the middle. And so my best rebuttal to that was, by the way, the last universe has to evolve to get computers and program and right. All right. We currently do not have the ability or the computing power to create a perfect world where people think they have free will. We don't have that ability yet.
No, we don't.
Well, if we don't have that ability yet, we're not any of the ones in the middle that do have that ability.
Nope.
So we're either the last one, the last simulated universe that hasn't gotten there yet, or we're the original universe that hasn't gotten there yet.
Logic tells you that, yeah.
So we go from the odds are like 99.999% chance we are to 1 in 2. That's how I got out of it.
That's pretty good.
That made me feel
That's
better.
very clever.
Feel a little better about
That's very
that.
clever.
But
I was just talking about like the phones and virtual lives that people are living on. That's what I was like.
Oh, that's like not you think so.
So it's
you
not
become your own avatar.
Yeah, people are having. I mean, people are living virtual lives on their phones and on their computers, and they create these avatars for themselves, and post and look at me and all that, and it feels like the life that they live on their device is more important than their life here and now in the real
Reminds me
world.
of Chris Rock, who said, anytime you meet someone, it's not really them, it's their representative. It's the person they want you to think they are. And online does that better than anything.
Yes, it allows you to sort of present what you wish people to think of you and the way you want people to perceive you.
So is this our first step? Will we one day step into that character?
I don't
and
know.
you become your online character?
I don't know. Here's what I think, though. I did this
Wait,
show.
it can happen. Let's say you're dying, and we say we can upload your consciousness and
this
have
is-
you occupy all these spaces you
Yes.
have established online.
Exactly. So I did a science thing, this thing called Year Million. Have you seen this thing?
No.
All right, so
Year Million.
Yeah, it's a limited series. It was about 4 episodes, and it's all about the singularity. You've heard of the
Yes, of
singularity?
course, we have.
So it's the hypothesis is the singularity, and when that's going to happen, and when it all becomes sentient, and ultimately what will happen is we will evolve to this point where we integrate with the technology.
Okay.
And that thing you just described about being able to upload your consciousness into a matrix is kind of, but it's...
That'll happen way sooner than the year million.
Well, according to this show and the science behind the show, I wasn't responsible for the science, I'm just the narrator. The singularity, this event, is not as close as we think, and it's not as far as we think either.
Okay, all right, that's it. All right.
That's
I'm
the
just
basic
saying,
premise.
150 years ago, we were in horse and buggy.
Yes.
And now we have rovers on Mars. Okay?
Right.
So,
but what's happening here is what's important, not what's happening out there. Because I mean, even to get out there, we don't have the infrastructure to do that yet.
No, not yet.
And that's going to take a long time to figure that out.
Wait, so straighten me out. The Matrix was when you're not in reality. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, so when you're in the Matrix, most people, as they say, take out her garbage. Garbage.
Yeah, you go to church.
You go to church.
You go to work.
You go to work.
Yeah.
And...
But you can feel it.
Yes. So who in the movie, are only the hackers the one who felt it? The ones with great computing power?
No.
Would everyone have felt it?
I would like to think that everyone felt it, but not everyone paid attention. In other words, most people chose to ignore the feeling.
Okay.
And
We
then
are
there were
only
certain
getting
people
started.
who couldn't ignore the feeling.
There it is. Because I wake up
Be careful where
and I
you
have these
stand.
feelings.
Uh-oh. Something getting ready to happen, man.
No, so I wonder more often than I should. Why is it that I wake up every day as myself? How come I don't wake up as another person? Why am I consistently myself every day? And then I wondered, is that even true? Do I actually wake up as different people every day, thinking I was always that person? And why am I having these thoughts?
You should have been an actor, man. Because then that wouldn't bother you. You could
Oh,
just
it
wake up
wouldn't
and
bother me.
You would wake up and be whoever you wanted to be that day.
It wouldn't I saw your one-man show.
I feel like Tiny Tim today.
I know. I saw your one-man show downtown at the Perlman Center.
Yeah, thank you.
And it was a series of skits, and you were completely different characters
Yeah.
in every skit. The different characters, the different tonalities,
Sure.
different body gestures.
Sure, yeah.
So, acting is not just did you deliver the line right.
No.
Did your body participate
Right.
in the delivering of the line?
It's it's the storytelling thing, it's the characterization thing, it's the physicality thing. But essentially, that show was the thing I've been working on forever and ever.
Yes. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. And it's just those 5 characters that I do plus myself as an adult and as a child and as a younger man and all that. But thank you for coming to see it.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. So, there's so many great actors where you part the curtains, and somewhere in there, they've done Shakespeare.
Yes.
Right? And you were Othello.
Yes, I did Shakespeare. I did Othello on screen with Kenneth Branagh.
Oh. Yeah, he's a big Shakespeare guy.
He's a great Shakespeare
That's his thing.
actor.
Yeah.
And Irene Jacob. Yeah, back in 1995.
Yeah, okay. The street cred, the Shakespeare cred.
I got a little shake.
Ah,
I can shake it up a little bit.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was great fun. I haven't done it live, which is one of the things I hope to do in the future. In fact, I'm engaged.
Hope
to
you're
do
doing good, dude.
I'm engaged to do King Lear.
We're straight chilling, man. I'm just getting lit, grinding some shit, trying to get some currency going.
Sometime in the near future.
Get some new upgrades soon. That'd be ideal.
It's a great story.
Oh wow.
Some say it's arguably one of the greatest plays ever written.
For me, it's up there, just for the messaging.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that it
Yeah,
is.
it's powerful.
For me, Shakespeare, the challenge is, here's this very awkward sentence to anyone's modern
Sure.
ears.
Sure.
And you got to deliver it like that's exactly what you would have said in that moment.
In that moment, at that time.
And that's hard.
Well, he's a better poet than you will ever be actor. So
Wait, pause. I gotta. Okay.
I have to
caught up
credit.
with
I
that.
have to credit.
I have to catch up with that
no,
sentence.
No, I just have to credit that with Kenneth Branagh. Kenneth Branagh said that to me when we were doing Othello.
Okay.
He said Shakespeare is a better poet
That
than
gave
we
you
will
something to
ever be
ascend
actors.
to.
It gave me something to take comfort in, and it allowed me to relax, and not try like. I'm never going to be as great an actor as Shakespeare was a writer.
Okay.
I don't have to try to do that.
Okay.
All I need to do really is be mindful and surrender to the language and try to speak the language with as much ease and dexterity as possible.
I get surrender to the language. I like that. I was in the Oregon I attended the Oregon Shakespeare Festival.
Oh, yes.
Up in Ashland.
Cheers, motherfuckers.
I've never been.
Oh my gosh, the whole culture is embedded in the town. And I saw Coriolanus for the very first time.
Oh, I just saw it in London with David Oyelowo.
Oh yeah, okay. It's one of the most violent things ever written.
Oh yeah.
Okay, except their version. This sounds like they're just trying to be woke.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Their version was played by women and non-binary actors.
Wonderful.
But all women.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
And you say, well, why are they doing that? What's the point of that? Here's why. When you see guys being violent, you say, they're just guys being violent.
Right.
You see a woman threatening to slit someone's throat. Our culturalization says that's especially violent. Because women don't go running around threatening each other with knives and swords, and it's not a thing in our culture and in our literature. When you see women doing it, it brought the violence to a whole other level that I think I would have missed. Otherwise, it was just
Unless you were in a woman's prison.
Unless in a
It's Star Talk. It's basically Neil deGrasse Tyson's it's his podcast, but I just saw it and saw that they were talking about the Matrix, so I was like, this might be interesting for us to listen to while I'm fucking grinding.
in a women's prison. Okay, you say that like you've been.
I haven't, but I'm assuming.
Okay. Yeah. No. So it was it took me to now. It just took 5 minutes to adjust to it, but then it's like every act of violence was more violent. because of that.
Oh,
So
God.
people just
I hate
exploring
that.
Ways to get out of a story things that you wouldn't otherwise know.
Right.
What's this with you and the American Academy of
I
Arts and
was
Science?
made a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences last year.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. I was so honored. I was so surprised. My friend David Anderson, who is a scientist who's in Pasadena, California, nominated me, and then
That was a dig because I didn't.
because you didn't, because my friend Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't, and then my other friend
So was that a dig? I don't know.
Francis Ford Coppola was
Francis
the other
Ford?
person who seconded my nomination.
So of course you'd know him because he directed.
He directed Apocalypse
Apocalypse
Now,
Now.
and Rumblefish and Cotton Club and One from the Heart. And
These are all your movies you're in.
right.
Okay.
I was in One from the Heart, but I got cut out of it. Thank God, I was mercifully cut out of it. And then a movie called Gardens of Stone, which is the only time I ever worked with James Earl Jones, the late great James Earl Jones. And then most recently Megalopolis.
Oh, that's on my list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
which
seen
is-
previews.
which is beautiful.
Lawrence
It's
Fishburne,
really beautiful.
Morpheus
So
from
I-
The
I
Matrix.
Sort of know Coppola.
Oh, yeah.
Francis Ford. We met a couple of times, just overlapping paths, and his film, The Conversation, is second, just below The Matrix, as to my
Unbelievable.
favorite.
That's
Wow. It's a very tight, brilliant story,
but really
The Conversa-
cerebral.
And
Also.
cerebral, yes, I'm there.
Really cerebral.
Plus, I
and
identify
also-
with the main character who is himself geeky
Uh-huh.
and a little socially awkward.
Socially awkward, but also in a world of his own.
Yes.
And very, very much isolated.
Yes, that's what part of, back then, with you
Yeah.
were geeky, you were isolated in your geekdom.
Right,
Now we all
right.
found each other at Comic
Yeah.
But back then,
Right.
that was not how it
But
happened.
then he also has this reach, this power that allows him to sort of enter into other people's worlds and their lives as
That's
well.
a way to say that. I hadn't
That's
thought about
really
it that way.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus,
cool.
he came to one of my public talks and he gifted
Did
me
he?
one of his wines.
Oh,
yeah. I think
beautiful.
he acquired the Inglenook Vineyards and it became Coppola,
Well,
and he's done some
yeah,
other things.
yeah,
He might have
Coppola
sold it
Niebaum.
since then. Niebaum.
Yeah.
So I had a little overlap with him, but
No,
otherwise.
he's an incredible man, and
And so he
I-
was nominated you.
He nominated me for the American Academy,
Mhm.
but he's really the guy that's responsible for me becoming the kind of artist that I am.
Wow.
My exposure, the things that he exposed me to, and the way in which he trained me, and the way in which I worked with him, is really kind of how I've managed to do what I do.
Your challenge awaits.
So let me tell people how we first met.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
filming Cosmos in the desert in New Mexico, which has a lot of tax incentives.
Tax incentives
for movies. So there's a whole
Right.
movie industry.
and sci-fi lore,
It-
kind of hovering in around the culture. Am I not allowed to say that? Did I say something? I'm sorry, but am I not allowed to talk
Did
about?
you visit Area 51 while
I
you were
did
there?
not.
Well, then who were you to talk about?
I'm just
I
saying.
visited Area 51.
I'm just saying it's lore. It's like
I
in the
visited
culture.
Area 51.
Well, I did a story about it on History's Greatest Mysteries. I'll have you know. Matter of fact, 2 episodes were dedicated to Area 51.
Okay.
And the Roswell incident.
Yeah, all right. Well, if you visit Roswell,
Yeah.
the lamp posts have green alien lampshades on them.
Oh no.
Alien heads.
Oh, that's
so
so tiki.
once you go there, there's no turning back.
It's so kitsch.
It's built into your
Yeah.
of the
Gotta
city.
go. Gotta go
You
now.
gotta keep pumping
So
that.
back to the real story.
Oh, sorry. So I'm there, and our cinematographer is Bill Pope.
Bill Pope.
And I say, Bill, what other work have you done? Oh, well, I filmed The Matrix. It was like, can I touch you?
Right.
And
Right.
so I couldn't stop talking about The Matrix with him.
Sure.
Then I was wondering, can I get to do that in the Cosmos? What can he do?
Little bullet time in the
You
Cosmos.
can do some bullet time. Surely you got something up your
Right,
sleeve
right.
where I can do something cool.
Right.
But then I'd learned, I'd forgotten how, that you were filming
The Signal.
The Signal not too far in the nearby city.
Yeah, in Albuquerque.
In Albuquerque, yes, because I was outside of town and near Santa Fe. And
Right.
the point is, what was it? But then I forgot. Then I connected with you.
Bill Pope connected us
Okay,
somehow.
but I brought you back.
Yeah.
And then you hadn't seen him in a while.
I hadn't seen him in years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Years.
So there was like time out on the set of Cosmos.
Yep.
And the three of us just boogied down
Yeah,
for a bit.
yeah.
That was fun.
And there was a beautiful sort of rainstorm that was approaching the studio where you guys were shooting.
Yeah, what's fun is because you have vistas to the horizon. You see the rainstorm.
Yeah,
pick up
we
the dust.
could see it coming.
Yes,
and it was like something out of a movie.
And then you see the coloration of the sky, the pinks and the blues.
Yes.
Then you're reminded this is where Georgia O'Keeffe. Where do you think she got her colors from?
Exactly.
It was her life, her
Fantastic.
horizons,
Yeah.
her skies.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I'm delighted that we've been friends since
Me
then.
too, man. Because again, I've always been interested in science and astronomy and the future and what it's going to look like, and obviously science fiction.
Yes, clearly. Yes.
So to have befriended you and to learn so much stuff from you, you know, even when we're not sitting down, like just the fact that you came back with Cosmos, because I watched Cosmos as a child with Sega, right?
yeah.
We both watched that as children.
Yeah.
It was so inspiring to think of not just the world, but the cosmos in that larger sense.
What it did was it wasn't just a separate subject that you study and then return back to your home base. It folded it in to not only your knowledge base, but your state of mind.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It opened your mind to the possibilities.
In a way that you can't even think of that series as a documentary. We need a different word for it because
absolutely
right. Because the documentary. Let me sit down and let me watch this
When I
documentary.
come up with the word, I'll let you know.
Please.
And if you come up with a better one, then you can have the CNN gig.
Horse trading on the Deep Voice.
And this has been Star Talk.
Okay, and then say, as always, I bid you to keep looking up.
As always, I bid you keep looking up.
All right. Cut.
Cut. That's a wrap.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson's interesting as hell.
This is just a warm-up. Their indomitable spirit protects them. Through this creature,
I like how he didn't even finish his sentence. He just said, "Will this creature," and then just stopped talking.
understandable if you're a little suffer the elements.
Sparks shopping customer. Walmart had a love sense.
Outlive my expectations. Halfway? Impressive. Lightning descends. The rituals require blood.
Another notch on me helmet.
What, expecting praise? They adapt to your assault.
Oh, this fucking bird.
I suggest you aim for the head. Heads. I look forward to your inevitable downfall.
Nice. Easy clap. Yo, cheers, bro. Hell yeah.
Go on. Yes.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Do your thing, pimp. Be safe, brother. Good luck, motherfucker. Much love, homie.
One down. Who's next? Need more mana. Stupid bug. Well, that's one down. Undead wretch! Out of mana!
Yes. Time is of the essence. Hello.
God damn. Fuck, I'm losing so much. So 12 with insane rarity.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. And we blew it. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know,
he doesn't, by the way, this speech isn't prepared. So this is going to be a 1-hour speech. Yep, I can already tell.
They suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72.
Yeah, he's not reading any.
The best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a
walk in, boys.
But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them. You look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long.
Yeah, he's 40.
It up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard.
They were. Yeah. Remember that sofa thing?
It was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest.
That sofa was not so good for him.
Because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will.
He turned it around with the debate. That's what it was.
Mean people,
in my opinion.
He handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing.
Yeah, he totally turned it around on that.
Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along? I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it.
Yeah.
No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how much is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So you have 35 people that hate you, and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes. You'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them, at least, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero, because, you know, I was with him.
Bro.
You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him.
There he is.
You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital.
Based, yeah. Doesn't give
How's
a
he
fuck.
doing? I don't know. It's all right.
With shorts?
That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him.
Formal wear?
When
Yeah.
he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done
What the
anything
fuck
like it.
are you talking about?
And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine. Right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only
Oh
one
yeah, no doubt, buddy.
but we had some beauty.
Be safe, brother.
She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud.
Man, just walking
but she
over there.
Said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery?
It's freezing there too? Yeah.
But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages.
Okay.
Because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages.
Yeah. Well, this isn't the inauguration speech. You got to keep in mind.
To talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that very, very guilty of very bad crimes. Like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs.
The January 6th committee.
They literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings. Practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped.
No problem, bro.
Because we may have 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed.
There he
the
is.
innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people.
God damn it.
And, who knows what happens in the
Fricked
future.
it.
It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Millie? Why are we doing Millie?
Oh, that general?
What he said.
Yeah.
What he said. Why are we helping some of the people?
You guys.
Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crier. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill
It
everybody.
runs in the family.
Spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible.
How convenient.
They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years.
You weren't kidding
Trump.
about this hour?
And the reason
No,
they
there's
did
no
because it was all
there's no teleprompters.
false, like the person that
I
said
don't think so.
tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend, so please don't change that circuit. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember she said I put my hands around his neck. Because he would go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter. Probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me. Like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years.
Yeah, this
But
is
I had a
guys.
friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So,
You can't do this.
So I wanted to talk about that, but all of that stuff got deleted, and the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, "Did Trump really do that to you?" But he gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up.
By the time he's
So
president
rather
the
than
third
suffering
time, these
the
speeches
wrath,
are going to be
like
2
the
hours.
story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape.
He's talking about this 10 minutes ago.
She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy.
This is a podcast
Nancy said
president.
it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more.
Yeah.
One time I said more, as many as you need, but you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000
Okay.
soldiers.
The patch is live, did they?
J6 wouldn't be J6.
Did he
It
already
would
start
be
doing it?
J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell.
Oh yeah, he did make a video.
And you have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So
Yeah.
I decided I'm not going to make this complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said this is the time to tell those stories.
Great. All right. Man has level 100 in yapping. Yeah.
So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to. I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside.
It's a speech about his speech. Yeah.
Went to
Like
the
actual.
out of respect for something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change, but it's pretty old custom, and it's a beautiful custom. Actually, it's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We'll have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so of it. And it's going to be a very good bill.
They have to stand for this whole time.
I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been a. There's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history.
It's the best bill. There's never been a better bill.
You know, if somebody's running
A lot of people say this is the greatest bill they've ever read.
and they announce they're going to.
No one writes bills like I do.
Need more money. If you have 200 or 300,
You're gonna love it.
That would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature.
He's still campaigning?
It was signed.
Well, you've got to get ready for the third term.
When we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved because I think we would have won the state of California because, you know.
Wait, he thinks he's going to win California?
We're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it has.
He did win it? Well, it's his.
Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow.
Drops on? Yeah. If you watch for 3 hours, you might get citizenship.
You up in the front row, I tell you.
That's my governor.
Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall.
Ted Cruz is not your governor? That's not Ted Cruz.
The governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast.
It's a different guy.
You know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said the problem is, sir, they climbed up like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like...
God damn.
The other thing is you
Frozen.
hit acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel.
Bro just rambles. Straight up.
He clap. Wait, he didn't just pause, log out, and leave?
Oh, fuck!
Try 1920-19 Yemen Square was an atrocity. Google translated into Chinese and see if he gets disconnected.
Wasn't expecting one to have. I mean, that is pretty shocking, I suppose.
Why fucking no one told me this boss was Rippy?
Oh, what? That's so stupid! What is that? This got nothing that increases his damage. He's at boss difficulty 0, bro.
Is there any map mods or anything? Or is that just how it is? Because that's heavy.
No damage increase. What a stupid fucking diff. What is so dumb, bro. I'm deliberately playing safe. It's the first time I've seen this boss.
Death on hardcore solo self-found. That's oh man, that's painful.
Go on. Of course.
That fucking boss is tough though.
Hey, hello, welcome back. It is that time of year once again where we sit down to take a look at the upcoming MMO release schedule. Just, you know, a little sneak peek of all the games that are sure to disappoint us in 2025. Jokes aside, whatever hint of truth there might be there, jokes aside, the focus here is going to be on the MMOs that are already currently confirmed to release in some capacity within this calendar year. Now, I will touch on some of the other titles that are less certain but could possibly release, and we're also going to go over the various planned alpha, beta, and other play tests that are coming in this year as well, which, while not full release, again, could be an opportunity to play an MMO that you haven't played before. Okay, so let's go ahead and start out with the games that, as of today, have confirmed release windows for 2025. First up on the list is Chrono Odyssey. The most recent information that we've got is that they are planning to run a closed beta test Q1, so sometime within these next few months, followed by the full release scheduled for Q4 2025. Now, this info comes via the IR reporting from publisher Kakao Games that was released last November, so it's relatively recent, up-to-date details. Gets pretty much. Now, some noteworthy details about Chrono Odyssey. Beyond having all the expected traditional open world MMO stuff, the game uses real-time action combat. It's going to have the basic attack, defense, and dodge mechanics that you expect. Combat also utilizes a weapon swapping mechanic, not only changing from one weapon to another, like swapping skill bars, for example, but also evidently they're going to have the ability to alternate how you hold a weapon either in one or both hands, which to me sounds awfully similar to how this sort of system works in Souls games, which would be neat to see how they implement that. There's also this special mechanic or ability called the Chronotector that allows you to freeze time, rewind events, and explore alternate timelines. Now, I'm going to assume, as they're highlighting this mechanic, it's probably likely exclusive to the instant story-based content in the game, as freezing and rewinding time with other players around you just doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's highly, highly unlikely, unless their sort of freeze and rewind time system is like similar to what mages have in WoW, where you start it and then it pulls you back like 5 or so seconds into the position, the health, and the mana that you had at that particular time. But regardless, Chrono Odyssey, we got 6 confirmed classes, each come with 2 particular weapons that they utilize. So there's the Swordsman, who uses sword and shield as well as a greatsword. Paladins get the mace along with a tower shield and spear. The Sorcerer uses a staff and spellbook. The Berserker is dual axes and a great axe. About this game include, as mentioned, survival sandbox MMO. That's probably the best way to describe it. You've got all of the basic survival crafting features and systems, gather resources, make items, build a base, craft gear, get stronger, go out to explore, take on enemy camps, and engage in PvP. That is like the baseline foundation of what you'll be doing in this game. As for the explorable spaces that we have, well, they take place on the dune planet of Arrakis, and it's going to primarily at release consist of 2 massive open zone regions. Now, the first one of those, post the tutorial, is called Haga Basin. Now, this region alone is said to be larger than the entirety of their prior game, Conan Exiles. Conan Exiles is a pretty big game, especially after all these years. Now, they say that Haga Basin is going to have somewhere in the vicinity of around 100 hours of content to play through, and then after that, the end game zone of the Deep Desert will become available, which is where the late game progression and large-scale PvP takes place. In terms of what sort of stuff that you're going to see in these open zones, well, you've got a variety of points of interest, public events, and content types. These include enemy strongholds, these large, elaborate bases, camps, and ruins, things along those lines. These will be full of enemies. You go in, you clear them out using a mixture of range, melee, and spells and abilities depending on your class and build setup. After doing so, collecting valuable loot and resources in the process. You've got the desert testing stations. This is basically their take on public dungeons. These are predominantly underground areas that come in a variety of biomes, and while these will be full of enemies and many will even have some sort of a boss encounter at the end, they have said that the testing stations are more modeled after things like the shelters and Fallout or the dungeons in Skyrim, rather than what you would expect from a traditional MMO dungeon. What that means is you're going to be moving through halls, corridors, and rooms. There's going to be a lot of narrative woven into each of the locations, like you will find data pads and audio logs that give you information about the history of that area. And while bosses can be in these things, it's not going to be like MMO dungeon bosses. It's just going to be like tougher versions of like the basic enemies that you fight. There's also things like public events in the overworld. You got crash ship events where you're going to literally see these ships falling from the sky, crashing into the ground. If you head to their location, you can scavenge them for resources. However, other players can show up, as some of these will be PvP flagged, meaning you'll have to compete for said resources. They've got police forces that scan the area at night, these security ships that scan the surface of the planet looking for players, and if under my belt at this point, it's been one. This is a good one. Today's video is sponsored by Warframe, the free-to-play sci-fi loot grinding game from Digital Extremes. I have played this quite a bit myself over the years and easily have a few hundred hours under my belt at this point. It's been one of those staple games that I come back to once or twice a year to check out what's new, and wouldn't you know it, they just so happened to recently get some new content with Warframe 1999. This update introduces the next cinematic quest line in Warframe's ever-growing ongoing story. You'll take on the mantle of Arthur Nightingale and blaze through the spectacular Y2K-era city-state of Holvania atop a turbocharged Atomocycle, which is a brand new customizable vehicle you can ride around. Now, beyond experiencing the new story, you'll also battle new enemies, acquire powerful weapons, master a tactical new Warframe, and navigate relationships with both your fellow Proto-Frames and a mysterious visitor from the far future. There's also a new PvPvE mode in the game where two squads of Tenno compete against each other while fending off waves of Scaldra and infested enemies. So thanks again to Warframe for sponsoring this video. Be sure to check out the recent 1999 update yourself using the link below. There's also a demo available for the game for new players. And if you didn't know, Warframe is now also playable on the go, available on iOS devices and coming soon to Android. All right, let's get back into the upcoming MMOs.
Warframe going hard.
Tell you about Anvil Empires, which, while it doesn't fit the traditional mold of MMORPG, it is still quite interesting looking, and I think it will be potentially appealing to fans of the genre. It's appealing to me. So Anvil is a massively multiplayer game where thousands of players work together to build empires, wage war, and conquer in a persistent online world. The kicker here is you actually play as an individual soldier in this massive medieval army. And from what I've seen of the gameplay, it looks like they really deliver on this. This potentially seems really cool. Now again, this isn't going to deliver like the traditional fantasy MMORPG experience. It's not a fantasy setting whatsoever. It's more so like you are playing as a foot soldier in Age of Empires or something. Like you are one of the members in a squad, basically. The developer's prior game, Foxhole, had a very similar concept, except rather than being set in the medieval times, Foxhole takes place in what looks to be like a fictional take on World War II, with you playing as an individual infantry soldier. And that game is quite well liked. It's got over 35,000 reviews on Steam with an 88% very positive user rating. Their prior game, which had like a similar formula but set in a different setting, similar to this, and people seem to really like what they did. So as for their upcoming game, Anvil Empires, here's what we know. They say you'll take part in large-scale game of conquest that takes weeks to play out, wage war alongside thousands of players across one persistent online world. They've got custom server technology that enables up to 1,000 people to be fighting shoulder to shoulder in massive real-time melee battles. These battles organically instigated by the player base themselves. You will also build settlements and grow them from a small hamlet into large bustling towns shared by hundreds of players, engaging in side activities like farming, hunting, husbandry, and more to support the upcoming war efforts. You can even trade with nearby player settlements. There's going to be a whole social economy here. Design and build these elaborate multi-level keeps and fortresses to help withstand from upcoming prolonged sieges. You're also going to have to do things like establish supply camps and logistic lines to keep your player armies well-fed, armed, and rested. And this whole thing further enhanced by the fact that the game supports in-game VoIP. You'll be chatting with your comrades fighting beside you. I mean, yeah, this really does look and sound pretty neat. So they've got pre-alpha tests currently underway, which you can request access directly via the Steam page. The access request will be visible at any points that they're looking for new applications, and when that
Anvil Empire sounds like it might be fun to try. Let's see. Thor. You're like a peon in Warcraft. Seems kind of cool.
That goes away, they remove the button, but also I did want to mention another game, Fellowship, and while this by no means is a traditional MMO, it is absolutely modeled after the genre. This game basically is entirely focused on MMO style dungeon runs. The short of it is, you pick from a variety of these pre-made characters, each with their own playstyle and skills, and then from there you form a group, filling up all of the traditional MMO roles, and go into these MMO-like dungeons, clearing them. It's basically, if you were to say, take like the World of Warcraft Mythic Dungeon system and you spin it off into its entirely own separate game, that is basically Fellowship. So they refer to this as a multiplayer online dungeon adventure, or MODA, in a fantasy setting with endlessly scaling dungeons where players will focus on working together as a team with an emphasis on skill, cooperation, and strategy to defeat bosses, collect loot, and overcome ever-present challenges. As for additional features, we're going to have the Holy Trinity in the game. There will be a large roster and pool of various tanks, healers, and damage dealers for you to pick from, each of them with their own name, unique look, their own skills, playstyles, and capabilities. This might be one of the biggest downsides for some people for this game, is yes, you're not building your own character from scratch, you are picking from pre-established character classes, basically, sort of like a MOBA. Dungeon teams will consist of 4 players, presumably 1 tank, 1 healer, and 2 damage dealers. Maybe there are some support classes that you can mix things up with a bit beyond that. They also say that every run is going to feel like a new challenge, with dungeons getting more difficult as players progress and level. It seems like the scaling will be continuous, where they say players will never out-level the game thanks to seasonal updates, dungeon modifiers, new features and rewards that get added, all of which will add many layers of replayability. Of course, as you expect, every boss fight's going to have its own unique, varied mechanics for you to learn. They also say that enemy skills grow as difficulty increases, so it seems like the difficulty ramping up is more than just more health and more damage, based on what they're saying here. And the game's going to include competitive leaderboards, presuming here that they're going to be some sort of scoring or time-based ranking system for this. And yeah, pretty straightforward. Again, something that I think could appeal to the MMO crowd. It does appeal to me. Fellowship is currently slated to release in 2025 as of their latest announcement. I know that they've been running some limited time tests here and there as well. There's likely going to be more of these in the future, so keep an eye out for that. All right, so that covers all of the new MMOs or MMO adjacent games that are launching officially in 2025. But there's also going to be quite a few playable MMOs, with many of them getting some form of testing, either whether it's periodic testing or ongoing persistent tests that you can take part in. For starters, as you probably already know, Ashes of Creation currently has alpha testing underway, with them granting access to the first couple of early zones. Although neither of them are fully fleshed out, there is content there with some of the systems and features in place. Now, people have been playing this for a little over a month now, I believe, with a sort of a mixed reception from what I've seen online, with much of the critique basically boiling down to the fact that yes, hey, it's an incomplete game. Not surprising, but people still paid money and they're saying, hey, I wish there was more there. There's not quite enough there. Just buyer beware. And now it does seem though that there is enough there for some people to be thoroughly hooked. I happen to know quite a few people who have been playing this game pretty consistently over the course of this past month. I do also plan to jump in myself at some point, although I'm not really in a rush, maybe at some point in the coming months, but nothing on the immediate horizon. Sim. I will say I think the PvP seems a lot of fun from the compilations and footage that I've seen. However, most of the leveling consisting of large scales, groups grinding elite mobs together, that doesn't seem very fun to me personally, but I'm willing to give it a go. But yes, if you want to play an early version of Ashes of Creation, it is available right now. You can get into the game for a little over $100 at the lowest cost. I would personally recommend waiting unless you're like a die-hard, pumped, super amped up for this game. Although in that case, you're probably already playing it, so pay me no mind, right? Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. This game is also playable, actually technically launching into Steam Early Access last month. Now, despite what first impressions you might have looking at the gameplay, I gotta say, this game has surprisingly gotten a really good reception, at least on Steam. It's got very positive ratings, and since it released, it's actually seen growth in its daily concurrent player count, presumably because of those positive word of mouth that's been going around. Although that number is still admittedly quite low in comparison to what you would expect for an MMO, there certainly looks to be something interesting here that is getting new players to jump in. My gut reaction looking at the gameplay is, yeah, I mean, the combat looks quite boring, the game as a whole looks quite dated, but as with Ashes, I am totally willing to give it a look and hoping for the best, right? So gonna add this one to my list as well. Soulframe, the latest title from Warframe developer Digital Extremes. They are currently running regular alpha tests referred to as Preludes. This consists of a relatively small region of explorable space in which they've got some of their planned foundation laid for the game. There's open world exploration, you got enemy camps to go in and clear, as well as these underground procedurally generated dungeon layouts. I will say I really enjoyed the time I spent playing this game. In my opinion, it does have a pretty solid foundation. Biggest issue is the combat lacks any real sense of impact. It's just very floaty and just no oomph behind it. I hope they work on that though, because everything else, like the world, the enemies, the characters, the points of interest, the general structure, the tone, the setting of the game, all of that I really, really like. So keeping my fingers crossed that they can give the gameplay a little more strong, solid feel to it, a strong sense of impact and reactivity from characters when you hit them, and the sounds and the animations and the spells all coming together to make a good feeling combat system. I hope they can do that, because beyond the combat feeling kind of floaty, everything else is like perfectly checks off all the boxes for me. You can register for Preludes testing over on their website. In my experience, there's probably a few days to a week's worth of content here if you really want to play through everything, explore the whole island, grind out some of the character progression, run the dungeon several times to get some upgrade materials, stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out, and I remain very hopeful for Soulframe. All right, one of my most anticipated upcoming MMOs, ArcAge Chronicles. Now, this was originally slated to release in 2025. However, from that same Kakao Games report that gave us the release window for Chrono Odyssey, we also learned there that they had delayed the release of ArcAge Chronicles, pushing it out into 2026. Now, that said, they are planning to hold closed beta
God damn it.
for ArcAge Chronicles later in 2025. There is a lot about this game that I am very hopeful for, most of which just builds off of the things that I loved about the original ArcAge. And they have said they are planning to include all of the best systems and features from that game, but moving it onto a modern day engine with more PvE content, and obviously the biggest shift here being the change from tab target to full on action combat. Now, if you want a full rundown of what we know about that game, where my expectations are, just check out my latest upload. Yeah, this game is like at the top of my please don't screw this up badly with microtransactions list. Although, I mean, totally ready and expecting to be let down. But if they don't let me down, could be huge. Original ArcAge had a lot going for it. Similar to Pantheon, Monsters and Memories is another upcoming MMO that looks to provide a modern day version of the old school classics of this genre. And I mean, yeah, just looking at this, it is very much in line with what I remember from EverQuest or Asheron's Call. Like, to my eye, matches it to a T. The game is set for an early access launch in 2026. However, in the meantime, they do have beta testing planned for Monsters and Memories, tentatively scheduled for sometime in July or August. Okay, so beyond those, we of course expect some major patches and content updates for all of the existing big MMOs out there, right? World of Warcraft isn't expected to get a full expansion this year. However, we will be seeing some content patches for the War Within, and probably safe to say something for Classic WoW and or Season of Discovery, be that fresh servers or some new content at some point. Final Fantasy XIV, similarly, will be getting content updates for its most recent Dawntrail expansion. The Elder Scrolls Online will have its typical yearly content cycle rolling through, and Guild Wars 2, not too long ago, also adopted a similar model of having smaller but more frequent frequent updates, which we expect to continue in 2025 as well. And of course, the list goes on, but yeah, any of the currently popular MMOs, they're going to keep getting updates throughout the course of the year, as they have for the past 5, 10, 15, 20 years in some cases. Now, there are some additional MMOs that do actually have confirmed releases for 2025. However, to be perfectly honest, each of these games either just looks downright terrible to me, or in some cases, some of them might just be outright shovelware. Ashfall, I played this in an earlier test, I think it was last year early on, and it was just really bad. Probably one of the most mobile game feeling PC ports I have ever seen. It was just incredibly basic, not terribly good, not terribly polished, not very fun, in my opinion anyways. I will probably play it again just out of morbid curiosity when it releases, but please don't expect much from Ashfall, because from what I've seen, there's not much there. Quinfall is in a similar category for me. This just looks pretty bad, to be honest with you, but would be happy to be surprised. Then we got some other games that I just don't know much about and couldn't find a lot of details on, including Eternal Tombs, Havenhold, and then there's this game, Earth from Another Sun, which I wanted to put on here because it was on lists that I looked at, but from what I've seen in early research, looks like a blockchain NFT game, so probably best to write that one off, right? Oh, also, just wanted to briefly mention some of the in-development MMOs that we know of, but they're likely coming in 2026 or later. And with these ones, I'm talking about Perfect New World, Bellatores, Project Q from Lionheart Studios, which still doesn't have an official name, as well as Project LLL, which also isn't an official release name. Although at least for Project LLL, out of all those other games, we have seen a fair bit of gameplay for this one. It's like this open world looter shooter, which seems kind of cool, but in terms of concrete launch info, there's absolutely nothing. Like, we've got no expectations. So it's more likely than not that these games will not come out in 2025, but it is possible. Like, potentially in the coming months, we could get 1 or 2 of these that get release dates announcements for later in the year or middle way through the year. We'll just have to wait and see. But as of right now, don't expect any of those prior 4 games this year. And then there is the handful of anticipated MMOs that are just absolutely no way in hell coming out in 2025, and probably not 2026 either. Way off in the distance. I'm talking about ZeniMax Online Studios, the creators of ESO. We know that they have had a brand new MMO in development for something like 7 years now. Now, I do actually think there's a fair chance we could get a reveal of this one, if it's just a teaser at some point this year, which would be really, really nice. Sony has that Horizon MMO, if it wasn't recently canceled, as they have been nuking these in-development live service games left and right here lately. Then, of course, there's Riot's League of Legends themed MMO, although that is at least 5 years away, if not closer to 10. I mean, who knows? And then there's that Ghost MMO, but again, that is similarly quite a ways off. Okay, so there you have it. A look at all of the upcoming new MMOs planned and scheduled for 2020.
Nothing good coming, really.
Path of Building is here, boys, and it's so good. I know what you're thinking, this is too complicated for me. And it probably is. Like, look at all this like what even is all this stuff? Like, what the fuck? But for people like you and me that don't know that much about this game, you can still use this for your own benefit. First of all, what is Path of Building? Well, it's this little software you can get to check all the things about your build. You can essentially copy paste your build, put all the traits that you have, put all your items you have, put all your skills you have with everything, and use this to calculate the damage you are doing. It's very, very easy to get. You can just go inside of your browser, just search for Path of Building in Google. Path of Building.
They have character import yet?
Go to releases, GitHub, and then you can just download the latest version here on the bottom, and then install it. So after you install it, there's a lot of things you can actually start doing. This is very, very useful because, first of all, you can check, put your entire tree, you can change it how many in the best ways you want. You can see, for example, if you have your pro setup, you can check, okay, let's say that instead of getting this, for example, setup that I have here for this traits, I'm gonna make it disappear. I'm doing 62k damage right now. I can just make it disappear. What if I get this instead? It'll tell me 61k. Actually, it does less damage. So, maybe it's not as good of an idea to actually do that instead. So I'm just gonna go back here and put this. And you can use this for anything you actually want. You can do this as for checking your defensives as well. You can be like, oh, maybe I don't want this. How much would it be if I actually make this disappear instead of having it? And I would lose 4,000 evasion rating for not having this and 2,000 energy shield. So yeah, a good amount. So this is actually very, very much worth it. And you can do this for whatever you actually want. You can actually go into your items, create your own setup by going here. Oh, also, you have your different, you can create different sets for your own passive tree. You can go here, manage passive trees, and you can create one for yourself, a new one. You can, for example, copy the one. Let's say that I want to copy this one, but this is the one that I'm using right now, Invoker 3. And I can use this, boom, to change a few things on Invoker 3. You know, let's say that instead of having this, I don't actually want it, but instead I want to go here. I can now change between Invoker 3, Invoker 2, and check the damage difference that's gonna make. So pretty cool. Actually, I don't even think this is that much worth it. Maybe I should change this. You make some power charges. I don't know. I'll think about it. Craft item, going into anything you actually want to do. For example, let's say a crossbow. Select the base that you want, as every base has different attributes as well. And then create the perfect rune that you want, the perfect prefix that you want, the perfect suffix, and compare this to see how much damage you would do in each situation. For example, I was doing this myself with my quarterstaff, going in here and checking how much damage I would lose or how much damage I would gain, but instead of putting 20% increased physical damage on my runes, if I had attack speed, for example.
Damn.
You can see here how it'll
If I had this shit set up, I would probably not have lost a bunch of fucking currency by buying that bow that I didn't need. Motherfucker.
Challenger, prove yourself worthy of chaos.
Remnants of a dead empire!
This is just a warm-up. Atsuata sends its regards. Don't die.
Yo, cheers, chat.
We are only getting started. Coagulated masses befall you. Escort the idol.
Yo, cheers, tailgate. So, since you're not getting this game, what are you playing, tailgate? Like, what do you play? Motherfucker. Trust me, it's not insane. If it was insane, you wouldn't be advertising it in a dead kick channel. I bet it's AI. Haven't been playing anything? I feel that.
This is just the beginning. Be careful where you stand.
Anything you're looking forward to coming out? For real, yo. That one ain't even say how well I stream. They didn't say I stream really well. What's going on, Benny? How you doing, bro?
You may possess strength after all. Jagged edges and coated blades await you. Stem the tide. I think you'll like this.
It's been alright. Can't complain. I fucking did just spend 2 divine on a bow thinking it was gonna be an upgrade, and it wasn't an upgrade. It's actually a downgrade. But I put the bow back up for sale, and now we're grinding.
think you'll like this next one. They bring Knight's Madness. I suggest you aim for the head. Heads.
Oh, the fucking doom circles and the tornado bird got me. Got me. I'll hop back on the ranger. Dying on my level 90 hurts a lot.
Good eating. Until next time.
Go on. Go.
Let me drop the price of that bow. We did get an ingenuity belt. Pick that up today. New job. I get that. Shit. That's the worst when you're in the middle of like trying to find a job because it's like that feeling of uncertainty. I get it, bruh. What, do you like have any idea of what you want to do? Motherfuckers like make money. Fuck you mean?
Better than coin.
Hello. Go on. Go.
T13. 88 magic, fine. 15% quality. Buffs up to 45, 133. Nice.
That's one down.
God damn. What the fuck?
Speak. Indeed.
You know what helped me find my job is I was looking on Indeed and I signed up for ZipRecruiter, and that's who messaged me about the job I currently have. It was through ZipRecruiter. But I have like my my resume on Indeed just so that anytime I need to I can do that.
No mana.
Oh, then I'm sure you got a
Need more mana. Out of mana. No mana. Need more mana.
Need more mana.
No mana.
Yeah, if you have your resume on Indeed, you can just transfer it to Link or to ZipRecruiter. They automatically like take your shit. And yeah. Whoa. That's kind of cool. Yo, maybe we make a Warcry warrior.
Of course.
That might be fun.
Good luck.
A 3 to 4 fire is Duke. Oh, fuck. Well, the deck's not bad. Yikes. Frick.
Greetings. I've changed my mind.
Thorns was fun in theory. But that was about it. Boom. All right, cool. Respect. What level skill gem can I use? Probably a 9. I don't have the strength. Six. Okay, so I'll use enough passives to get some strength. Gives me strength. There we go. Now everything would work.
I should seek further knowledge.
Oh, I don't have the knowledge for that. Yeah. Okay. So. The seismic cry. I can't even use it yet. I gotta be level 41.
Don't want to start a fight.
Take that!
I'm not ready.
I gotta get high enough level to be able to get the right fucking, the right one.
Need mana. Feel my wrath.
College football championship? Nice. Hell yeah, dude.
I need more time. What strength? I can't yet. chance yet. I'm not ready.
Okay, I joined the wrong party. I'm way higher level than they are, and it's just such slow leveling. I need to join one that's a little bit higher level. Let's see what else we have also. We can go through our unique. This is actually a pretty good weapon for our level, I think.
I'm not nimble enough. I should seek further knowledge. Fear will best you!
Nice to see a friend. Treasures lost to time, now yours. Remember, you can never be too careful out here.
Destruction! I can't yet. I can't yet. usually signal danger. I knew it! Steel yourself!
I love how we're able to just use this skill and it's like pretty effective.
I can't yet.
Getting all the motherfuckers. Yo, cheers, motherfuckers.
This isn't the same fungus from back home, is it? Crush them!
40 exalta piece or 45 exalta piece per stellar amulet now. They stay going up. Yo, next league, I'm holding on to so much shit. I'm investing in divines in the beginning. I'm gonna like immediately be on trade, trying to get things for my, you know, like I am not fucking around next league.
Flee before me! I've no more room. I need more time. These statues make me wary. Meet your maker!
Oh, goodness!
It's alive!
No stone hunter.
I need more time. I need more time. Steel yourself!
need more time.
Fear will best you!
We've got the two-hander in one hand now. Got a shield. So we got way more defense.
Fear will best you! aren't you? Rejoin the Earth!
I'm not ready.
Is it supposed to spark like that?
Is it supposed to spark like that? Ding. Ding hype.
Destruction! Back to the central chamber.
I said I died a hero. I fucking saved everyone in the group. God damn it, Ooh, he's got it. He's got it. Nice. Fuck, he died doing it. Okay, he's got me. Almost had me.
Come get me!
God damn it, I tried to get out of it. Fuck. Welcome back, Theris. How'd it go, bud? What the hell? That thing lasered the fuck out of me.